Hey guys, it is Rose, and over at EWC, the venue is actually called the Boulevard, and there are a lot of things to do over here. And I heard that there's actually a place that we could pet dogs. So do you like dogs?
Yeah, a lot.
Do you like dogs?
Of course.
Wow, he likes dogs. Both of them like dogs. So do you guys want to go see cute doggos inside? Let's go? Okay, let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Hey guys. Whoa! Oh my god, so many dogs! Okay, what's your favorite dog breed?
All of them.
All of them. You?
No, this one.
Oh, this one? Dude, it's a statue. Look there. We can touch dogs. They're looking at us. Let's go. So cute. Hello, babies. Oh my god, this one is so lambing. It's so clingy. Oh,
Yeah, they're so cute.
Coach Yem. Why did you say that's Coach Yem?
The face, yeah.
Oh my god, that's a tiger. Hi, babies. Whoa. This is one huge. Coach Yem. That's Coach Yem. Which one is Coach Why Not?
Oh, the big one. This. The boss.
So guys, right now we are petting dogs over here at the, I guess we could call this like the petting area. Which one do you like so far?
I think this so cute, like Paddington.
Yeah, I think I like this one the most.
This one? He's so chunky.
The face, like, oh my god, so cute.
Okay, let's go move in there. There's a lot of dogs. Guys, look at the bridge. Oh my god, this is so
This one looks like Jose.
This one looks like Coach Yeb. A baby Coach Yeb. Look, it's sleeping.
This one like Adi.
Adi.
Yeah, so small.
Coach Adi.
Oh, the Sans.
Sans.
Gila, Sans.
Sans. Mayang mana? Yeah, which one? Which one is Sans?
This one he said. Kiboy said this is Guns.
Because cute.
Yeah, so cute.
Cute. Like Sans always like.
Yeah.
This one like Kelra.
Which one?
This, the tiger one.
Tiger like Kelra?
Yeah.
Why?
Because so wild.
Yeah, so wild and different. Like out.
One of a kind.
Yes.
Okay, Kelra.
Special.
one.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. What should we name him?
Yes, Paddington for sure.
Paddington. Okay, Paddington. We have made a collective agreement that this is Paddington. Coach Yeb! Coach Yeb!
Oh my god, so cool.
Oh my god, he has a hoodie!
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! Hoodie! Such a cutie! Oh my god, he looks like a bad boy. Oh,
Boy,
baby, no.
cannot
Appropriate.
That's inappropriate, yes. Kelra! Call Kelra.
Kel, come here.
Kelra don't like you anymore.
Adi. This, Adi.
So guys, they said that this dog looks like Coach Adi
You see?
because he's...
Cute.
Oh, he likes... Oh, they like you, boy. Look at him. Call him here. Here. Oh, he wants the mic. Which one's Lutpi?
I haven't seen one yet.
Haven't seen one yet. What about Savero?
Savero.
What's wrong?
No, some water, but
Kivoy, you sat on pee?
yeah, little. It's okay.
It's all part of the experience, huh? Let's go to the big dogs, guys. Will they bite? I don't think so. See, they all look like good boys. Whoa.
My camera.
He doesn't like, he's like, guys, no cameras, please. No paparazzi shots. Okay, guys, so how do you find the dog experience so far?
Yeah, it's super fun. They're so cute. And a lot of the dogs looks like our friends. Yeah.
I'm currently carrying Coach Adi, right? You said?
This one looks Paddington.
Yeah, see? Oh my god, like a gangster, bad boy, bro.
Kivoy, do you enjoy?
Yeah, my mood is so good.
You feel better after playing with the dogs? Oh, you don't feel tired
Yeah.
anymore. Okay, now I just want to say that I wish you guys the best of luck in your journey this MSC. I hope you guys manage to perform well and, achieve your goals. Is there anything you guys want to say to the people watching this?
Yeah, thank you for supporting us and watching us. And don't forget to feed your dogs maybe.
What about Yuki Boy?
Yeah, don't forget to come and enjoy the dog. Like this one, Kelra. Oh, you see? Hey, Kelra. Wrong place, Kelra. Come on, Kelra. See? So cute. and then so many energy, like special dog, like Kelra.
One of a kind. Now, if you guys want to meet, according to them, their friends in dog form, I think you guys can drop by the Boulevard to enjoy the stuff we have here, as well as witness the knockout stages of MSC 2025. Thank you so much to Kyrie and Kiboy, and thank you guys for watching this video. See you guys around. Bye!
Bro. You, bro. Bro, bro. Can you hear me, bro? Bro, bro, bro. Ano yun? Hello guys, it's King Kong and Kelra, and we're here. We are about to play Can You Hear Me, Bro? Don't. Those don't. Don't. Don't touch. Don't touch. My. Don't touch my. Blue. 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 Don't touch my blue. Don't touch you. Don't touch my blue. Don't touch. My. Me. My. My. Ang hirap. Madali lang to. Don't touch my blue. Don't touch my blue. Don't touch my blue. Nice. We. Will. We will. We will. Will. We will. Yan, tama. We will be. We will be the champion. Yun. Can. You. Hear. Me. Ha? Me. Can you hear me, bro? Bro. B. Hindi ko naman din sinasabi mo. B-R-O. Can you hear me, bro? Chew. Kick. Karina. Chew. Knock. Chew. Oh, kick. Karina. Kick Karina. Into. Khalid. Karina. Kick Karina to Khalid. Napakahirap. Hero. Nathan. Luwagan to? Ano yun? I-search mo yung letter ano? N. Nathan. Natalia. End. Nana. Karina. Mage. Nana. Nathan, Natalia, and Nana. R. In the bush. Nathan, Natalia, and Nana are in the bush. Ay! Stop. Feeding. Are you crazy? Crazy. Stop feeding. Are you crazy? That's it. It was too easy for us. Sorry. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Don.
Got.
Don.
God.
Don.
No.
Don. Hello guys, I'm Kiboy from Onyx Sport, and now me and Kyrie want to play some games. Let's go. We will.
We will
Be.
We will play.
We will
We will
be.
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 We will be
The champion.
the champion. Oh, okay.
Nice. Don't
Goal.
touch my blue.
Don't.
Don't
touch. Don't touch.
Don't touch
Don't touch
my
my head.
blue.
Brain.
Blue.
My head. Blue.
Don't
Line.
touch my blue.
Don't touch my blue.
Stop
Stop.
feeding.
Feeling.
Little.
Stop feeling. Feeding. Stop feeding.
Stop feeding. Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? Stop feeding. Are you crazy? Oh.
Nathan.
Nathan.
Natalia.
Natalia.
N. Nana.
Nana.
Yeah.
Nana.
Nathan, Natalia, N. Nana.
Nathan. Natalia.
N.
N. N.
Nana.
Nana.
R. In.
Here.
In.
In.
Yeah. The bus.
Are in the bus. Oh.
Nathan,
Natalia, and Nana are in the bus.
Mantap,
Nice.
guys. Nice. Chow.
Cow. Joe. Joe.
Chow kick.
Chokik.
Karina.
Kaja.
Karina.
Karina. Choki Karina.
Into. Khalid.
Khalid.
Chow.
Choki Karina. Into Khalid.
Yeah. Ken.
Chicken.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Bro.
Bro.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, bro? We just finished playing Can You Hear Me, Bro? So thank you guys for watching and don't forget to support us at EWC.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Go for it. Doesn't fight the knockup onto King Kong. Somehow gets to immune himself though. But then Malcuti, he gets stunned by Kurt.
Onyx Philippines are really good, but it does feel like this meta doesn't really suit well as M6. At the M6 World Championships, they were amazing. Here, with King Kong forced to use other assassins, not those snowballing types, utility junglers too, he has really dropped a bit.
Para sa akin, sobrang laki ng difference ng M6 sa EWC. Dahil nung M6, confident na masabi ko na parang sobrang dali ng naging run namin. Super confident namin nung time na yun. Compared sa run nung Season 15 MPL papuntang EWC, masasabi ko na lahat ng teams nakapag-adapt na sa current meta, tsaka sa mga naging bagong meta, sobrang bilis nila naka-adapt.
But in the group stage, for me, it's good that they got a reality check very early in. Now in the knockouts, they should be prepared. They should have already found out their weaknesses, and it should be mostly King Kong and Assassins.
Two base turrets will fall. Onyx again. They want to end.
The damage from King Kong doesn't even allow the feathered airstrike to be casted.
Para sa akin, unang-una yung isa sa pinakamalaking impact ni Keller sa team yung pagiging leader niya pagdating sa mga tournament, since sa aming 5, siya yung pinaka-experienced.
Mga natutunan ko sa mga past na naging teammate ko, ayun siguro mga na tulong ko sa kanila. Tapos yung siguro nadala namin ng coach ko, ni Coach Tony, papasok dito sa Onyx. Hinope ko rin na magkatapat kami ng Team Liquid sa Grand Finals. Para face versus face, patagal na kasi hindi nangyari yun.
Yes, I believe that this is the team that could win the championship again. 100% confident.
Going for the Maniac. He has to get space. He gets that. He gets the Savage.
SRG, group stage, they were shaky.
Everyone falling. Only Innocent here goes into the base. Oh my Lord, Innocent. Whoa, walks it over. Gets a kill. Cannon-Minion. Innocent. He's trying everything to save this game. They're gonna go for the base. Allow the Red Giants, OG Esports, fall to the dark horse.
Just like M6.
Winter crowd in the base. The Red Giants have fallen.
But just like M6, they managed to get through.
As SRG will tell them, it wasn't luck at all.
Okay, so first things off, I feel like Stormy is going to be a standout. That goes beyond how he's able to manage and control the mid lane. Literally is the guy who just wants to set things up for his team.
It's happening here in the mid game. It's Isla Stormy gets a knife appended. Over to 2. As it dumps it down, the combo in the back is a Raging Sandstorm and an AOG. That's a double.
I think whatever we achieved during our journey or last year, we just want more, dream and dream again to be best of the best, like the GOAT. So.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this one too. Innocent grabs Wadu, looks for another, gets the double. Opie falls, Innocent gets the triple. Going for the Maniac, he has to get space. He gets that, he gets the Savage!
For me, I'm really proud of Sakai because he improved a lot from last year. His gameplay and his skills on talking.
Sits a Jin with the chase, got him! Oh, he comes through! He dashes through! He's buying so much time for the Red Giants!
Outstanding match for me is against Virtus Pro because enemy just kinda aggressive to us. The feeling is so intense.
After losing M6, people look down on us and we want to prove that we are still the strong team like last year, and that's our biggest motivation for this year.
You, two, you, will. Ha! Hello everyone, I'm Sanford from Team Liquid and today I'm with my Sansan duo, Sanji. So today we're gonna play a game called Can You Hear Me Bro? So let's start. So what should be the first... Oh. Can you hear me bro? Can you hear me bro? Ha! Can you hear me bro? 5 words.
Five letters.
Words. 5 words.
Points.
5 words. Can you...
Can do.
No.
You.
No. Can you.
Two.
You. So I guess...
Do.
Okay. It's Can You Hear Me Bro? So okay. The next one is 5 again. 5
words.
We.
First words.
We.
We.
Will. Next. Don't. Okay. Touch.
Us. Don't das.
Don't touch my blue. Okay. Next. 5 words.
He.
Stop.
D.
Stop.
Cup.
Stop.
Stop.
Yeah. Fading. Stop fading.
Full sentence.
Stop fading. Are you crazy? Stop fading. Are you crazy?
Joking.
Okay, I'm gonna skip this one. First word. Nathan.
Action.
Oh.
Punch. Rage.
No.
Assassin.
No.
Fighter.
No.
Marksman.
Yeah. Nathan. Natalia.
What's that?
Natalia. I'm gonna skip this one. Nathan, Natalia. Bro, you haven't guessed anything, so... Okay, last one is... Cho. Kick. Karina.
Kick.
Karina.
Nathan.
No. Chu. Kick.
Kick.
Karina.
Karina.
Yeah. Into. Kalit.
Combo.
Hero.
Into bush.
Sand.
Sand.
Yeah.
Chuki Karina. Into sand.
No. Hero.
Into floor.
No, hero.
Into map. Sa map. In the map. In the Mobile Legends.
I give up.
A.
Chu kicked Karina into Khalid.
Di mo sinabi hero.
I said hero. Hopefully you enjoyed the game and we haven't guessed anything. So yeah, see you in MSC and thank you for watching.
Tutu.
Yeah.
Pop. You can. Hello guys, I'm Yums.
And I'm Innocent.
And I'm Kam, guys.
We are from SRGOG. So today we're going to play Guess a Hero. I think this one pretty easy lah. You already know by looking at his face. Okay. Look at his face.
Oh. Yung ginagamit sa mga pangit. Yung kamukha.
Aulus?
Hindi.
Balamod?
Well. Easy lah. If you do, you also know.
This is the clue.
Second one.
Oh.
No show, huh?
Yeah.
You already know. You know what's coming from that? Yeah.
What, assassin?
Yeah.
Tutu.
Yeah.
Hanso?
No.
Karina?
No. He can go everywhere.
Keep?
No. Assassin. He can go here and then go everywhere.
Funny.
Yay.
How will guess it, guys?
How will you guess it?
Throwing.
This one is super easy. I think Ram know this. Because he played this hero a lot.
Pobius.
No. 3 times.
Balen.
No.
Lucas.
No.
Apo.
No.
Carmila.
No.
Oh.
You know?
Ting.
Ting. Pop. He can push people.
Kadita.
No.
Selena.
No.
What is
Zaitan.
Zetian?
Yeah.
You should have put circle to this.
Still the same, get stunned. That's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of people that got stunned.
Okay, you draw.
Oh, G, swap.
Let's go, sir. Huh? What is that?
So land.
Okay.
Max money.
Yeah, Max man.
One.
Yeah, one.
Easy la.
You also good, eh? Oh, Zaz.
You should have guessed it, bro.
So, alright guys, we already done with the games. See you in the tournament, guys.
And support us.
You know what's funny? Just yesterday we were saying, there's no way SRG do it twice.
Yeah. And then Innocent decides to turn the entire game into a highlight reel.
I mean, back-to-back grand finals. Kid's got ice in his veins.
And now they're just, one step away from becoming a dynasty.
But then across the stage, you see Team Liquid Philippines. They've got the GOAT, Carl Teasy. They've got my GOAT, Sanford. They're here for redemption.
But honestly, today, whoever steps into this arena will not matter anymore.
Because when the lights come on, there's only one name that gets remembered.
This is the final day of MSC Knockout Stage. And today, legacies either live or die.
As the sun shines brightly high over the sands of Riyadh and the Boulevard, we welcome you into the journey to the sunset of the Mid-Season Cup here at the Esports World Cup. As by the end of this day, we will crown a new champion, or maybe even crown our first ever back-to-back champion for MSC. Welcome to the grand finals day of MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Renwar. I am joined here by Naisu and Destroyer. And before we get to the grand finals though, we have to meet two teams who got what they wished for, but not in the way that they expected.
Yeah, man. I think a lot of people didn't they were hoping for an Onyx versus Onyx grand final, but they got to get the third place match. I think nonetheless, both our matches today are going to be phenomenal. Hopefully we get the full thing too. Hopefully we get a full series, even for a third place match.
But still, you know, it's a good thing for the club that's still Onyx versus Onyx. And for the viewers, definitely, it's hype 1000%.
Yeah, it is an interesting story for the Onyx versus Onyx battle for third match that we're going to be seeing start things off for Grand Finals Day. But before we got to this moment, we got to see some epic action yesterday. We saw, 5 games between SRG against RRQ. We saw 4 games against Team Liquid and Onyx ID. So now, we are going to be witnessing the top plays of yesterday brought to us by Kadia. Just to give you a little bit of a lowdown of what we expected. Destroyer, you were here yesterday. You were working. What was your overall feeling with SRG versus Onyx?
Oh, SRG, the king's back, the boss of this gym back, and I really liked it. I was kind of worried during the group stage about SRG OG, but yesterday, such a good performance, and they beat Onyx. That's kind of tough.
Yeah, I think I have to correct myself. I think I name dropped RRQ a little bit earlier. It's SRG Onyx and TLPH Onyx. I have to remind myself we got 2 Onyx yesterday. There was a moment in my head where I was thinking, wait, Onyx couldn't have played twice yesterday. Wait, no, right, this because one's PH, one's ID.
It's fine, man. So many people now are used to either the Team Liquids or the Onyx. We get it mixed up sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had amazing matches. I was holding on to the edge of my seat. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch inside. They've been packed, by the way, the stadiums here, as you guys can see from the clips. But nonetheless, I love how the players are just as energized, and they're into it as much as the audience, because you see these clips of them too, and they've been thrown around the social media because of just how intense it is. And it's also, I know there's been a debate about how close the tables are, but I mean, they seem to love it.
Well, I mean, you saw there the reaction of Keyboy, Sanford, but right now, a lot of I love yous being said from both sides. If you haven't seen it, Keyboy's face is literally everywhere right now on social media. But yeah, because of the action that we saw yesterday, because Team Liquid Philippines took down Onyx, because SRG took down Onyx Philippines, it's now Liquid versus SRG OG.
That's kind of interesting thing. Also, we discussed yesterday with Leo and Rafael about what's harder, to sit here and watch the games, or to be at the venue like a viewer and to cheer up for your team. What's harder? What do you think?
This is a question, because later we are going to be in the grand finals supporting.
Yeah.
That's a tough question. What do you think, Naisu?
You know what? Because we are so used to being casters, I enjoy the fact that we get these moments where we get to be fans. That's how we all started.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it later on.
Yeah, I've never experienced playing, so I'll just say, you know what? Being a fan is harder. But I'm pretty sure it comes with its own challenges being a player, especially when you know you have this amount of money looming over your heads, the prize pool. Just to remind you, 4th place and 3rd place, Onyx, as an organization, will solidify themselves being able to walk away with at least $400,000 US. And later, it's Liquid and SRG fighting for the 1 mil, and the 2nd place getting 500,000.
That's actually crazy. I mean, people have been, I feel like, talking about this too. But yeah, at the end of this 3rd place match, Onyx, the organization, is still winning, essentially. So, they're going to be fighting for that pride, I guess, to go ahead and say, we were the better Onyx today.
It's kind of funny. No matter what's going to happen, Onyx going to win.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to, one of the things that a lot of people have been saying about this series for Battle for Third. It's at the end of the day, Onyx as an organization wins. So maybe a little bit later, we'll be able to dive deeper into that matchup. We have to look at the big umbrella looming over the Esports World Cup, which is the Club Championship Rankings brought to us by STC. So yesterday, we saw one Liquid Carlson get a lot of points and another title for Liquid.
Yep.
And now that launches them to the top of the standings. If I'm not mistaken, that's Team Liquid's first title win in the Esports World Cup. And now later today, we might see another Carl, TZ, potentially add 250 more points into the standings.
So now if you want to have a child out there, start it with Carl. At least, throw Carl in the name. But so, and also, this is updated for our viewers out there. This is currently updated. So if Team Liquid happens to win today, they add what, 250? Is it 250 points to this total?
Additional points, and that's what they need, because Club Championship is super important for EWC and overall, for all the teams, for all the organizations. Maybe the priority is even more than if we choose the different games. So that's why Team Liquid got an amazing opportunity to lead this board.
Yeah, again, that extra 250 looming over Team Liquid. Because of some things we have to acknowledge, though, Onyx actually will not be getting points from their performance here at MSC at the Esports World Cup. Since they have two organizations under one title, they will not be getting points, and which is why you actually are not going to be seeing Onyx in this ranking so far because of their performance in MLBB. So I've been seeing a lot of questions about that. That's us clearing it up for you viewers out there. I think it's time for us to revisit our power rankings because I think there are a few things that were subverted. We placed Onyx PH in the A tier, Onyx ID the S tier, but in the A tier, SRG OG, I think they have successfully exceeded a lot of expectations.
They have, but when I look at this, I still think generally coming into this, you got to remember, this was probably the most competitive international we've had in general, especially here for MSC at EWC. But, I would say a lot of people, based off the groups too, would still have put SRG there. But now, there's something about it. They've said this in the broadcast, something about Riyadh where they just unlock this potential in SRG OG. And now, you could definitely say they're an S tier team after what we've seen even just yesterday.
Yeah, there's something that nice you said, Destroyer. I know you've also been casting and being even an MLBB town for a good amount of time. Real quick, do you agree with him that this is one of the most, if not the most competitive international tournament we've had?
Yes, absolutely. And I want to add one thing and to remind you about the situation about SRG. Why? Tier A. Because during the group stage, they underperformed. Actually,
that's true.
That's the reason also. Never forget about it.
Yeah, and that's what makes the story of SRG a little bit more interesting. The fact that they made it back to the grand finals, the fact that there is a chance they'll be the first ever two-time MSC champions. Now, it's time for one of my favorite segments that we have in the panels all across MLBB Esports here at the Esports World Cup. It's the Doctor's Notes Hot Takes brought to us by the Al Habib Medical Group. Naisu, you actually had one that you told me. What was your hot take?
Hey, my hot take was basically no matter what happens here, Onyx should take the boys both sides to Japan because they have, either way, whoever gets third or fourth, you have plenty of money, and I think after all this, they deserve to have some fun.
By the way, Coach Yep promised them if they go to the grand finals, but the question, if they match each other for the third place, will they go to the Japan?
Yeah, but I guess that's what Naisu's hot take is. It's just take them to Japan regardless. Hey, you've secured 400,000 for the org. Might as well just push on with the trip and take them to where they want to go. So hopefully, maybe in a few months, maybe in a month or two, we have MPLs coming up so soon. At some point before the end of the year, hopefully we get to see them go on that Japan trip. I'm pretty sure the boys deserve it as well, being able to deliver for the organization in this state. Now, I think it's time for us to revisit what we're going to be expecting for the matches today. It's just two. One best of 5, one best of 7. Two teams under the same organization fight for third place, while Team Liquid Philippines will face off against SRG OG Esports in the grand finals. Two teams both seeking redemption in their own little ways. But it'll be the job of the panel later on to discuss the story of Team Liquid and SRG. We have to talk about Onyx. This isn't a hot take, but I think I have finally thought of a proper way to push the story for these two teams.
What's that?
For the longest time, it's been, we're fighting for our orgs. We're fighting for Indo Pride, PH Pride. I think at this point, these two teams, they have to be selfish. They just have to fight for themselves, win for themselves, and think about the money they're going to win for themselves.
That's the point, actually. The difference still about money. And if we speak about organization, definitely we can summarize that. But if we speak about the players, that's the difference.
Yeah, for the longest time, these two teams, they've been branded with that big picture on it. Because this is the first time we're going to see Onyx PH, Onyx ID in an international stage. In SPS, we were able to see them go up against each other. But now, at this point, I think just throw that all out the window. You gotta fight for something more than the big picture. Fight for the fact that you can pridefully say, I'm better than you, and you know it.
Yeah, this is I guess the test for the both of them. And maybe at the same point you could say, yeah, be selfish. I still think obviously we're going to see them play their hearts out. Yeah. And I don't know if this is also going to bring a case where maybe, we'll talk about this later when we get to like drafts and stuff, is do we see some of that testing in the draft? Because they've acknowledged and accepted where they are in the third place match, I feel like at this point. And then, you be selfish in the sense of play your best game. It's your last game here at EWC, so why not put everything on the line for a great show and a great match?
Yeah, when you think of that kind of vibe, there's one player that comes to mind for me when it comes to Onyx Indonesia. It's Sans in the mid lane. For the longest time, he was touted as the mechanical god of mid laners, of mages, that I think whatever he ends up with in the draft needs to be something powerful that he can say, I'm going to carry this team on my own.
Also, I want to add one more thing about the compositions. You actually can create something, unpredictable. You can create a roster of the heroes and create it's like, okay, we got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Really, nothing to lose. Let's make it unpredictable for everyone, even for our dear friends.
Yeah, and speaking of unpredictability, like, I would have to just highlight Super Friends, because even yesterday it was one of those moments where, you guys know what I'm talking about. The Spirit Destruction on the Valentina. It's like every international, this guy does something with the Valentina. And I already saw the post. It was like 2026 ? Like, what is he going to do on the Valentina then? And he's one of those players too that just like, he is a mechanically gifted player himself, and he makes big plays. And I think that's why a lot of times even the mid lane matchup between him and Sans is so good, because they're both S-tier mid laners.
Yeah, and that's why hopefully like the fanboy in me is looking for that. A matchup in the mid lane that just allows Sans and Super Friends to show how mechanically gifted they are, especially for Super Friends. Because for the longest time, it's always been Sans, great at mechanics, but Super Friends, great on the macro. Well, because that's the heroes that he usually ends up with. But we've seen shades of that, as you mentioned, with the Moscow Valentina and all of that, that I think there is enough room in the hero pool of Onyx to hopefully allow Super Friends to, we call it sour plays in the Philippines, just have those little moments. So would you want to see that from your mid laner, or do you think they should stick to really something a bit more stable?
No. Surprise me. Make me surprised. Yeah. And I really like that from Super Friends. And he's actually the only guy, nearly the only guy, who is still taking the Valentina and making surprises for us.
Yeah. So hopefully we do get more surprises from the mid lane. In the jungle, I think we've gotten to the point where just a little bit more, how do I say it? It's you already know what's coming in the jungle, right? Yeah. It's the Lancelots, all that. There's a good amount of options.
I think we have gone to that again where we've shifted, right?
Yeah.
Even leading into this, and I know we saw some of this during the interviews with some of the players in King Kong, and they're very apparent. The shift of the jungle has changed, but it's also in the sense like you still have these options where we can go utility versus assassin. We don't have to pair up utility versus utility. You don't have to do assassin versus assassin.
Yeah.
But there's clearly some teams that do it better, some junglers that work better. And I think nonetheless, it's still, I would consider it a very healthy meta that we're in.
Yeah, Destroyer, what do you think? Do you agree with that?
I want to add that if we check the stats, yes, first of all, we see the nomination of the assassins, but it's not only assassins, it's actually damage dealers, because you see Alice there, and she's definitely not an assassin, and Lucas also, like the fighter. But still, the utility jungler, they went to the second plan, and sometimes they appear when they need to be. Baksha, it's like 50-50, depends. But Fredrin, still, he is dominating. He is one of the best utility junglers, and still teams respect him and rely on him.
Yeah, and it's cool because you're really seeing that, yes, it is mainly a carry jungle meta, but the utility junglers are an important option to have. The total bans almost sort of double for the assassins compared to the utility, but you're actually seeing that the utility junglers, as expected, are dominating the stats in terms of control around the major objectives.
It's crazy because even yesterday we saw the Barretts come to play, right? And that's why I think utility overall is just in this position where it's like, okay, this can work, but it fits very niche lineups. The Eztez came out, and I know we talked about the throwback to that lineup that we've seen in the past, but I'm glad that there's still that option to go utility if you have to. Pick up assassins for the most time, like it is assassins still being picked up. But I also think that this current trend of more kind of brawly, chaotic fighting is great that we have this, because I think it makes things really interesting. How many times have we had a first blood in under the minute?
Yeah. All right. So as we're getting closer to the match, I want to play a little game.
Oh no.
Don't. Why are you so scared? Okay, so it's real quick.
Please don't.
One by one, I want you guys to just give me a hero. One hero that we haven't seen yet, or maybe we don't see enough of, that you want to get picked in this series.
I know. Johnson.
Oh,
Johnson.
Okay.
Johnson plus Beatrix.
Oh.
You see this combo?
All right. Okay. Let's see if Destroyer is gonna get his wish later. Johnson, Beatrix. Okay. What about you?
You guys already know what I'm going to say. Like, there's only one hero on my mind all the time, and it's Gord. We saw him in the group stage. I would love to see him come out for this final day. I just throw him out, you know? I mean, like, there's already been some surprise picks in the mid lane. Why not do it here?
Okay, for me, I want it to be one that we saw only once, but it somewhat struggled, and I've been asking for it. I want to see Gushin, man. It's Sans, Super Friends. I want to see one of them at least pick the Gushin once.
Like Troublemaker.
Yeah, just a straight up troublemaker. If you could, troublemaker from ECA. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like during the wild card, M5.
Yeah.
Wait, M5, right?
Yeah.
So he took the cushion mid lane. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I'm
All right.
ready for such kind of unexpected, of unpredictable picks. I'm ready for it. Give me show.
Yeah. I think that's like the best clip that we can go for. Give me show.
Please edit that.
Yeah. And hopefully that's what we get between Onyx. Real quick, very, very fast predictions. Who do you got taking this?
Onyx. I'm leaving it at that, man. No, just Onyx Philippines.
You know, Onyx gonna win.
Wait, which Onyx?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, he gets to do that. I'm going with Onyx Philippines.
Onyx Philippines, okay.
Actually, I also want to cheer up for Onyx Philippines.
Ooh, two Onyx Philippines. Am I gonna be the Filipino who goes Onyx Indonesia here just so that we balance out our predictions?
Trust your heart.
My heart says, I don't know. My heart says Onyx wins at the end of the day. My heart desires...
So you're staying with the same
Yeah,
line.
I think we're all the same. My heart desires that we win at the end of the day. Because now we have, again, two teams who for the longest time have been brothers in arms fighting under the same umbrella. But maybe it's this tournament where they throw all of that out the window and just say, I'm fighting for myself. I'm fighting for my reputation. I'm fighting for my pride. We both may be porcupines, but I'm better than you, and you know it. Onyx Indonesia, Onyx Philippines, welcome to the battle for third here at MSC at the Esports World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last and final day of the group stages of MSC at EWC 2025. Now, before we head on to the grand finale later on in the afternoon, we will first be watching a third placer match up against two brothers from different nations. And of course, you guys are still with Rose and Milosh for the final day.
It's a pleasure to have really borne witness to history in MLBB and here at MSC 25 at the Esports World Cup. Like we said, it's the third place game, right? The stakes are not as high, but there is still a lot on the line, especially national pride between two brotherly rosters here, between both of course, Philippines and Indonesia that are two of the strongest regions in MLBB with two of the best teams from those specific regions too.
Yes, you are right, Milosh. And you know what? I'm pretty sure this is like an no-pressure matchup for them because over at the backstage, they're fooling around, they are having so much fun, and hey, they are even planning their walkouts. So to all of you guys should get ready on those walkouts. It's going to be amazing.
We're not putting the bar very high, but we're saying they're going to be having a lot of fun. And so will we with you. Let's introduce then our team, starting off with Onyx Indonesia! As the champions of MPL Indonesia, one of the strongest regions in MLBB, they came to MSC 25 as one of the favorites to win it all. And whilst they fought hard to meet those expectations, they fell just short of delivering the third MSC title for their team in the Clash of Champions. Now they return once more with their heads held high to finish their EWC campaign on a high note. That note just so happens to be a big brotherly battle.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. And of course, going up against Onyx Indonesia, it is the super family from the Philippines hoping to end their MSC journey on a higher note than their brothers from Indonesia. Let us call on up Onyx Philippines! As the reigning world champions, Onyx Philippines entered the tournament looking to complete the Triple Crown. While they couldn't complete their dream run after the intense series against SRG, Onyx Philippines still has a chance for a podium finish. While this matchup was a grand finals many have dreamed of, they meet in the third place match instead with a $250,000 and the nation's pride. Ooh. I wonder what we are gonna see.
We just saw Kelra diving right on stage. That's the sort of energy we're looking for. You hyped it up, but I had no idea Kelra was gonna do that. Anyways, if anything, that is a great setup for our third and fourth place matchup. So please, Onyx and Onyx, you may go to your seats. No more keys. Those have already been crushed, unfortunately, but I think it's time for us to dive headfirst into it, Rose. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Then let's send it over. Starting off our third place matchup. Have fun.
I love how just with their walkouts, they're already giving us what we asked for. They're giving us a show. Kelra diving headfirst. Is he going to play Baksha Goldlin? is that what he's trying to signal? No, I don't think so. But it's great to see that these two teams are in high spirits. I feel like this is like the most lax that I've seen both Onyx squads, like with all the tension gone now. Now it's a battle for pride. Once again, welcome to our third place finals. You can redeem the code, which is case sensitive, and type that into your in-game clients, or you can scan the QR code wherever you are, wherever you're watching. We'd also appreciate it if you could comment, share, tell your friends if we're having this matchup. Who is gonna win? Will it be Onyx ID or Onyx PH? We're about to head into the draft. But I just love the vibe that we have on stage right now.
Think about it, man. Like, even for the audience, it's like you show up in an Onyx jersey. Which side are you rooting for, right? Because even yesterday, the support was amazing for both squads in their own respective matches. And, you know, I feel like even as a fan, it would be difficult right now to decide which one to cheer for.
Yeah. You see, Kiboy said they were expecting an Onyx versus Onyx Grand Finals, but they'll just have to try again. Hopefully, we'll do better at M7. That's our World Championship. As for his prediction, Team Liquid looks really strong as a whole, but Kiboy thinks that SRG still has a chance.
It's a good point. Actually, so much respect for the opponents, like for SRG. Definitely, I would like to say if we attach like the grand finals, like,
yeah,
a little bit, just
of course.
So I would like to say that SRG and Team Liquid will go full series. Just like from my perspective, from what I saw yesterday.
And hopefully we do get that show, that full series that we're looking out for. Metro Zero skins, by the way, are coming out. If you haven't seen the cinematic trailer for it, search it up. The Metro Zero train is arriving at the MLBB battlefield with a stunning new series of skins where visual wonders await as cyberpunk meets traditional culture. Now, for these two teams, I want them to inject a little bit of that punk energy into this. We're asking for surprises. But I don't think we'll actually get it in game number one right away. We might have to wait a little bit later into the series for some of the more crazier picks to come out.
Yeah, maybe for game one. And actually, if we do see it in game one, I think that sets the theme for the whole best of 5, right? I kind of expect it. But like you mentioned, Renmar, I think you're in this position for both these teams to just be like, yeah, the pressure is not on our shoulders anymore. And we can go ahead and approach these games with that off our shoulders. And we've seen teams do that before, where it's like when they don't have any weight on their shoulders anymore, they sometimes play better. But, you know, these are two squads that already do that in and out. So if we see them just go with a standard kind of draft that we're used to seeing as we jump into it, then maybe that's the case. They're just going to, again, be selfish and go for a sense of, let's win this for us.
Yeah. You know, I want us to create a perfect draft for them. Like, for example, I would just imagine how Onyx, doesn't matter which of them, take Jughead and Franco, and to see the combination when you're trying to drop your opponent to the next.
I wonder if we will get stuff like that. I mean, we might be hoping a little bit too much. At the end of the day, these two teams still do really want to win for themselves. So to be able to say that we're the third best team in the world by the end of MSC, that they win this much for their regional organization. So far, very standard bans. Onyx PH and Onyx, you really see the drafting philosophies of these two teams that we've seen all throughout MSC shown in these two bans. Now, where do we go for the first picks here? They actually go for the Baksha right away. And Kelra picked it. Is he going Baksha gold lane? No, I really don't think he is.
we can only hope, right? But we've actually seen some changes or like surprise picks in the gold lane anyway throughout MSC. That's been great, but you know, this is going to be picked up rather quickly. It looks like it's going to be pretty standard. So you have the Moskov already for the answer for Onyx, and there's the Gatakacha, right? So I think we're just going to see a standard draft, unless that the trend has been where, you know, both teams kind of save even their mid lane picks for later. And I feel like that might be the case where we see something as a surprise, but so far pretty standard.
Yeah, for now they decided just to... Oh, and this is Selena for the Super Friends. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough match. No fun at all.
No, I mean, we do get a chance to see Super Friends put on a show with the Selena, as we have before. But I think with the Gatakacha and Moskov, he might have to be a little bit more careful of his timings, considering that there's a high chance that with the first two picks alone, he might get punished if he mistimes his entries as a Selena. Next pick is a very early Claude. Usually we see Claude in the second phase of the draft.
Yeah, this could also just be the case of, again, they're in a position where they can have a little, this is the little bit of fun that we're talking about. Because Fanny so far has not been much at all throughout MSC. It's still picked up when, you know, and they're in high spirits, as you guys can see. But the Fanny, maybe we get to see this work. A lot of teams, when it has popped up, just a simple counter into it, like a Kufra, seem to go ahead and be enough. Or there are still those heroes that can counter into that. But yeah, I'm glad that we at least get to see a Fanny come into play for game one.
At least something interesting. You know, I am against Fanny just because the win rate is super low. The statistics, not on her side. But still, it's an interesting pick, and as a match for the third place, okay, just show me mechanics. Just show me like Ikari gonna play this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kyrie on a Fanny. It's a Fanny that's been nerfed and has a very difficult window to actually pop off and do a great job in game, but hey, if he makes it work, then we get highlights. We get lots of clips for social media.
I like, I don't know how many people caught it leading into, you know, when we opened up, but you had those where the players were doing the "Can you hear me, bro?" game.
Yeah.
And literally they say there, I think it was San saying to, or Keyboy saying to Kyrie, you know, don't take my buff, basically. Don't take my blue. I know we call it purple, but don't take my blue is what he was saying. Don't take my buff. And that's the thing, and with a Fanny, if you lose that buff, you're in a troubled position. And with the fact that you have this vision being provided from the Selena, the Baksha over here for Onyx Philippines, it might be difficult for him. But again, you can go ahead and continue to build up this lineup that will help the Fanny. And I think with the Gatakacha, that's already a great start. And, you know, even the Moskov in the sense.
That's not the only problem of the Fanny, actually. For now, previous Fanny, you can go all over the map and make a lot of noise, a lot of stuff. But now, it looks like you need to concentrate on one similar lane. So you don't have
different choices. You need just focus on one lane. For example, just go gold, 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 etc. Because of the energy, you can't rotate as much as before.
Okay, mid lane pick for Onyx Indonesia, not yet seen as Onyx Philippines now. Show the Cho for Brusco comfort, so we get Cho versus Kalea, and we get either some comforts across the board here for Onyx PH. Gold, we get a jungle Baksha though, so it's a utility jungle versus an assassin jungle, but it looks like Onyx PH has a lineup that can pressure the Fanny significantly more.
And this is what I was saying, like if you're gonna see utility junglers like we saw from the graphic there earlier on, you just have to be able to go ahead and complement it, and that is so well done because you get vision for the Selena, you have great utility with the Cho and the Edith too, and like you said, pressure. So Onyx Indonesia goes and picks up the Valentina, like we saw yesterday picked up a couple times from Onyx Philippines.
So it sounds just really saying, I also want to play Selena. Give me Selena. So actually, if we speak about the trio, I would say that Onyx Philippines got a better triple lane.
Yeah, their lineup just looks like it can mess up the Fanny of Onyx too much, but maybe, just maybe, Sans' version of his Valentina play, and of course the Kalea for Kiboy might just be enough to ensure that Kyrie is comfortable and that Kyrie can pop off on a Fanny that has struggled all tournament long. Welcome to the battle for third, but, you know, I think it's time for us to toss you on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Redmar. And right here, we got LaFell Leo on the mic for game battle of third. Welcome. This is going to be Onyx versus Onyx, Indonesia against Philippines. Which one will be the better Onyx? Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
Based on yesterday's performances, both Onyx showed very clear patterns when it comes to their jungling. And it also shows here that even though we know these two junglers to be assassin specialists, I like how King Kong just said, you know what, I'm going to hunker down, put on my big boy pants and say, we need a utility jungler, give me the Baksha.
And you know what, this is a good time to see Super Prince as well as Kara really show their stuff, because even the panel said this is going to be a battle of mechanics, and so far I kind of feel like for all the fans, this is what they wanted.
We see here Kyrie crossing over, does not get much. It's anything, Onyx locking down that little wanderer. Great early prio for the Filipino squad here, given that they did end up with a lot of hard CC coming from that Cho, and even you see Kirk crossing over early.
Yeah, honestly, with this mid duo having the Cho as well as Selena, I myself am expecting a lot of tempo coming in from Onyx Philippines. If they don't do anything for the first 2 minutes, I kind of feel like for the first turtle, they could really take something here. It looks like Super Prince is not going to go over to Lupi, making sure that not going to make a lot of mistakes here.
King Kong bumping right in at the Keyboy here, and they dogpile on the Starboy, the MVP from 2023. It's taken out first blood for the Super Fam.
Yep, first blood goes over to Super Prince, and again, this is the tempo that Onyx Philippines really want. Making sure that Onyx ID, they don't have this tempo, especially looking at how they played yesterday. They kind of want to play slow, which is something that Onyx Philippines really don't want to allow them to do.
And you can see here, they're rolling out, rotating towards the turtle, spawning about 5 seconds while Kyrie taking his time with this small camp. He'll make it in time, no worries.
Yeah, but the question is, what is he aiming for? Because is he going to let go of the turtle? Because right now, King Kong has secured it. Looks like Kyrie doesn't have an opportunity to really do anything. It looks like Lupi is done.
He's down. Keyboy spent his flicker just to be able to get out. Once bitten, twice shy. Onyx lose doubles on that. The major objective, and a kill on their XP laner.
As of right now, Onyx Philippines with that turtle take having 1,000 gold advantage. Onyx ID, not an amazing start. They scale relatively well with this Moskov, but hey, you know what? Kelra on this Claude, I kind of feel like late game, it's going to be a monster too.
These Porcupines play quick. Just about 2.5 minutes in, do we get the time to check the emblems? LaFell, I'm loving the war cry on Kirk here. It's definitely a sign for him to say, you know what? We're overloaded on CC. We're very chunky as a lineup as a whole. How about I invest my major emblem talent in the damage?
Which is very interesting because Sans does not have the wall cry. Usually when we see a Valentina going up against an Edith, you would opt for that too, just to make sure that you have a lot of damage. So the question is, what is Sans aiming for? Does he still want the Edith or does he want that Wave of Dragon? Either ways, this is going to be Sans' choice. And we might be even a little bit critical considering what Super Prince did yesterday.
It's interesting how a lot of our discussions are taken away from where we usually see
the discussions go when you're talking about Onyx PH. We haven't talked about Kellera. We haven't really put much of a focus on the gold standard. Here he is going toe-to-toe against Severo. Isn't this a familiar sight? Is this not the same grand finals match we saw in an SPS earlier this year?
Yep, all the way from Johor Bahru. Severo at that point made his name, but again, going up against Kellera, it really gave a reality check. And as of right now, it looks like for both gold laners, they're just having gold lane experience, just farming it up, not really getting involved with anything. I don't know. Turn number 2, maybe they'll start joining.
Coming up, same spot, upper quarter. Kellera here, just covering the exit point for Severo. The SOD could come out anytime. Kyrie securing his purple buff here. Doesn't want to be 2 seconds too late to the turtle like he was in the first.
Well, at least this time, Lupi is leashing the turtle over. But now looks like 4 members of Onyx Philippines is ready to start a fight. No flicker is going to be used by Kurt.
Lutfi covering up. Keyboy gets one. That's a lot of damage dropping in. Blazing the wet SOD thrown out. A lot of damage from Onyx ID. But Onyx PH are so chunky. Kellera takes down Lutfi. Few more stray bullets hitting Sans. No one is able to commit to the turtle just yet. Onyx ID just suffered 1 loss.
Yeah, good engage coming in from Onyx ID, but just not enough damage here. And Kurt really making it difficult for them to go in because that return damage is so strong. But now Onyx ID is fast through the trigger. Kai was able to go back base, recover, and now they want to go for the turtle.
Here comes King Kong! Does not get the retribution. The wall between him and the major objective. Onyx ID scores 1. Kyrie blasting away Brusco, the enforcer, setting up a defensive barrier. Does not allow Onyx ID to push on forward. The Porcupine from Indonesia able to score.
And we can definitely see Kyrie is trying to balance out aggression as well as being careful, because having Brusco on this show, you don't want to underestimate him, because the moment you want to overcommit, you might get kicked. So this is good coming in from Kyrie. Try to see how much damage you're able to deal without getting caught.
Put that on a t-shirt. Overcommit, get kicked. And Onyx ID know that they could do the same. But it takes a 2-step process, Lafel. Sans needs to be able to see Brusco first. Sans needs to be able to see Kirk first. At that point, who do you prioritize?
I don't know, man, because at this point, I'm even thinking, what is Onyx ID waiting for? Are they waiting for Severo? Are they waiting for Sans? Are they waiting for an amazing engage by Keyboy or Lupi? Because at this time, it looks like they're buying time. The question is, buying for what?
That's a big question, because even I'm confused. 6 minutes in, we haven't seen Sans pick up a big ticket ult. Like, what is the Gilach one doing? Arrow hits Lutfi here. Onyx PH playing footsies, engages, but only for a second. Does get the ult on Super Prince of Selena's transformation. Kyrie hitting Kellera here for just a bit, pushes a wave up.
And this is why we see the Fanny hasn't been picked up too much. The energy is I would say it's such a big nerf, sure. Increasing damage so you can kill people easier, but that energy, the elusiveness is really what made Fanny who she is. Arrow not going to be hitting onto Lupi or Sans. Looks like the turtle is coming up 20 seconds later, and now Onyx Philippines engages.
And they find Sans, forcing him to hit the Primal Wrath, but defensively, Lutfi using the Vitalize, putting a wall between him and his mid laner. Does AOG back. Double defensive ult spent by Onyx ID all this while. Top lane was getting worked on. Kyrie takes down that turret with the help of Keyboy.
We were talking about how both teams are mechanically gifted. Maybe they go for a lot of team fights, but look here, Leo, 7 minutes in and only 3-0. So both teams are really trying to play this macro game. And now to find a turtle here, Kyrie, can he do something? Keyboy coming from the back.
Finds that angle, gets with the Tsunami Slam, takes down Super Prince, serves it up to Lutfi, and that's a 4v3 here in the mid. Kyrie gets caught out. Cables on through, does not allow himself to get taken down. Blazing the wet by Kellera. Finds Sans in the back line. Lutfi as well. 3 go down for Onyx Philippines and trade-in for Prince and the Turtle.
Everything looks good for Onyx Indonesia, but then the moment Kellera came in, it was done. The team fight is over. But at least right now, Onyx ID, they traded up, making sure that Severo at least gets something for the team. But still, 2,000 goal lead here coming in from Onyx Philippines. We're going to be looking at a replay. It was a good engage coming in from Keyboy. And as we see, it's just not enough consistent damage coming in from Onyx ID because Sans was so far away, he could not deal the damage. The moment he came in, Kellera comes in, and it just does a lot of damage.
I'll tell you, Lavelle, I did not see Kellera come in. I knew he was in the bottom lane. I didn't know he was going to make it in time, and it was just picture perfect. If he came in a second too late, Onyx ID would have gotten out of there, and there would have been no punish for Onyx. We would have seen a very different ending for the economy. But right now, the Super Fam are up, and the map looks like it belongs to them, and this is very tough for a Fanny. Even if you do have macro control, that means you're not lethal. That means you're not proactive.
And you know what? Lore accurate. Claude is a thief, and that's what you do. You make sure you come in. No one sees you go in. No one sees you go out. Everything is clean. But yeah, I agree with you. Right now, there's a lot of lockdown. So even Kyrie trying to split where is going to be very, very difficult. Even just going up against Kurt, you don't even have enough damage to kill him. And if he catches you, you're dead. You're donezo. Or you just have to leave.
Yep, look at this. Kirk playing man-to-man defense against Kyrie. An arrow catches one. Lutpi, will he survive? The answer is no. The way of the dragon and everything. But the kitchen sink thrown at him. That's his 4th death here, 9 minutes in.
Thank you, member of Onyx Indonesia, but 1 against 4, there's nothing much that you can do as of right now. Onyx ID, they're struggling to actually dish out the damage. So I really feel like that's the biggest problem, especially when you have a Fanny in your composition, is that if you don't do well the first 6 minutes, you're forced to play macro. You're forced to wait for the late game and then just wait for your opponents to misposition. Let the Fanny get a crucial target, either Super Prince or Kelra, and then hope Savero gets everything else.
And you mentioned the energy conundrum. The fact that you have to deal with so many things on the map wave-wise, and then you're also thinking, how can I punish, how can I fight? That's on you, the energy, and they find a kick, suddenly the flicker, and the way of the dragon, compromising Lutfi and Kyrie. That's 2 down. Onyx Philippines have the man advantage. Onyx ID, check in range. They can't steal this Lord. Brusco at 1 HP, looking for more. Looking for the knock-up on Sans and Keyboy. They're lucky to even be alive. Savero this whole time, buying time in the bottom lane. But Super Prince so easy to answer. Onyx ID, they get nothing.
Because in that fight, Brusco was the decisive one. He went in, went for the kick, as we saw Keyboy using the conceal, trying to get into position, but again, a little bit too late. We see the hesitation coming in from Keyboy, and I don't blame him, man. If I was a roamer in this situation, I'm going to catch someone, but can you kill? I think you can. So this is a big problem coming in from Onyx Indonesia. They don't have the momentum. They don't have the damage. They have nothing. Onyx Philippines, almost 5,000 gold ahead.
Contrary to the narrative set prior to the match starting, this feels like a familiar match. This feels like a match set at home in the backyard because they are Onyx versus Onyx. But no, this is the cleanest we've ever seen Onyx Philippines. This is the form we've seen them when they won in Season 14. A purple buff attempt here. Not gonna happen. Kyrie secures, but they do find Sans, and this doesn't happen. Lafel, you know this doesn't happen. Sans at 0-2-0.
Dude, this is such a rare sight, and now Onyx Philippines, they're sieging the mid turret. As of right now, only 1 Tier 2 turret is still available up top, and they go for Savero.
Tsunami Slam, serving up 1. Kelra survives. How did he do that? Purify plus BMI. Onyx ID can't catch a break, even underneath Tier 1. They're gonna lose Lutpi. Kirk gets a kill.
Kirk just stood still, dealt the damage, and asked a question. What you gonna do about it? I'm not moving. You do something. It looks like they're just dead. Right now, Onyx Philippines has total control of the map. Looking at the items here as well, big difference in terms of the goal lane here. 9,700 against 8,100. So even if you're trying to hope for Savero to make a play, he doesn't have the resources just yet. I'm pretty sure he wants that Malefic gun, but still looking for that gold.
Onyx ID, fortunate to have used their Holy Shields to maximum efficiency. We just hit the 12-minute mark, folks, and that is when the Holy Shields get popped naturally. So that means by keeping all their inhibitors, they're able to somehow plan for a post-late game comeback. But the question still stands, Lafel, you posted it about 5 minutes ago. What are they waiting for?
Because if we're looking at the itemization here, looking at the Valentina, oh, hold on, looks like they want to engage onto Onyx ID.
And they do find a lot. Sans put down a fifth of his health, forced to use the Primal Wrath here. AOG defensively used. Keyboy gets taken down amongst the weight of the whole Super Fam. A free pickoff. And now Onyx ID are forced to defend. Oh, look at this. The Blazing Duet used to engage, forcing Sans back. Lutfi looking for a taunt. The Unbreakable not going to find the gold standard. King Kong putting up a wall between him and the push. Finally, down goes the inhibitor. Not enough damage coming from Savero. Onyx PH back off happy with the siege.
Onyx PH has just been punishing the front lines. Whoever they catch, Loopy, Keyboy, they're going to take them down. Suns, if they're lucky. So right now, having the Malefic gun, he has 4 items. There is potential for them to do something here. But again, the front lines are not able to set anything up.
Oh.
The Lord's quarter health here looks like they're going to reset it.
Onyx Philippines respecting the Indonesians' attempt. They know that through Sans and Lutfi alone, suddenly things could go sideways based on what Sans has stolen. But again, he can't even get in range. And that's a free Lord for Onyx PH. They're going to roll up into the side lanes and simulate an end game push, because this could be it, LaFell.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the items coming in from Sans using this Valentina is going more for damage. Having the Lightning Truncheon as well as the glowing staff and having the Arcane Boots for more penetration, you would assume that there's going to be more damage. But the fact that he completed it too late, everyone has magic resist at this point.
Here we are, Lord marching up to mid. Kyrie cutting that top lane. Brrr, yeah, blazing the wet by Kelra. Starting it up because Onyx ID are looking for the smoke. Kyrie looking for Kelra. Does find him. So does the SOD, but there's a lot of chunky bodies keeping the gold standard guard. And they're gonna at least protect that bottom lane and top lane. Onyx ID doing pretty well for the situation.
Ooh, no! The pause came in during the conceal.
Okay, we can count our blessings and at least say it didn't happen during the engagement.
Yeah.
It happened pre-engagement, and I'm pretty sure given our new time break feature,
oh yeah,
we can fix this. So whatever's ailing our in-game situation, I'm pretty sure this is something that is reparable.
Yeah, I like King Kong's reaction as well. I was like, bro, we're about to smoke you. Just
Come
let
on.
it happen, right? But either ways, we can see here, I like that this narrative, Onyx versus Onyx, third place match, they're giving it their all. Onyx Philippines, if they can stomp Onyx ID, they'll do that, right? So I kind of feel like Onyx ID, they also got to rethink what's going to happen in game number 2, because this is a very risky draft that they drafted for themselves, and it just didn't work out.
But LaFell, imagine the plot twist if some way, somehow, Onyx PH don't win this.
Hey.
What if some way, somehow, ID are able to pull something out? I don't even know what it is. I don't even know where to start to try and weave that tale, but what if they do?
Talk about Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib hot take. Now, that's a pretty big hot take. If Onyx ID could do it, damn. How? But yeah, now we're resuming back into the game here. Looks like still a successful defense coming in from Onyx ID. The waves are still far away, so Onyx Philippines, they have to reset. But still, 8,000 goal lead, that's a big hurdle for Onyx ID.
It does come at the cost of a third of the chunk of the top lane inhibitor, so I guess Onyx PH got something there, you know, an investment into that top lane push, especially given Lord will be spawning in the lower quarter in a minute and a half. I just checked the items and the gold gain. Here we go, one more look. You see what I'm seeing, LaFell? 5,000 gold between Kirk and Lutpi.
Oh my goodness, man. And
that's a carry Edith if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, start him Scythe as well. No wonder he can do a lot of damage and he can stand up front. And this is also a problem. Keyboy, who is he going to catch? Right? Logically, going to get Kelra. But hey, in a few seconds, he's going to have that Purify.
Super Prince is the best target. He's done it once this game. Now the siege continues. AOG by Lutpi. Right underneath here. 3 down bottom. Brusco's very low, forced to use that winner crown. BJ Brusco Paro gets taken down. The trade, though. Oh, my lord. Nothing for Onyx PH. The shutdown on the Kirk. SOD by Savero. LaFell, this is what we were saying. What if some way, somehow, Onyx are able to dig deep? And I'm talking about Onyx ID.
What we were saying, what you were saying, if you called it and it does happen,
Caster Curse.
Caster Curse. Or we're just too good at our jobs. But either ways, like I said, it's not over yet. 16 minutes in. In about, what, 3 minutes, the goal won't matter anymore. At that point, everyone has their core items. Onyx ID looking at the mid lane here, trying to secure this mid turret. Kyrie goes in. Can he get something? He gets stunned up. He gets stunned up again.
That's a half-second arrow. Super Prince throwed out just to stop Kyrie from getting the Kelra. And you see this. A single moment of weakness. A vulnerability wherein they lack 2 of their key members. Onyx PH suddenly lose the whole mid lane.
With the amount of damage Savero has done, I'm surprised he has no kills. I'm also surprised he has no deaths. So far, Savero is having an amazing Moskov game. If Onyx ID came back, hey, Savero stocks goes up top.
And that's exactly what Onyx PH failed to do in the early to mid. They did not apply any pressure to the gold lane. This is what we were talking about, the gold lane experience. Now the Lord, down to a 5th. Keyboy finds one, Tsunami Slam onto Brusco. He's put down to a 10th of his health. Lutpi goes down though, despite the revitalized. Yeah! Kelra serves up kill to Kirk, taking down Sans. Here comes Kyrie into the back line. Super Prince backing out. Brusco gets taken down by Savero. The spears to the face. Keyboy gets killed. A double kill for the Kirk attack. 3 for 1 the trade. Where's Savero going? Onyx PH, the one to take pursuit. Kyrie though, deep behind enemy lines. King Kong and Kirk going for the pursuit, cutting the exit. Oh, he's low on energy. Doesn't have a purple buff. Can King Kong do it?
Okay, looks like he's able to get away. King Kong trying to stop him, and looks like he's not able to. Oh, he stopped Kyrie, but still the cable saved him. But now the Lord. You saved yourself one time. The Lord comes in. Kyrie, Savero, Lupi, can you defend this? All members of Onyx Philippines except for Brusco and the Lord are marching in.
The siege, the possible end angle for Onyx PH. Lutpi and Savero trying to clear. They're saving that top lane inhibitor. Keyboy might catch some smoke here. Arrow onto Lutpi. Onyx PH refuses to engage. They're going to take this low. They're going to go the defensive, the disciplined route. Kyrie, oh no, unable to quell Onyx PH. A successful grant the purple for King Kong.
Let me just say, Leo, 4 to 5 months ago, this Fanny would have been a big problem, but now looks like they're going in. King Kong got caught.
Oh no! The Spear of Misery puts him down to 0 health. Savero scores a kill. Could it be a trade for Lutfi? AOG canceled out. Kirk in the middle of 5 members of Onyx ID. Sans gets another. 2 for none once more. Onyx ID pull it out from their heart of hearts.
What did you saw, Leo, that you predicted this? I thought the game would have been over 5 to 6 minutes ago.
I saw the clouds part, and I saw the Sky Kings. Onyx ID not gonna lay down and take this. Not so fast. Oh, beautiful placement. Savero has a killer instinct, unlike any.
And at this point, Keyboard says, I don't care who. Front line, back line, mid line, anyone. I'm going to catch someone, because at this point, Sans and Savero has that damage. Looks like Blazing Duet use it, got kicked!
And they do get a kick. Sans falls. Kelra already used the Blazing Duet. Arrow on the 1. Lut be able to save Savero, block that projectile. Kyrie also protecting Keyboy now. The KK connection from Indonesia, keeping them at bay. And that Super Prince dashing through. Keyboy is gonna go down here. No way the Starboy survives. Kelra gets another 2 down for Onyx ID.
Oh no, Kyrie is stunned but still saved by his steel cables. I gotta tell you, someone give this Fanny some caffeine, because he has no energy, man. Every time he dives in, there's nothing left. The tank is empty.
That has
You can't even ult.
That has been the risk of playing a Fanny. Again, you do get a mechanically unique and honestly broken hero if you're talking about map mobility, but if you can't make peace with the fact that your energy dictates what you're allowed to do, this is what happens. SOD with a dream, not gonna happen. Another Lord for Onyx. 0 for Onyx ID, by the way. I might be confusing folks, but
yeah,
you get the picture.
Honestly, Fanny just proves you still need cardio. You need that standard. Now, Brusco is able to pick. Looks like Lupi still survives for now. And it looks like Onyx ID are in still good position. But again, they did this before. They got to do it again. The Lord is marching up mid. But at least the waves aren't sync. They only got to worry about 2 waves.
Oh, arrow thrown out. Savero catches it. Baksha Unite here. Coming through. Kirk with the Primal Wrath able to take down Savero. His first death in this whole 21-minute game. Triple kill for Kirk. Give him the Savage. There it is. The Kirk attack takes down all of the Sky Kings. Game 1 goes to the Super Fam.
We open up the 3rd place match with a Savage from the EXP.
The last time I saw that happen was Renzio out of Smart Omega, the former Kings of Sea, and now the Super Fam are doing it.
The last I saw that was back in MPLMY. Toda Formes on a EXP Martis. EXP getting the Savage? Now that's rare.
So Martis Masha, and now Edith.
Dude, a lot is going on. But one thing is for sure. Thank you very much. We get to see the clip.
That's a highlight.
That's a highlight coming in from Kelra. Looking at his matchup, it really is about Onyx Philippines starting things strong and then ending strong. And now we're going to be throwing it over back to the panel to see what do you guys think about this game.
A day after ending up with a Phoveus pick that could barely do anything against SRGOG in game number 5, Kirk comes back with his signature Edith and gets a Savage. I will echo what Destroyer said behind the scenes. What is this game? I don't know anymore.
That's true. That's what happened behind the scenes. Actually, it was super interesting to see how Onyx Indonesia are trying to defend. They got chances, but you know, after the Savage, that's all.
I think I'm surprised, maybe some other people were too, that it went to this point in the game.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Hey, it brings it to another Savage for MSC. And who would have thought, yeah, like it would have been an XP laner. But I guess this is what you get when you have an Edith rolling with the Warcry.
Now, as we see Onyx celebrate, well, okay, I just gotta say, that went as much as we expected. When you pick up the Fanny third pick, you already see a Boxer on the other side. There's a Selena. Onyx PH even got to pick up Cho. So the difficulties of Onyx Indonesia here, they were expected. But they were able to hold on. Or was it more of an error from Onyx PH? Were they too eager to end it? Or did Onyx just have the right heroes to actually punish Onyx Philippines in the defense?
Onyx Philippines got the right heroes, and I would like to say you can't rely on Fanny anymore. Sorry guys, you can't blind pick it. It should be, you can potentially show it, but it depends. You need to adapt for the draft.
I think especially when the Boxer comes up first pick, probably don't want to go with the Fanny.
Yeah.
You know, like go with the, if you want to pick an assassin, go any other assassin. And I know a lot of people go, oh, it's Kyrie's Fanny. But you saw, like, he just got pretty much shut down the whole game. He didn't really have much space to work with, and that just happens to be the case. And any team knows that they're going to put pressure on his buff, and that's so. If you think about it, the fact that they were able to defend though a couple times and then turn it around, I think is great. But it was also just because, again, you have a Mozcov, you have a lineup that actually allows you to defend in your base pretty well, clearing things out. But you know, the inevitable is going to happen, and that's what we saw here.
Now we're going to be showing you, once again, another Savage for MSC from the EXP laner, the Edith. Having a hard time tracking where Kirk is. Oh, there he is, in the middle of it all. He was almost going to go down, but because he had full stacks Primal Wrath, it looks like that he was just able to sheer lifesteal himself back to good health and then be able to pull off the Savage that he did. So I'm gonna ask you, Destroyer, is that enough that now in that game number 1 we got a Savage, it went 20 minutes? Are you happy that we're getting a show, or is it not the show that you're looking for just yet?
Chat, you know, they made a good advice. I asked for Johnson and Beatrix. They decided to fix me. Johnson plus Adetta.
No,
please, guys.
Okay. So for you, the show really isn't what happens in game. It's like, what crazy picks can you end up with?
No, I want to see the combination. I want to see the combination, not like the worst stuff. I want to see the combination that works, and this is one of the, you know, the classic ones when you go to the soul rating and you say, oh, I know this, I know this, and yeah, so something like that. And I also wanted to mention, by the way, the good point that Naito said, the Kyrie can't even make Fanny real. So even Kyrie can't make the Fanny work. So that's not only the statistics, the best junglers of the world can't make it real.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're not going to be seeing Fanny for the rest of the series, maybe even for the rest of MSC, as we do still have our grand finals later. That was only game number 1 in this best of 5 series for the battle for a third. When we come back, can Onyx PH continue to push it and go for a 2-0 start, or can Onyx ID take one back so that we have a potential 5-game series ahead of us? Once again, my name is Redmar. We'll be back after this break.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
We asked these two teams to give us a show, and game number 1 ended with the EXP laner Kirk from Onyx Philippines on an Edith getting a Savage. What can we expect? I honestly don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what? That's something that all XP laners now can look forward to, because for all the XP laners out there, I think MSC has been one of the showcases of just how good XP lane can be, how it's transformed from maybe one of the more calmer lanes, or, you know, very kind of stuck in one position.
Yeah, now you have a capability to pull off a Savage. Hey, if you want to feel like a Savage in game, go ahead and get the MSC 2025 pass. It's still available only until August 7th. A lot of exclusive items available for you, like the Nathan Archon of Knowledge skin, and the pass is 20% off from 899 diamonds to 719 diamonds during the duration of MSC. You also have the tournament avatar border, the battle emo, the returning skin Atlas, Rune Sentinel, the Joy, Space Explorer MSC skins, and so many more rewards. So hop on in-game and get your goodies there. Now, I think, based on what we saw from game number 1, with the fact that Onyx Indonesia is willing to play Fanny into what looks like a difficult lineup, I think we've just increased our chances of our wishes coming true, of some crazier picks coming out. We floated the idea of Gushin. We floated the idea of Johnson Odette. Chat is looking for what was it? Nana and Hanabi?
Nana.
Yeah. Hey, come on. Let's get crazy. I don't think we will, but a guy can hope.
Just at least one pick. One crazy pick.
Yeah, one crazy pick.
Just for us.
Yeah, just for us. Just for one game. Like, we already see Kelra roll out onto the stage. By the way, we have to work on his form. He could have injured himself. Someone's got to teach Kelra how to do a proper roll.
I wonder if he just got, like, a dare to do that. Like,
yeah.
You know, dare you to roll out on stage, man.
Maybe we potentially got to see, like, what's it called? The inner thoughts?
The internal thoughts?
Yeah, the internal thoughts just win. Like, he just realized, I'm going to do this.
Oh, intrusive thoughts.
The intrusive thoughts.
Like,
you know, like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I gotta do it.
That might be a good potential line of thinking for these two teams in the draft. Don't do it. Yes. And Onyx PH, despite them handling the Fanny so well in game number 1, still decide to ban it out and respect it.
Okay. Well, they'll ban that out. They'll respect it. You still Onyx. See, I'm getting mixed up now. Onyx PH was on the blue previously, right?
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
Because I know even our casters in game are like, yes, you know, Onyx this, Onyx that. But hey, if Onyx Philippines is going to be on the blue, that's fine. I think if Baksha's open, if they still go the Baksha, then they're sticking with like this standard jungle, but then they might change things up as the draft goes through.
Yeah.
You can see the Jushins taken out last year from their side for the first phase.
You know, one of the funny things. Onyx Indonesia. Yeah, but just check this. Drafts, I mean the positions, not gonna change. Because Onyx Indonesia nearly all the time prefer the second pick.
Yep.
That's the reason. And the last ban is Gatot Kacha.
Taking away a Gatot means you're looking at the Cho, Kalea, Badangs, Bakshas to be the main things to fight for later on. As with that last ban from Onyx ID means Onyx PH gets free reign on the Yi Sun Shin. So maybe in terms of crazy picks, it might come now from the side of Onyx ID, because when you have an assassin in your jungle, it's tough to go kind of crazy with the selections. Maybe we'll see Keller get back on a Ruby Gold lane that we've seen him pop up before.
That's what I was going to say. Usually when you see the YSS pop up, that's sort of where you have to put the option. Is it going to be a shakeup in the gold lane? So far throughout MSC, we've seen the Ruby and the CC, but since the CC's taken over, there's the Ruby, as we were just talking about it. So that comes through. And next up is the Arlott. Now, the guy sitting next to me, Mr. Destroyer, doesn't feel too happy about the Arlott. I can see it in your face already.
Yeah. Mr. Destroyer is a certified Arlott hater for MSC.
Except for
Sanford.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
That's the guy who can pick it, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, you got no problems. Wait, okay, real quick though, what do you feel about this Lancelot getting picked up by Onyx? Yes, he's an assassin and is one of the best assassins in this meta, but you already see a Ruby and Arlott on the other side. I feel like this Lancelot might actually have a hard time.
Might, but also you have Curtain Call and Tsunami Slam. There's a composition from the right side also. Never forget about it. So you can work on the Yushun-Shin and try to focus it first.
All right. So it requires Kyrie to talk a lot to Keyboy and Lutpi to make sure, okay, help set me up so that my Lancelot doesn't have a hard time. Second phase now, what could we potentially be looking at the bans here, Naisu?
Well, they're still going for some of the roam options. They took out the Miltilda. You can see they're going to focus on the gold lane for Onyx Philippines to take out some of those options over for Severo. And I don't know, this is the thing. It's like, I would say, would we consider the fact that even for Onyx Philippines, there's still some switch up that can happen here? Like, I'm thinking at this, like, the Arlott's there in the Ruby, but we don't know 100% where the Ruby's going. Like, if it is going to be parked in the gold lane, I think they're playing around that hand. You can see the Phoveus is banned out here. Last one might still be a gold laner, though.
Yeah. Okay, so Onyx ID are actually reading into your suggestion here, because if they're banning out Phoveus, that means they're still thinking of the potential switch up. Yeah, exactly. So this Ruby might go to the XP. The Arlott might actually end up going into the roam, as we've seen in the past. Although I think...
And the most crazy thing, Arlott go in the gold.
Yeah, or maybe we'll go crazy and we'll see Arlott in the gold lane. Who knows? So Onyx ID are now keeping that potential option open, while Onyx PH, I think they have to consider a mid lane ban here. There's still a really powerful Farsa pick available, even though you have Arlott on your side, but they are respecting the Ruby, which could have been problematic for Ruby and Arlott.
So you just take Farsa here since it's open, I would assume, for Onyx. I mean, it gives them enough damage that they've got really good play into the Kalea, and there it is. So the Farsa comes through. Immediately the answer, though, over from Onyx Philippines, the Kagura. Is this, are you happy with this? I mean, this is still a shakeup.
You know, I got a point. Actually, isn't it too dangerous to pick Farsha versus this setup? Just Mountain Shocker, I'm offended, Final Slash, like everything. A lot of initiation.
Yeah, that's true. That's like one of the trade-offs you have to consider picking up the Farsa. And then now it even demands more out of Kiboy and Lutpi to make sure that, okay, you're setting up for your Lancelot, but now you also have to protect Sans.
Yeah, look at the suspense.
That's what about resources. When they took Lancelot with this composition, I'm okay. But you need to protect two targets right now. It's super hard.
I like how they held on to this. Where is the Ruby going? Is it going to be in the gold? Okay. All right. There's a Badang. So Ruby Gold.
Yeah, Ruby Gold, Arlott EXP, Badang in the roam. And this is, now it looks so tough for a Farsa. This looks like one of the toughest Farsa games we'll see all MSC long. Onyx, they need something stable. They go for a Claude under a lineup that has so many crowd control that can stop his initiation. Are we in agreement here? I feel like we're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
Onyx Philippines should be. Yep, I'm in YSS's boat.
Yeah,
I'm in that boat.
Yeah, you're in this turtle ship.
I'm in a turtle ship.
I think that's 2 drafts in a row now where on paper it looks like it's just so tough for Onyx ID to make it work. While Onyx PH, a little bit unique, but at the same time, the idea is clear and there's a lot of capability for them to shine on their own roles. You don't have to rely too much on playing together as a team. Leo, Lafel, what do you guys think about the 2 drafts?
I think we're going to see a lot of fighting here. Heck, 3 fighters on 1 composition. I want to see Onyx Philippines pushing it through, but hey, Onyx Indonesia with a standard draft here. Maybe they could do something by pushing it all the way to the late game. Welcome, folks, to the second game of this third place matchup. It's me, LaFell, and Leo calling this one.
Nothing is impossible given that in the first game of the series, an XP laner, nay, an Edith, with no Sky Piercer, mind you, scored a Savage. So who's to say what and what can happen here in Onyx versus Onyx?
Something I can say, though, this time is much different for this Kalia because, heck, now she has backup with a lot of damage and a lot of range. I kind of feel like that's the important part. I agree with the panel that it is a very difficult draft for this Pharsa. But if you win by too much, it won't matter. So that's kind of the goal here coming in from Onyx Indonesia. Try to win enough so that even if something happens, they can't outplay you.
There's a lot of easy and quick damage coming through. But can that force themselves through the CC? Again, the sheer amount of crowd control that Onyx PH have on demand. Look at that XP lane matchup again, the Arlott against the CC, which I believe that Arlotts, the majority of Arlotts, save for Sanfords, have just ran into weird situations, especially the ones in Rome. But here against CC, I think it's a valid pick.
And here's the thing, man. Looking at Onyx ID, almost every single person here has some form of dash to get out of a very sticky situation. So it does feel like Onyx ID, they're trusting on their own instincts as well as mechanics to make sure that they can outplay Onyx Philippines. So this is definitely one of those games where the reaction time is going to be highlighted by both teams.
Oh, Brusco here walking into that long side lane brush towards the corner. Kirk, vengeance on the one, Keyboy. Jumps in, final slash from Kirk, not gonna keep him alive long enough as he gets drawn first blood on by Lutpi. Onyx ID already on the board, the Vengeance popped in, keeping himself alive as Keyboy starts up the turtle.
Good instinct by Kyrie, making sure it doesn't go in, and now Feather S-Strike used.
Very low HP, Onyx PH, the duo, the trio gets pushed back. Onyx ID claim the turtle, and now they're attempting Grand Theft Purple. Final slash once more. Can this stop it? The Tsunami Slam takes down Kirk. And where'd the purple go? It's on Kyrie.
And now, honestly, even though, yes, Keyboy got taken down, this is what Onyx ID is trying to establish. Some kind of map control earlier on, especially giving over the goal to either Sans or Kyrie. Kyrie, even though he only got 2 assists, it's better than nothing, right? Of course, you want to kill here, but either way, I feel like this is very good by Onyx Indonesia. As long as they can get more kills, and then preferably before the Lord spawns, get some turrets, at least 2, and I think you're in a very good position where you can just out-damage Onyx Philippines.
And that's what you're looking for if you want to really invest in this sound macro direction that you're going for. Again, very low kill count, very good movement to isolate certain parts of Onyx PH's attempts at, chain CCs. And so far, I think this is going to benefit plenty for Savero. We know that Savero, if he takes care of himself and he invests in himself, in his kit, that he has this clutch gene late game that maybe will allow him to claw Onyx ID back. But what if they're comfortable? What if they're in a good position all game long?
Looking at the rotations here coming in from Onyx Philippines, Onyx ID, they need to be aware by Turtle 2, it will most likely be 5-man coming in from Onyx Philippines. So they have to make a decision whether they want 4v5 or 5v5.
And that's 30 seconds from now. They started up. Already a Tsunami Slam on the Kirk. Won't let him live, but LaFell, isn't that overkill? They threw all them's ults on him.
Hey, maybe. Onyx ID is secretly just Destroyer. They really don't like that Arlott.
He was in their ear. Yep. And it makes sense because part of the joke, you want to get that final slash out of the equation. That can change the entirety of your approach. Imagine being within retribution range, get hit by that sweeping ult, push to the side, and then suddenly, poof, King Kong steals it. Speaking of King Kong, Mountain Shocker revealing everyone from Onyx ID where their whereabouts are. The I'm Offended forcing the response to Feather Strike and the Vengeance. The fist break trying to stop him from getting in the way. King Kong scores it, taking down Lutpi as well, while Kyrie finds sprint. Tsunami Slam onto one. Kirk flickers back. The break once more, trying to stop the forward momentum of Onyx ID, will result in a 2-for-1 trade. Make that a 3 because Onyx PH got the turtle.
Right now, I feel we can finally hear some noise coming in from Kyrie fans, because how long have they waited for him to use this kind of pick, using the Lancelot, dashing in and out, getting all those kills, and now he's looking amazing.
Too long, LaFell, too long. He is so comfortable. You can see it in his movements. This is that same hero that he's used years back to run away from an inevitable death that we all could have sworn he was going to die from. But Kyrie looked at death and said, nah, not today. About 2,000 gold ahead, Onyx IDR, and the map seemed to be on their side. Again, this is just going to benefit Savero all the while. He's not sweating at all.
Yep, Kyrie making Lancelot look like Lance too much. And again, they're going for one lane. They found Kelra. They want to go for it.
Tsunami Slam onto the Ruby. Again, there's only so much you can do as a fighter. You flicker back, you were still going to die regardless. You were right smack dab in the middle of the circumference of that feathered airstrike, and there's so much pressure up top. Mountain Shocker used up the stun portion of that ult. Going to push back Onyx ID.
And this is how you make sure that your far side is safe by everyone that can disable you, which is using the ultimate crowd control. Death! Just kill them first. So this is a good initiation coming in from Onyx ID. And so far, Kirk not having a good time going up against Loopy. And Kyrie's here. Looks like he's not going to go for any kind of engage. Probably saving all those skills for this turtle.
Sadly, the one way that the Arlot could have been good into the CC is if you're away from the lane, if you're fighting somewhere else, if you're using your kit in a different way. A Tsunami Slam, serving it up, putting it at the tip of the feathered airstrike. Sans wailing away, hits him with 2 salvos, but Kelra survives with a flicker, but he's out of the conversation for this turtle take.
Yeah, but again, no Tsunami Slam coming in from Keyboy, so they got to make sure whoever engages next is going to be good.
Fist break and a crack on the Lutfi, forcing the vengeance, putting 4 members down of Onyx PH very low, and 3 bite the dust. Savero gets a double. Onyx ID are running through the super family.
I gotta say, man, Farsa and Kali are best friends because they make the impossible possible. Have 5 counters on your side. I don't care. This Kalia is going to give so much kill or opportunity for the Farsa to actually be doing much. Right now, we're looking into the replay here where Loopy was the one that got engaged, but that Vengeance made it so that not only did he survive, but actually got a lot of reflect damage onto Onyx Philippines. And this iteration of Lancelot deals so much damage so that that kind of outplay is possible.
Back to real life here. Sans just pulled the feathered airstrike to try and help Savero clear this wave and possibly take down this turret a notch or two. And I just noticed something. LaFell, this humble skin on Savero's Claude, its blazing duet is deceptively subtle.
Yeah.
It has a very low visual identity. You barely know that it's going on up until you see your life just at half.
Yeah, but speaking of which, looks like another engage going in, but looks like Keyboy caught no one. Oh, an engage!
Here comes Brusco punching his way through his problems, through Onyx PH's problems, and now Kirk right in the middle, smack dab of 4 members of Onyx ID gets punished. Mount Shocker plus a stun, not gonna stop Lutpi's forward momentum, popping that vengeance, keeping Onyx ID's momentum up.
Onyx PH has a tough time asking Onyx ID to slow down, to stop moving. They have a lot of crowd control, but again, all of it is being avoided by Onyx Indonesia because we're seeing them moving in and out of the team fight quite freely. And I would say this is more on Onyx ID having that instinct of dodging all those kills, where we see Kyrie just stopping in his own tracks, anticipating some kind of engage either coming in from Kurt or Brusco.
Yep, fundamentally speaking, Onyx ID have all of the initiation. Onyx ID have all the ways to start fights. Onyx PH, what they're really good at is anticipating and reacting. I'm offended, check. Fist crack, fist break, check. Mountain Shocker, check. Final slash, check. So that alone is what describes this dichotomy between the Onyx ID and Onyx PH lineups. One is waiting, the other just saying, let's keep going, let's keep on, let's fight, let's fight, let's fight. Lord here, down to a 3rd, a 5th, an 8th, a 10th, and it's over. A clean take for the Sky Kings.
Looks like another engage coming in. Tsunami Slam onto Kirk. It looks like Kirk is going to get taken down. And now Brusco tries to make a play. It looks like Savero is still able to escape. Some friends trying to get a kill onto him. But double kill for Keyboy. And now Loopy all alone in the front, trying to make some more plays. Kelra tries to get away. A good, I'm offended. Pulling in Loopy, but it still survives.
So far, so good, so great for Onyx ID. Taking 2 kills, suffering none. Plus the Lord along the way, marching down bot. The Super Fam, they can't catch a break again. It's in the nature of these lineups. Who's the beatdown? 99% of the time, it's Onyx ID, a feathered airstrike, plus another Tsunami Slam. The final slash catching nobody, except for Keyboy. He was a little in too deep, goes down.
I like the attempt, but yeah, so far Onyx Philippines was able to outplay that, but now Onyx ID with 8,000 gold lead, they're able to take a lot on the map. The Lord is still marching in. It's just the first Lord, so it's not going to be that devastating. Plus, looking at the inhibitors, the mid lane still having that Holy Shield does make it very difficult for Onyx ID to really end the game. So now it really is about choking Onyx Philippines, making sure that they don't get any farm after this.
But here's what's scary, Lafel. I have to mention, Onyx PH, yes, they are a reactive lineup. Their comp would like to wait for you to try and engage. That's very strong on the high ground defense. It's lethal, especially if you're underneath your tier 3s. And look at this. They're baiting Onyx ID. They're saying, hey, look, we're ready for another Tsunami Slam. Keyboy, you want any of us?
This is kind of scary because Kyrie did a lot of damage with just the War Axe. Now having the Endless Battle as well, there's going to be a lot more burst damage as well as healing going back into his HP. Looking at King Kong, still respectable amount of damage with the Blade of Despair as well as the Hunter Strike. A lot of penetration cooldown as well as just raw damage, but you really can't compare when the Lancelot have 3 items here. Even having 1 defense item with the Brute Force, making it so that even if you do catch him, it's going to be hard to take him down.
Yeah, I'd reckon King Kong is about 1,000 away from finishing his Endless Battle. So that's definitely a big power spike that he can expect. All this while, Savera just picked up his Rose Gold Meteor Dog. That's the 4th item after the Swift Trinity. So it already comes to reason that even in the mid-game, you're already hurting with your subtle Blazing Duet, your stealth Blazing Duet. What more now when you're a little more chunkier, when you can protect yourself just for a second or two longer? He invested in this, mind you, instead of the Wind of Nature. But look, the Wind of Nature would also be very good since there are 3 fighters.
I gotta say, Onyx PH, for them to turn things around, they gotta do what JP did and play like an assassin as you go to the backline. Either Kirk, Brusco, or heck, Super Prince. Maybe even anyone could really do that, because I kind of feel like the moment you're able to stop that feathered airstrike, a lot of the firepower is dealt with.
And it's all the more easier, if anything, Lafel. They have great tools. They have the Mount Shocker. They can see where the pieces of Onyx ID are, but this 9k gold lead is just too huge. Kelra here, nice attempt, flicker, I'm offended, no one home. But here comes the punish to Keyboy looking for a target. Already spent the Tsunami Slam. Brusco and Kirk hit with a curtain call. Brusco able to retreat, and Onyx PH sent packing.
Yep, a lot were used, but still, no one really died in that final engage. And Onyx ID, they're fine with that. Having 10,000 gold, the minions are looking good. They're setting it up. The Lord is marching down bot, trying to slow it down so that Kyrie can get his buff first. This could be an end angle, but like you said, the draft coming in from Onyx Philippines, they're actually very good at defending. So Onyx ID, if they want it, they got to get some kills first.
Onyx ID are just waiting for this Lord to come a-crashing, so they're managing the movements of these waves from mid and top. Not going to be fully synced, but at least that's a lot of pressure coming down on the Super Fam's base. Here comes the Lord, putting that bottom lane inhibitor at about 0 health. And there's the damage on Keyboy. Lutpi pushing the advantage. Mount Shocker here by King Kong. Checking range. Final slash finds one, but Keyboy answers back in kind. Kirk very low. Kirk goes down. Sans gets the kill. And that's already 1 member of the Super Fam taken out of the equation. Super Prince very low as well. Kyrie takes him. And now here comes Savero holding on to the Blaze Duet. Does not use it just yet. Oh, wow, the discipline on this young man.
You know what? I'm surprised Sans hasn't gone back yet. He's like, I'm barely having any HP, but you know what? I can take some minions still. Looks like on ID, they don't want to stop. They want to make sure that they get this mid inhibitor. And now the minion waves, there's only 2. Will this be enough?
They also want the finish. Feather Strike coming in, plus a Tsunami Slam. Oh, the I'm offended, not enough to save him. Didn't even get to pull it out. Here comes the Blazing Duet. King Kong gonna fall. And just Kirk left to defend. Can he do it? Vengeance plus a final slash plus another Vengeance. And now it's over. Onyx ID take us to deadlock, 1-1.
It took a while, but finally, this is the Onyx Indonesia we've been waiting for. A lot of burst damage, a lot of engages, a lot of team fighting. This is something that we wanted to see. And speaking of something that we want to see, I'm pretty sure Destroyer didn't like what he saw on that Arlet. So far securing Only Sanford.
I can almost hear Destroyer saying, I told you so.
He might even say that after this. But again, to be fair, that Arlet was ganked mercilessly. Like it almost felt like Destroyer was there. Where the coach was like, I don't care if you lose, just make sure this Arlet goes 0-10.
Luckily, it worked out. Again, all of this pressure on Onyx PH and that half of the map was enough to stop him from doing anything at all.
And with this action-packed match, I'm pretty sure the panelists have a lot to say. So we're going to be throwing over to you guys, where right now Onyx ID has equalized.
I told you so.
There you have it. There you have it. Validated in his opinions about the Arlot. Kirk struggled here, but yeah, we said Onyx PH had the easier lineup to pull off theoretically, but what happened?
We did until we forgot about Arlot, man. The state of Arlot right now is not very good, unless the one caveat there, Sanford, like we've seen so far. But yeah, there's something about it. And talk about a contrast from game 1 to game 2 for Kirk specifically. Really difficult here, and I think Onyx Indonesia just really played into the part. Like every single time that we want to find someone to go ahead and Tsunami Slam, Kirk's the easiest. He usually puts himself in position to do that anyway because he's trying to get a final slash off. So they just really punished hard and didn't give any opportunity really for anything to happen off of that.
They just played, Onyx Indonesia, played for the first target, and they were focusing like, okay, we see Arlot, let's go Arlot. And the biggest problem for the Kirk, again, it's Arlot, definitely, and he got no escape. If you engage, one-way ticket. That's all. That's the problem. It's not about the Kirk playing bad. It's about Arlot all the time.
Yeah, it's and not even just Kirk, but also I think it was just, it was nice to see the Kagura, man, but that also just didn't work. Like it didn't do too much. Once that Yin Yang overturn is done, then if you're comparing that to the damage or that value that even a Farsa brings, like it's not comparable at all.
Yeah, just the combo of those two alone. As we mentioned, it was the Tsunami Slam, Feathered Airstrike. Whoever is the first target that you see, that's it. Pretty much GG for Onyx PH in terms of the fights, because once they lose one frontliner, it's so tough to sustain a fight when you have your Arlot gone, when you're going up against what Onyx ID brought to the table. So is it really just the story of Arlot
story of math?
Story of math.
5 math. Okay. More than 4.
Well, yeah. Because like with one guy always constantly just getting picked off, then yeah, you're gonna have a man disadvantage. And if you're not getting the items and the flow of the game that you want on the side of Onyx PH, yeah, Onyx ID can run away with it. What we thought was going to have a hard time, the Lancelot of Kyrie, we did not see that at all. He had a perfect game.
Again, it was enabled because of the way the composition worked, the way the lineup worked. It was all good for them. And you also sprinkle in the fact that when you're that far behind, even in one of the lanes, like it's so difficult, especially when you're the guy who's like supposed to set things up. Like that's initially what Arlot's picked up to do. And if you don't get that opportunity to do that, like you're an automatic dead hero, you know, like that's just the case of it. Like we saw from the KDA, he was just trying to force things up. But so this gives room for Kyrie to just flow through the game, and that's probably the best position to be in when you're playing these assassin junglers like the Lancelot.
And you know, one more thing, when you play with so much AoE composition, you're straightforward. You got one plan, and the opponents totally understand it. When you got the setup, when you can like take one person, okay, just remove it, and we got an advantage. And the problem when you got this AoE composition, the second problem, it's not only that the opponent understands what you're gonna do. If you lose one person, so your comp, like, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it just gets busted. It's like what we were posing earlier about there's a chance that the lineup of Onyx PH can shine individually outside of team play. It's if, funnily enough, they're complete as a team. If the 5 members are there, then you have an increased chance of, okay, you can get the Ruby doing its own thing, the Arlot doing its own thing, but you lose one of that element. Now you're forced to play together as 4 against a lineup that just bursted 5, and the Claude wasn't even there yet.
Yeah, you needed way too much time. And you could see, I mean, even given the loss here, both teams still really in high spirits, even pointing at each other, laughing at each other, and smiling. So, you know, I know when we got into this match, it was like, well, we hope to see some entertainment, some great picks come out. Well, I think so far for 2 games, we have seen that. Some might
Savage,
other
you know.
peers. Yeah, you know, we saw the second Savage now of MSC. So I think that's the thing. But that's the main point, is even for these fun drafts, even for these fun picks, if you lose like one of the main components to make it work, and this has been the case throughout MSC, then you're going to lose those team fights, you know, every single time.
Yeah, and I think we're also seeing now as to why Claude has been popping more off now, especially here in this knockout stages, because now that becomes your X factor, where in, let's say, 4v5, you've already, or let's say in a theoretical 5v5, you've used majority of your abilities. But then the Claude hasn't used his Blazing Duet yet. And even without the Blazing Duet, we know how good Claude is. He's just great with a sustained basic attack. That now we're seeing, okay, now you really have to consider Claude and how we set up for the Claude success. So that might be one of the next heroes now we'll see getting contested by
Claude?
these two. Claude, yeah.
I hope so, especially with Leo on the desk, man. I mean, I know sometimes it's LaFell with the sound effects, but
yeah,
I need those sound effects to keep coming through.
Yeah.
Also, there is one more thing that Cloud gives you. Additional monkey, additional player.
That's a great point. Yeah, you have your 6
You
man
actually play
Dexter.
6 versus 5.
Okay, so now that's one of our themes we're looking out for here. Simple math.
Wait, so technically in that case, in Destroyer math,
yeah,
when they lost the R lot, it's still a 5v5, right? Wait, no, wait.
Why?
No, that wait.
It'd be
What was it called?
6v4.
It'd be 6v4. Never mind.
You
You're
see,
out. Destroyer math.
outsmarted.
I like that. Okay, so
They just outsmart the opponent with the monkey.
So in Destroyer math, does the umbrella of the Kagura count as a player? No.
No.
But Dexter does.
Yes.
Okay, so simple Destroyer math here for Onyx came through with a 6th man Dexter in the hands of Savero, the gold lane of Onyx ID. And yeah, it's good to see that Onyx, despite the shattering loss in game number 1, it's like they stuck back to a basic idea of pick off one, let's go after that. And then maybe moving forward, that's what we'll see from Onyx ID, that maybe less on the fannies, less, yes, you can still get high mechanic heroes for Kyrie, but just get that raw damage that you know Indonesian teams are like known for dishing out.
Yeah, they like that very specific play style, and you know, honestly, we've seen pretty much all the teams kind of adapt to that so far with our current meta. I don't know, would you guys say that our meta for, because we always talk about this when it comes to internationals and even in our own respective regions, do you think it's actually established now, or is it like, is that meta, can we say, which is so odd because on the last day, are we saying that it's established?
No, I think it's still shifting.
Yeah.
It's still in progress.
I think we're in agreement there. I think it's established, but in the sense that everyone knows that there's so many options that you can go for now. That it's like a wide pool.
During this MSC, we got around 85 heroes, right?
Yeah, and up.
So
yeah.
something like that. And we're still in progress of searching. And the pro players totally understand. I even pretty sure that the coaches are still sitting and calculating, like, what should I do? This here, what's better? Like 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 + 2 is 4, etc. Dexter.
All the math.
Destroyer math.
Destroyer math, yeah, happening here.
All right. Here's a little bit more math for y'all out there. All the way up until August 7th, the MSC 2025 chest, will be available for only 20 diamonds. You could draw the luxury reward, the returning MSC Skin Atlas Rune Sentinel, plus your first 3 openings of the chest guarantee you Crystal of Aurora and Banner of Morale. That's not all, because up to 1,000 MSC coins could be yours too. Buy the MSC support chest now and cheer for our mid-season cup. Again, we are in the final day of the mid-season cup after everything that's happened in wildcards, group stages, now here in the knockouts. It's 1-for-1 in the battle for third, and with all of the crazy picks we suggested, all right, I think we have to find some stability. Stability in the EXP lane. Maybe R-Lot might not be the best route to go for, or if you're considering going the R-Lot, maybe a little bit later. You don't? For you, it's straight up just no more R-Lot.
No more. Not in this series, please, guys.
Well, I was gonna say we might see him later for the grand final match. For the,
no,
for the-
Sample. Sample. Okay.
Chill out, chill out a bit on the arm.
Just reminding the time. Yes, we can.
Okay, first pick for Onyx PH, I think. The YSS first pick was great, and then I think a little bit down the line they just sort of lost it. I wouldn't mind if they go for YSS here, and then we can get just readjusted picks for Onyx PH. The last time we saw Onyx versus Onyx PH in a Moonton tournament was actually in the M3 World Championship group stage, where Sans played as the jungler and won 1-0. So that was during the time where the M3 group stages... Wait, no, that was a best of 2, right? Because you could go 1-1 if I remember.
Was it a best of 2?
Or maybe at that point you could it's just 1.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of MLBB since M3. So
Gosh, I was gonna say M3. That's been a while. You know, I remember specifically watching M3 in just at home. Like I wasn't even casting it. I was just watching it.
No, wait, weren't you? You were already casting.
Was I?
Yeah.
No, okay, wait.
You just weren't flown out. And then we had the Filipino broadcast.
No, that was after my first season, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was after your first season.
So I
season
still
8.
felt like
yeah. All right, okay, so as expected, Onyx Philippines will still go to the Yusen Shin route, but you just have to readjust. Maybe a bit more stable picks in the EXP lane, and maybe not too crazy a pick in the mid lane. Like something a little bit more simple than the Kagura.
Do they maybe just take the Farsa? Like, you know, that might be able to work really well with the YSS pick. You can see the Gatakacha over here. What do they...
You know, I think that they could potentially think about and adjust the draft about mid. If you already mentioned, actually, Renmar, you mentioned today that if is going back, and they got nearly equal range. I mean, if you speak about the Farsa and Eve.
Yeah, could also be one of the options, and I think that's why Onyx rushed the Gacha and even the Lancelot. It's like they're already telling Onyx PH, we know your best options are either like Farsa, Eve, heroes like that. That will make it difficult for you to play those artillery mages.
Yeah, I mean, if they still want to pick up the Farsa, that's fine. I think Eve is very situational in a lot of cases though too, but the fact that you already have this YSS up, the Selena is gone, so they'll go with another pick that has found a interesting place in the current meta. Like Jushin still works, but there are obviously teams that utilize it better now that you have a Phoveus too that can be that, you know, front line. I feel like usually that's the case anyway, unless you have a really hard start to the game, but Phoveus naturally is going to be tanky enough, but then you get the Lapu Lapu on the other side from Monica Indonesia.
And it's signature pick for Kirk, actually. If you speak about Phoveus, he really likes it. He performs well.
Oh, we saw.
Yeah. Oh, but it's going to be an Onyx ID. So it's going to be in the hands of Lutpi. Kirk will get the Phoveus, which struggled last night. But let's see how well it will fare this time around. Good thing that they banned the CC though.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were already seeing. So both teams are in agreement. Now Onyx PH knows that Onyx will shine really well with artillery mages. I think it's going to be up to them if they're going to ban either the Kadita or the Farsa. That will most likely end up in the hands of Sans.
I think maybe just take out the Farsa here for the last ban. I think maybe since we saw them ban out the Kadita before, there it is.
Yeah,
so they banned that out. Maybe just better to go ahead and handle the Kadita if they decide to go ahead and draft it for Onyx Indonesia. And then over on the other side, you see that Baksha was taken out. So interesting because, the YSS being over there. What could they pick up for a roam then for Onyx Philippines here?
I think we should predict something for the Onyx Indonesia, because right now they are on the first iteration, and actually I don't expect Kadita. I'll explain why. In the previous draft it was okay because of the Kalea, so you got the composition, but here like catch only with Gatot, that's all. So yeah, and here Kimi.
Another hero that you're not a big fan of here, Destroyer.
It's okay. I'm not a big fan, but it depends. It depends on the trio. Trio with Lancelot and Gatatkacha, you got good push potential for the mid lane. You can rotate fast, no problems here, but you need time. And here's a question to the Onyx Philippines. You need something super fast, and like for skipping lanes and initiation.
So Cho.
Cho, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Cho's probably going to be the perfect pick here. Answering Naisu's question earlier, the roam pick for Brusco. They go for the Harith, but they're not going for the Cho.
Why?
Oh, no. This,
Well, it is in a different lane at least.
Yeah, it's in the roam, but...
This is where I usually play the
You know,
Onslaught.
I wanted to mention that they took Phobius, so there is no chance that Onyx Indonesia gonna take her lot. And I was so happy. And Onyx Philippines, Destroyer. Here we go again.
I think this is good, though. I think it works better. Arlott in the roam, at least in this case, you could go ahead and play into the Harith, and I think that's why those last picks were held on to, because you could either, and this is always the case with Arlott, it's always a 50-50, because you can use it to set things up really well for the Zaman Force, or it could end up just putting yourself in a bad position, but you're also covering it with a Phobius, so you have that there. You can see the last pick is the Granger, though, from Onyx Indonesia.
But you see, the thing is, I was making the point that they need, Onyx Philippines need a strong triple mid, and they take a lot.
I have faith. I'm having faith, man.
All right. You got Destroyer Knights who torn apart in the center of the map. If the Arlott will just be a great combo with the YSS and the Zhu Sin. Let's see, because Onyx have set up for their Kimmy and Granger really well. Leo, El Fel, let's go.
There's a lot to say about this one. I love the Kimi Granger, and you know what? We might need Medic for Destroyer because there's going to be a lot of Arlott in this matchup. But welcome back. This is game number 3 in this best of 5 between Onyx ID going up against Onyx Philippines, the third place match. We're starting it here, and again, assassin versus assassin between King Kong and Kyrie.
You know what, LaFell, I'm worried about our friend from the ECA because he's this close to getting an aneurysm, but I think that is from a lack of faith.
He's molding.
He's molding, but I see what Onyx PH are getting to here. This is Brusco now. Did you see how Brusco played on the Badang game number 1? Look at this, he's very low. Could have taken down Keyboy. He's down on 5th of his health. Super Prince threatening the kill on the Sans. The choke on the Keyboy. King Kong coming in with an early rotation too. Might even score the Little Wanderer. That's a technical knockout on Brusco, but hey, that's the cost of getting aggressive early on.
And right now, Keyboy already using the Revitalize, make sure that San stays in lane, but now looks like King Kong goes in.
Whoop! Flicker's already spent with a choke slam, taking down the Gila one.
I gotta say, these mid laners are playing like EXP laners, trying to trade as much as they can, and so far, Onyx Philippines is on top. King Kong very patient to stay in the mid lane to make sure a gank actually happens.
So here's a quick look at the emblems, trying to understand where these teams are coming from, how they built their heroes. How often does this happen? Concussive blast on the Phobius. He wants to clear quick and leave.
I mean, look at that. He even has the thrill. So kind of wants to win the lane, kind of, making sure that there's a bit more damage than you would expect, I guess. Yeah, looking at how the map is looking like, even with Onyx Philippines winning that mid lane, so far it doesn't translate too much, which is good for Onyx Indonesia, because at this point I kind of feel like, if possible, they do want to play for that turtle. The difference is, this time without the Kalia, the setup isn't going to be as easy, comparing the Kalia as well to Gapikacha.
Yep, there's more steps for Onyx ID to find success. Now Onyx PH first to the scene, looking for that choke on the Keyboy. Kirk putting him up. The bravest fighter set in already. Lutpi ready to go, throwing hands, or should I say great swords into the back line. King Kong looking for that traceless, and the successful retribution coming in from the Sigma jungler. Onyx PH pushing the advantage. Look at this, they're crossing the threshold. Crimson Beacon finds Sans, finds another. Keyboy forces a revitalize, but it's not going to be enough. The Onyx PH squad are way too deep to find nothing. They take down Keyboy.
This is the consequences of dying early as a mid laner. You don't get that level 4 on time. And that caused them to lose, but hey, Lutpi trying to get something back, getting a kill. And it looks like he's able to escape, no problem.
They did not expect a rogue Lapu-Lapu to be waiting for them in the bush. And it's Kirk who gets the worst of it. Bottom lane, we haven't really talked about this much. Again, you give Kelra and Savero space. You don't know what you're cooking with. Kyrie going for that small camp attempt, and now they're crossing over. Oh no, Super Prince is a little too deep. He does have a flicker. Almost bumped into the wall. Gets away with it though. No one's watching.
Yep. Overall, a lot of attempts coming in from both teams, but nothing super successful just yet. So definitely got to look at those timers on those flickers, especially, which also in my opinion, Kurt kind of used the flicker very early in the previous turtle fight, but again, not punished, so overall still looking pretty good. Severo having that Hunter Strike, it does mean, oh, hold on, final flash.
And it starts. The Mountain Shocker's thrown out. Oh, but Brusco misplaced himself. Used the flicker, but no one caught with the final slash. They put him where they wanted to be. Onic ID are at least cutting it close, 2-2.
But we can definitely see Onic PH, the idea is really trying to shut down Sans as much as they can. Because how many times have they gank mid at this point? It looks personal.
Yep, this is the same situation that they found themselves in Game 1. Again, we're not used to Sans being forced to play reactively, to be on the back foot. And this seems to be the play for the Super Fam. Now Severo put down a half health. This is where the turtle is going to be spawning, so this is hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, pressuring the gold lane and starting up early. Keyboy, the middle of 3 here. Red Revitalize already used. Brusco down to 1/5 of his health. And the Mount Shocker. Keyboy doesn't want to catch the tail end of that stun. In comes Lutpi. Uses his ult. Finds Brusco into the back line there. And he is still alive. Spellbound going to keep him up. Keyboy. Defensive AOG. Kelra unable to stop Kyrie from scoring the second turtle. Keyboy might go down here. The captain of the Sky Kings fall.
A bit messy coming in from both teams, but again, we see the idea coming in from Onic Indonesia. It doesn't matter who, as long as it's Arlit, we gotta take him down. And I gotta say, Leo, the fact that Sans has been targeted so much, I blame Severo. He's so ungankable that you just gotta go mid. Going to the EXP is gonna be difficult going up against this Lapu Lapu, so, you know, Severo's so good that Sans has to take the hit for it.
I agree with you, because the only reason why King Kong and Keller tried in the bottom lane because it was free. They already have the turtle there anyways, but regardless, they would not waste time to try and take down Severo. So this is the best Onic PH can do, is to just check what's going on with Severo, lest they will still continue to try pressure Sans. Sans jumping up, forcing a flicker from Super Prince. Now the response, do they know this is 4? Yes, they do know it's 4, and it's still worth it. Keyboy, revitalized already, final slash, hits 2, displacing Sans, but Keyboy might bite it here. Looking for the damage, AOG. Between these 3 from Onic PH, there's really nothing going on. Instead, it does buy time and space for Keller to push, though. Down bottom, that's the first taken down. Zaman forced drop to push Severo back.
At this point, I'm pretty sure Kelra is a bit annoyed because he's not trading with Severo. Severo's playing very, very safe.
Fight me!
Fight me! Come on, man, you're a Granger! You know how to use this hero, but yeah, looking at the fight, looks like Keyboy was trying really hard to bait out as many skills as possible coming in from Onic Philippines and then just threading the needle with AOG. Looking at the gold difference here, not a lot of gold difference when we're looking at gold. The biggest difference is in the jungle, but this is the thing about Yi Sun-shin. Just farm up very, very fast, and he's using it to his advantage.
The meta may change, but players' habits do not. King Kong keeping up his jungling pattern and his speed even in August of 2025. Final turtle spawns, lower quarter, here we go. Onic PH, major presence here. Bush control here from Brusco, missing. The flicker spent in already. Keyboy splitting up Super Prince and King Kong. Lutpi scores. How that happens? Up and force by Kelra. Pushing back Keyboy, Sans, and Kyrie, but it's not enough. They're compromised. Brusco falls. They're a man down. AOG Keyboy splitting up the rest of Onic PH. Down goes Prince. Nothing for the M6 World Champions there, and that turtle take goes all to the Sky Kings.
Lutpi is amazing at splitting up families, man, because he makes sure that there's no 5v5 team fights. He goes to the back line, makes you choose who do you want to deal with, everyone else or just me?
That doesn't sound as good as it looks, but Lutpi is doing God's work for the Indonesian champions here. And there's just not him doing that. Keyboy too. Look at this late entry AOG coming in. And there it is. Oh, masterful. Onic PH really had no business being deep into that fight the way they were.
Yeah, this is a good way for Onic Indonesia to approach this team fight, which is just making sure it's not a 5v5. Don't make it honest. Make it so that you got to choose who you got to deal with. And we got a lot to deal with here. Onic ID still 1,000 gold ahead. Looking good at going up against Onic Philippines, but again, looking at their damage dealers, looking at Kelra as well as King Kong, they're in a very good position to get back into this game.
Yep. If anything, King Kong is in a more beneficial spot. Keyboy here, unable to pop the AOG to be able to retreat. King Kong is just going to farm. King Kong is just going to farm. The fact that Savero denied a lot of fights from Kelra, maybe that's what made the 500 gold difference. But the Super Fam ain't sweating it. The Super Fam ain't sweating it. Onyx ID are looking for their wins, licking their wounds. They've lost the 1,000 gold lead. I don't know where to find it next, because to be able to split up a family, right, as you so eloquently put it, the family has to be together. But look at this now. Onyx PH are actually across the map. They're spread out.
Yeah, and the fact that King Kong, I feel like Keyboy really hold on. Looks like Kirk got caught.
And Kirk is gonna go down here. Savero gets the kill. Zaman Force spent in by Kelra, dash it through, and Sans gets bitten down. Perfect chrono vision. Now Keyboy left to the dogs here, and by the dogs I mean the Filipino porcupines. 2 for 1 the trade. Onyx PH come out on top.
Amazing Mount Shocker coming in from King Kong, stunning 2. And I was about to say, I kind of feel like Onyx ID, they're miscalculating the amount of damage that Yi Sun-shin could do, because the last time they saw him, it was just a Hunter Strike. But now he has a BOD as well. Look into the mid lane here. Look at how Yi Sun-shin, King Kong enters the fight. Flicker used and then getting to both Sans, as well as Savero got caught. Purify a little bit too late. I can't blame them. Who would have saw that coming?
Also, immaculate positioning on Kelra. He was fighting between a bush, a wall, and the other half of the map that belonged to Onyx ID, and he made it work. Great positioning. That's what scored the Free Lord for Onyx PH. And now the map will work itself up to become in blue. Super Friends pushing back all 5 members of Onyx ID. Now it's their turn to pull an Indonesian Ube.
Yeah, but right now, Onyx ID, they have a good way to clear the Lord. Mount Shocker used. They're waiting for a position. Oh, the crit miss!
Amazing placement! They cordoned off all of Onyx ID behind that tier 2 up top. Super Fridge Crimson, Beacon and Flicker deep into Onyx ID's base. Worth it. All is worth it. 3 for 1 plus this charge on the inhibitor. Onyx PH, a blitzkrieg up top.
I gotta say, I didn't see that one coming, because I thought the Dark Wave missed with the Flicker, but they made it work, and now the inhibitor up top is destroyed. Looks like the second tier turret down bottom is gonna follow suit. And if it doesn't get any worse, Kelra here now having that Holy Crystal. It's gonna be a lot of damage that Onyx ID has to chunk through, and now Onyx ID, they don't even have a good way to actually initiate a fight. It's so different between Nagato Kacha as well as Kalia. Kalia, you almost don't have to think about it. Just press your ult, whoever's there, you just go with it.
There's a lot of foresight involved if you're playing the Gatot. One of the main differences is at least there's a defensive aspect of Gatot, not so much for Kalia. Looking at the items right now, you know that a Harith is ahead when it doesn't build the book. Kelra went straight for the Holy Crystal, went straight for the Scythe, went straight for the Feather. And Harith means be happy. Like, Kelra is making your hero once more worth it, because there was a time in the past month when Harith was totally useless.
With that said, we gotta look, no real gold difference between the gold laners, only about like what, 100, 200. So Savero is still farming up very, very well. And a reverse situation between King Kong as well as Kyrie, because now Kyrie is the one with 2 items and King Kong is the one with 3. And the thing about a Yi Sun-shin is that you skill very, very well. So yeah, definitely a much different position now. Onyx PH against Onyx ID. They really got to respect King Kong here, because Yi Sun-shin is deceptively strong.
Yep. Very high macro utility. Very good damage burst if you have good positioning. Picks up the Malefic gun, rather roar here. Able to shred right through even Lutpi or Keyboy. I also like how Savero now has the Sea Halberd. So he can even pierce through Kelra's shields, even Super Fences, because those are what makes the difference between a fight that ends well for Onyx ID or a fight that just ends, period.
I gotta tell you, Leo, if I'm Onyx ID, this is so difficult, because at this point I don't know who to target, because everyone's so slippery. Kelra slippery, Super Prince slippery, King Kong slippery. It's not that you don't want to catch. The question is how?
Oh, fight breaks out, forces Super Prince to go defensively. King Kong gets shut down by Kyrie. That's a lot of damage spread out through the Super Fam, and they split him up again. That seems to be the key here. Kelra dancing through the Zaman Force. Oh, does not stand long enough. Kyrie gets a triple. Brusco and Kirk, the only ones left. Onyx PH have gotten denied their front line. Once again, the banana split works out for Onyx ID as they claim a Lord.
I was wondering, who are they gonna target? They were decisive. go for King Kong first, followed by Super Prince. And then when Kelra's all alone, you deal with him then. Split up the team fight and being decisive. Gotta give a big heads up to Loopy. He went for the first engage and it worked out well.
He's so good at splitting up the super family.
That's how you deal with family. You split them up. But now, yeah, looking back at this replay, it almost looks like they're doing a magic trick. Like, hey, everyone, look at Loopy.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, everyone else goes straight for King Kong. That's clever.
One might also look at it this way. Don't pay attention to Brusco or Kirk. That's what Onyx PH wants you to do. And they said, just ignore those two. They're way too chunky. It's useless for us to try. Go for Prince, Kelra, and King Kong. Down goes the Monster Mage again. He is slain. So is Brusco. The Zaman Force left there. Kelra didn't even get to use it. The Lord for Onyx ID still standing as it crashes through mid.
Yeah, super. Holy, Kelra gets taken down. By Kyrie, double kill. And now they want to go through Kirk. Looks like he's going to get taken down by Safaro. And Onyx ID, match point against Onyx Philippines.
It's as if the lightning engage by Onyx up top was fast and swift. Onyx ID one-upped them in mid all the way. The Super Fam were just gathering their breath. They were still recovering from that split. And then suddenly the end.
I gotta say, this shows how much Onyx Indonesia understands how Onyx Philippines looks at the map. They understand how to make sure they don't have what they want. I like the smoke and mirrors coming in from Onyx Indonesia, showing two hands. Look at my left while my right is doing something else. This is an amazing showcase by Onyx Indonesia on how the Brawl server Indonesia really understands how to work the team fight. But now, with match point, we're going to be throwing it over back to the panel. Looks like Onyx ID, they're up a game against Onyx PH.
After two stompy games, we finally get an incredibly intriguing and close one where it was actually Kiboy in the mid who found the right targets on the side of Onyx PH with an unbreakable taunt that led to Onyx ID getting the Lord and eventually getting the win.
Yeah, and a triple for Kyrie in that one. But, you know, this is just a showcase of how impactful all the roles in the, you know, the flow of a game can be here.
I actually want to add that there are so many mistakes, like from both teams. Not mistakes, like outplays. Okay, let's call it like this. So from the first time when Onyx PH, they just bounced back, and with the Mount Shocker, they made like King Kong initiation that was super amazing. And from that part, they started to dominate. Back then, like several minutes later, Onyx Indonesia, like Kiboy, just dropping down, and everybody is bursted.
Yeah, it's really good to see that we got to see, yes, with two explosive teams like this, the risk of mistakes can be high, but the return on investment with outplays, with great performances, is even more magnified. And I like how we got to see a back and forth of that.
I was kind of expecting Destroyer still to comment about the R-Lot.
It's too obvious.
Even when you throw it in the hands of Brusco, it still, you know, unfortunately doesn't get the win there for them. But yeah, it was just a really good punish. And this is honestly what we've seen a lot for MSC 2025 is just these situations where it's like one team is, you know, already charging into the base. They got the Lord with them. They still have the Holy Shields. But then it's that one team fight, or maybe a couple of those team fights that can really turn the tables. And then before you know it, the game is over. You know what I mean? So it's like, it was one of those cases here too, where both teams had their own, you know, power spike and everything else working for them. It should have been this case or that case. But again, one major play in the mid lane changed the course of that.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you could see it from the other side of the story, the side of Onyx Philippines, if they won that game, it would have been the same thing where it was just that one play around the major objective, the Mountain Shocker, think of them being able to set up themselves for victory. So I'm glad now that after, again, two very one-sided games, we get a game 3 that's back and forth that shows some of the best reasons why Onyx ID and Onyx PH are at the top of their game. We will be back in just a bit for game number 4 where Onyx ID are in the lead 2-1. Two to one in favor of Onyx Indonesia, the champions of Indonesia, while Onyx Philippines, the reigning world champions of our esport, but second place in MPL Philippines in the tournament leading up to MSC. Now it's up to them to figure out how they're gonna crack the code that Onyx ID have found. First step, maybe, just maybe, take the Lancelot away from Kyrie.
I agree with that. I'm going to say take the Lancelot, don't pick up the Arlot, and give yourself
I agree with this.
nice bursty mage. I think will set them up to get to a game 5.
Also, I would prefer to see from them the most stable roamers. I mean, like you make a bet on the OE composition, but I don't like it. Make it more clear for you. Just catch your opponents, like Onyx Indonesia showed us. Go Kale, go Cho, make it real. Okay, even one person, you remove it from the fight and Destroyer Math starts here.
Exactly, Destroyer Math. You take one out, you're up one. That means the chances of you winning the fight are really good. By the way, shout out to all our re-streamers across the world, now being led by Setya Wanade. Peak viewers peaked at 217,000 plus and more, with almost 2 million hours watched on his stream. We also have Zaycast Gaming, Skylar, and R7 Tatsumaki on the board. So a lot of Indonesian names that I'm very familiar with. So congratulations to all our restreamers. So shout out to everyone like spreading the good word. That is MSC here at the Esports World Cup. You see Coach Yeb and Coach Why Not actually just like, yeah, I wonder what they're talking about. I really wish we could.
The players are laughing too, so
Yeah.
you know, like.
So it's a fun conversation between the two head coaches, I guess. But going back to the draft, I really like the main points that we focused on. For Destroyer, it was a stable roam pick. For Naisu, yes, take out the Lancelot, get Burst. Was there other condition with yourself? And don't get the Arlong.
Yeah.
So I think across the board, those are the main. That's where we can anchor the drafts into, like those main ideas. Maybe for Kiboy and Sans, the main trade now will be heroes like the Cho, Kalea, the pick-off heroes that we know them to be really good at.
Maybe at this point too, they were the coaches were like, "Come on, give me blue, give me red side."
Yeah.
Stop laughing.
Is this the fourth game in a row now? Onyx Philippines on the blue,
Yes.
right? So
I said you from the beginning. Just rewind the time and remember that.
Yep. You know, so I don't know, man. I guess based off the first pick that we're eventually going to see from Onyx Philippines will tell us if they change it or not, because even then, like YSS still being open, it's like, do they still opt for that? Do they still go utility, or do they just potentially put an assassin in the hands of King Kong?
Yeah, 'cause I feel like for 2 games now, Onyx ID has gladly told Onyx PH, get the YSS. It's fine for us. So maybe that's something that Onyx PH will think about, that, okay, if they're so okay with us getting Yisan Shin, what then do we go to? Do we go back to the Baksha in the jungle, or maybe even as a potential flex pick, first pick?
I liked your suggestion about ban Lancelot, but they ban Gatotkacha. So, a question mark.
Yeah.
If they want priority for themselves, Lancelot, or they still go the same, Yushin Shin.
Yeah. I think that's now the choice of Onyx to decide that. It's them banning out Gacha, it's Onyx PH telling Onyx ID, your choice. Either you're going to give us the YSS again, or you're going to give us the Lancelot. With the CC taken out, now Onyx PH has the choice. You see, Coach Yep is making a face like, I see what you're trying to do. So you know what? I'll take away a really good CC option that could have been a first pick for Onyx PH.
Yeah, so this leaves a whole lot. Basically what we're saying here is a whole lot is left open for really good priority, because, and this is a big one for Onyx Philippines, you'll see it, they're still going to go for the YSS. And a part of it, again, from last game is it's the YSS. He still is a valuable hero pick, and that's why we see teams pick it up early on, but complementing it is the other thing, you know, being able to complement it. And that could have also just been the fact why they went with those first 3 bans. It plays well into the game plan that Onyx Philippines probably wants to take. So now for Onyx Indonesia, it's wide open as well. They could take the Phoveus if they want to. They take the Lancelot, which is expected. It's been open for Kyrie now, and he hasn't had any problems with it. So, and then on top of that, that is the Baksha though. Wow.
We already know the jungler and the roamer, so no flex picks. Okay, potentially Baksha can go explain, but most likely no.
Yeah, it's very rare now. It's still I know even as far as up until like getting like in the group stages, it was still an option of the EXP lane during scrims. But yeah, usually it is in the roam jungle. So Onyx, let's settle on that idea.
Unless they pick Akai.
I love Akai, but I have a feeling these two teams don't like it.
Go Akai, roam, go Baksha, explain, and Lancelot, go jungle.
Now, I'm on the boat if there's going to be an Akai somewhere. Put it in the EXP lane.
Yeah.
I've always been that guy screaming about getting more Akai, but now, I don't think we're going to see Akai between these two teams. So Onyx PH picks up the Farsa. So strong burst, strong rotation, very good map presence for your mid and jungle. Things just slow down a bit with the Badang, but I feel like this Badang, it's sort of like a throwaway, because Onyx PH can still go Cho in their roam.
Yeah, they could, so like, they're both kind of playing around the fact that they could flex if they wanted to, but the Badang is the most likely flex possibility here. But it also, Badang so far has just been so good at disrupting a lot of rhythm and flow from a lot of teams, and that's why it's picked up. But you can see this early on too. In the first phase, Sans wants to play the Kadena, man. It's been banned out, and now he gets it in his hands to go against this Farsa pick for Super Friends.
It's kind of interesting and not at the same time. From one perspective, okay, you got Petrify, you can engage, you can burst someone, but I don't see crowd control. I mean, most likely, Onyx Philippines gonna ban Cho
from what I see. Wait, they don't need because yeah, we got.
No, Onyx PH needs the Cho. Yeah,
they need. But I thought about the Cho going Rome just to catch the opponents and to make a combination with the Kadita. But most likely Bucks is going Rome. That's the reason. So they need to remove the XP laners and also Ruby Bang. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think Onyx ID do not want to close off the idea again that you can get Kelra to pick up the Ruby in the gold. Look at them, they know each other too well. They're already just showing to each other, signaling to each other, I don't know what you're thinking, we're not gonna block it. So I think a Claude might actually be okay here for Savero.
Yeah, this is also, it makes me wonder, again, the difference for the placements here, like we saw coming in this, is $100,000,
Yeah.
right? So the coaches could be facing off against that too, because again, that's what's going to separate the placements here for both the teams, and it's right now it's match point, right, for Onyx Indonesia. So for Onyx Philippines, these are two big picks that still need to round up the lineup. The last ban is going to be Arlott. So they don't
Thank you.
They don't worry about the math. They just ban it out instead.
Thank you, Onyx Philippines. I love you guys.
This is the biggest smile I've ever seen on Destroyer's face this entire trip. Someone bans out the Arlos, like, oh yes, let's go. But
now it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. No, honestly, dude, I'm on the same boat. It's like, you know what? At least now we won't. We're forced to see some different options. They did it. They actually go for the flex. Okay, they put the Baksha in the XP, and the possibility that you posed comes out.
You know, I thought about this, but then no. You know, they're too conservative guys. They won't do it, and they're doing it.
Yeah, I think
I like it.
One of the first few times, if not the first time, we're seeing Baksha go into the XP lane.
What if it's Cho XP?
Maybe.
I think again, part of that, the flexibility is the strength there, and you can really do either, depending on how this goes. But with the Granger now picked up, you've essentially got that double marksman lineup for Onyx Philippines. What's the last choice here? All right, they go Glue. So Glue in the XP, and then what would be the best case there? Because wouldn't the Baksha just win that, or would it just be a dead lane?
I guess, but
just don't see that often. So
yeah, it might be better off for the Cho in the XP because it's a little bit.
Cho looks better.
Yeah, it's harder for the Glue to deal with in the laning phase. That Glue essentially is just like, all right, let me slowly clear my lane while the Cho gets out. I still think this is gonna be like a Claude for Savero, unless they go something like Irthal if they want something mobile with good damage. But yeah, it is a Claude.
It's really hard for me to draft this even. I don't know.
Yeah, especially if you think about Destroyer math. Okay, 6v5 with Dexter, but Glue. How many little Gluelets does he have?
We're on the same boat, bro.
I think I'm...
Somebody count them.
Yeah, I'm with Destroyer here. It's hard to read for this one. Nicey, what do you think, man?
I'm on the same boat, but I'm hoping for a game 5, so I'm going to go with Onyx Philippines.
All right, let's see if we are going to be getting that game 5 in this best of 5 series where Onyx ID are in the lead. Or will Onyx just say no more game 5? We want to walk away with $100,000 more than our Filipino counterparts. Lafel, Leo, let's take us into this game. Yeah.
I agree that this one is going to be hard to read. Heck, this is a good time to be illiterate. And now, 5v5, who cares about that? Numbers! It always expands as we're jumping in to the series where right now Onyx ID is still in match point. It's on Onyx ID's hands to extend, but now Super Prince looks like he's able to survive with a slither of health. And now Kirk even comes in just to provide that backup.
Early technical knockout for the Sky Kings here, giving a lot of space for Kiboy and Sans to bully Brusco. This will some way, somehow compromise King Kong's jungling patterns, unless they are able to clear him out. Yep, there it is. So it's now Kiboy's turn to actually check in on his side if King Kong's been cheeky. The answer is no. So the Super Fam are playing this a little too close to the chest, hoping that they still find a way to be proactive.
I gotta say, playing Baksha quite often this patch, it is a bit annoying going up against that Glue because you don't have a way to really survive
And now Brusco taking a bit of damage coming in from Keyboy as well as Sans. Doing a very good job trying to have priority here in mid, but it looks like they're not really rotating anywhere. They're just making sure that Onyx Philippines, they don't go anywhere. They just stay mid.
Uh-oh.
Even King Kong, just stay mid.
Lutpi put down about a third of his health. They are fighting closer to Kirk's turret, but you're right. Lavelle, it is tough for the box to survive. Here's a quick look at the emblem set. If you want to play Baksha EXP in this current metagame, there you go, just all HP plus Concussive Blast.
Interesting, for this one, Super Prince is going for Pull Yourself Together on that Purify, understanding that perhaps he's going to be the main target that Onyx ID wants to shut down, and respectfully so, the Farsa is going to be a big problem in this matchup. The Glue having Thrill as well, trying to make sure that he wins out that lane. So looking at the priorities coming in from Onyx Philippines, it really is to get pressure and making sure that you don't get stopped by anyone coming in from Onyx ID.
Onyx PH first to the scene here. Turtle already spawned and Brusco pulling it ever so slightly closer to their side of the map. Sans cutting through. There's the Mount Shocker and the spread. Kirk looking to get the ride onto Lutpi. Finds the Mount Feathered Airstrike. Can Lutpi survive? Gets out of the circumference of the Feathered Airstrike. Rolling out. I guess that's how that works. And now Kirk left all to his lonesome. Gets cornered by Kyrie and Lutpi. Survives via the spread, but only for so long. The Retribution, he's taken so long. He's held these two hostage, opening up the turtle take to Onyx PH. LaFell, was that worth it?
I don't think so, man, because that took forever and a half to take down one Kirk and to give over the turtle to Onyx Philippines, because we got to think about the win condition, and that's getting King Kong online as fast as possible. And in a way, they allowed that to happen.
And all the more it opened up the rest of the map for Onyx PH, because already you saw post-turtle take, Prince and Keller were able to rotate up already. So yeah, all the more, this is so worth it for the Super Fam. Onyx ID, they have to bounce back. They have to get their priorities straight, lest we go to Game 5.
Yep, but something to keep in mind for Kirk, make sure you manage your longs very well, because once the Lancelot has the War Axe, he's going to have an easy time to get maximum stacks on that War Axe, so maximum damage with the penetrations. He just has to be careful not to hurt his own team with those longs.
For those of you all wondering, longs are the triple OG name for Glue's Gluelings. If you know, you know. Kelra here gets visited by Keyboy. So this laning against Savero is going pretty well. Again, he's up by about half an XP bar. That is a byproduct of that early rotation post-turtle take. Mid lane though, this story, the fact that Superfish hasn't died 4 minutes in and only popped his Purify once, that means it's going relatively good for the Super Fam.
Yep. I like that Savero has a good answer where people ask, how do you fight with Kelra? And he just says, I don't. You don't. Just let him do what he wants and I'll do whatever I want.
Yep.
10 minutes, then we'll brawl it out. We see who's better. And now King Kong having that Hunter Strike will have quite a lot of damage coming for this turtle fight.
And this turtle is spawning in about 3 seconds, just in time for Savero to have cleared the majority of that wave. And the not fighting Kelra MO is fitting this Claude's farming pattern, because you just gotta leave the lane, double lane, and then Bob's your uncle. So far, this looks like a complicated dance. Second turtle up for grabs. Kirk setting up the front line for Onyx PH. There's the Mount Shocker. Kirk already taking too much. The fifth crack and break by Brusco, setting up a turtle take. Down goes one. Lutpi bites it. Train for Kirk. Down goes Sans as well. And now it's Keyboy's turn. Double kill for the gold standard. Onyx PH walking away with everything they want.
It's so good and so bad to see a Badang perform this way, because this is the thing about Badang. It's not about being tanky. It's not about canceling out those CCs. It's just about being annoying as heck, making it so that you disrupt your opponents. Whatever plan you had, scrap it. Scrap it all, because I'm going to make sure you don't get to execute any of them.
It was just about a year ago when Badang started to rear his handsome face in this current metagame and in the higher echelons of MLBB esports, and now he's a legit mainstay. Again, the fact that you can be on the losing end of a fight and of a game and still find a way to clap back via a hero engage, that's doubled down by the fact that when you're ahead, you're so ahead. Brusco, despite just having 2 assists, have helped score everything for Onyx PH, has set up this 2K gold lead that makes us all the more closer to a Game 5. How's that for a battle for how's that for a quote-unquote just scrim between friendly teams? Great trade, top and bottom.
Hey, answering the question, who's the better Onyx, man? That in itself. Because even during the draft, you can see how excited the coaches are to draft against each other because they know each other so well. And I'll look at Onyx ID. They're going for more farm on Kyrie, making sure that he has the damage first. He has the War Axe. Maybe they want a little bit more. Savero taking a lot of damage coming in from Super Prince. And Super Prince wants to chase after that. But Sans and Loopy make sure that Savero gets out alive.
This whole don't fight Kelra can only go so far. Because if you run away from that lane, you go to mid, Super Prince is there. You leave mid, you don't want to go that direction. You have Brusco and King Kong chasing you. So the map is shrinking for Onyx ID. There's only so many places you can go that the Super Fam can't get you. King Kong here gets hit by these kicks from Keyboy. Mount Shocker to confirm the positioning of all of Onyx ID. This wall set up behind a wall, forcing Lutfi to go ahead and use the Puissance. Not going to be enough. Serving up a kill to Kelra. A stack on a Sky Piercer. Make that two. Keyboy falls as well. Feather strike by Super Prince, forcing a rough waves from Sans. The Gila can't survive this one. All this while, Cheeky Kyrie going for the purple, while King Kong takes the turtle.
Yep, and now, honestly, Kelra is starting to become a problem here. 4-0-0. About time where he's going to be able to one-shot people. Now, even with the Malefic Roar, doesn't matter if you're building all those armors, going to get shredded down. Loopy is already not having a good time going up against this Glue. Now he's going to have a worse time going up against this Granger. Who knew violence could hurt this much?
And so far, violence is the answer. Onyx PH throwing damage on everything that Onyx ID throw their way. Half health on Sans and Lutpi. Just through pokes, LaFell, just through pokes.
One of the biggest problem right now is that Keyboy does not have an opportunity to get a kick onto anyone. The fact that Super Friends having that pull yourself together with 3 assists makes it so that timing is going to be so difficult for Onyx ID to the point where even if you extend this game, oh look, going for an attempt and it looks like he's failed.
Oh, the fist break. Didn't even get clicked yet. That was just a crack right there. So imagine how unfortunate it would have been for Keyboy just get picked off for free. Kirk looking for a mount. Not gonna happen. Onyx ID dispersing. They're doing everything they can in their power to protect mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, and Onyx Philippines is also making sure that they don't overhype themselves. They don't overheat. They make sure that they don't overextend because they understand that in terms of firepower, they already have a lot of it. They don't have to force things out. If Onyx ID really wants to defend this, eventually one of them will go down. At that moment, that's where you can really capitalize and punish them. So I like the patience coming in from Onyx Philippines, but they go in.
Oh my God, Brusco with a full combo and a flicker committed. The Feathered Airstrike serving up another kill for Onyx PH. Who saw that coming?
You want back? I take back what I said about being patient. They just waited for an opportunity for Brusco to go in, and then Bob's your uncle. 0-0-5 for Brusco, 5-0-0 for Kara. Both the roamer as well as the goal laner having an amazing game for themselves.
Mad stacks on Kelra's Sky Piercer. I'd reckon that's 4 kills in the bank for the stacks on that. And now the Lord. This is a very significant 5,000 gold lead. Onyx ID have to play this well. They have to play it very specifically and carefully if they want to contest. Kirk and Prince alone are able to send Onyx ID a certain direction.
But now the Golden Staff being built by Savero. Going to be able to deal quite a lot of damage. Not sure if it's going to be enough to really take anyone down, but they still have a fighting chance. Showing that Dexter inside the bush to make sure that they have clear vision of where Super Prince is. Keyboy probably going to try to catch King Kong, but again, easier said than done.
Dear God, Lutfi down to a 1/5 of his health. Forced to Puissance and Baksha Unite out, looking for a target. Instead gets mounted here. The Keyboy kick, unable to pay off, but no, they're able to burst King Kong. Brusco goes down too. A deceptive positioning from Onyx ID, able to take 3 down. And now Kelra, up next on the docket, survives. Suddenly, Onyx ID able to blitz into a winning position. They claim this Lord.
And now people are going to question, how does Kyrie keep getting the Lancelot, man? This guy's a problem because Onyx ID, even without that Lapu Lapu, in a way, they're able to split the team fight, but a little bit differently, where you wait for the glue to mount on the Boxia and then just roll on out of there, make it into an honest 4v4. This is a different way of Onyx ID splitting the fight, making sure that Kirk is a non-factor in the team fight.
Man, Lutpi made sure Kirk knew that it wasn't him mounting Lutpi, it was Lutpi mounting Kirk. He took him away, you're right. That's definitely one way to make that 5K gold lead matter less. And now Onyx ID are on their way to reclaiming a majority of the map. Great work here by the Indonesian champions. Onyx PH, they have to recover. They can't let what happened in Game 3 repeat itself. That was the story of that game. It was all Onyx PH until a moment like this.
Yep. Onyx ID is also making sure that they don't get caught by Onyx Philippines, and this is a very interesting situation where the coach is telling Lupi, is like, you got a 1v1 Kirk, and Lupi asks, how long? And he's like, exactly. Now the Lord already getting chunked down, looks like it's going to be a non-factor, not able to touch that turret, so Spike Onyx ID having a big lead, Kyrie is able to escape that one.
Fist crack already spent by Brusco. Didn't want to commit too much. Will go off cooldown in just a few moments. Super Friends, very dangerous positioning. Wings by Wings has the Purify on hot call here. Onyx BH, again, their lead has shrunken. Again, down to just barely 1,000. This is definitely a defensive power spike by Keyboy. The Twilight Armor, no longer is this going to disappear.
Yeah, I really feel like Onyx ID is making this goal lead look very deceptive, because you would assume that Onyx Philippines has control of everything, and the way that they just take away control, it's very interesting to watch. But Onyx Philippines, they can definitely outplay this just by making sure that they play deceptively themselves. I kind of feel like if one or two members just don't show themselves on the map, it will cause some hesitation coming in from Onyx ID. And maybe one of those members should be Kirk, because he should see that he is the one being isolated every single time.
Yep, no longer can they just go for the 1-2 step of Kirk go mount somebody and then Brusco walk up. You have to have Brusco and Kirk walk up and use your flickers, gentlemen. Use your flickers to try and find an initiation. So now Onyx PH, I think they understand that, because they're not just welcoming Onyx ID's attempts. This is also a trap. Onyx ID now forcing a Feathered Airstrike out of Super Friends. Keyboy threatening a kick. Still has his flicker on the ready. This is all good for Onyx ID. The more time that Onyx PH allow for them, that's more farm on Savero that they're building up.
Yeah, and now looks like an engage coming in. Lupi jumps in, gets caught. So far still okay, but Sans! He actually goes in, deals a lot of damage, and now Kyrie killing spree goes all the way in. Kelra still free hitting from the down low, but here look at the Joe Flicker and shut down. Kyrie gets a triple! And now Super Friends having to use the Feather Airstrike just to create some space. But look at Keyboy. Keyboy's winning in. Super Friends, does he know? Does he know? And it looks like he knows now. Savera goes in. Wings by Wings out of there.
Not a problem. He had his Purify. A moment of hesitation. A slight episode of confusion for Onyx PH. That is what led to the triple for the Sky Kings. A trade for Lutpi, all the more worth it. Again, if this repeats itself, they ended up with a different approach in the equation, but ended up on the same result. Onyx ID have now gotten the lead to their side, 1,500 plus a Lord.
Yo, I gotta say, Onyx ID have been doing this, I believe, ever since the second game, which is they always try to bait out abilities coming in from Onyx Philippines. Onyx ID is very good at feinting here, making it so that they're in position to do damage, forcing a reaction coming in from Onyx Philippines, and it'd be like, nope, just kidding. We're getting out of here. Nothing left. You sure you're good? Now it's our time to shine.
Now a very, very obvious weakness in Onyx PH's game plan, especially when they're on the back foot. They lack the re-engage. What is the re-engage in their arsenal? Their repertoire used to be miles deep. Now it seems like when Onyx ID finds that window, Onyx ID just puts Onyx PH in a position wherein they can't respond. They're stuttering. They're caught with the pants down. Like, how do you fight back? That's been the story of these previous games where Onyx ID win out of nowhere, and now they're knocking on Onyx PH's base. Lord jumps on the bottom lane. Mountain Shocker already used. Onyx PH definitely on the back foot, losing that bottom lane inhibitor.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Onyx Philippines. Again, having a bit of a difficult time here to really protect their base, despite having that Farsa. Honestly, Onyx ID keeps forcing it out. We even saw Sans like freely using the rough waves just to get out of a bad situation after he got what he wanted.
Here comes Onyx ID, that is, feinting another engagement, forcing a feathered airstrike and a defensive maneuver from Onyx PH. Although it could have gotten so much worse, Onyx ID, they know that they have to play for this next Lord a minute out.
Yep. Despite Onyx ID basically having access to the base of Onyx Philippines, Kelra and Super Friends are still top 2 in the damage charts here. So in terms of damage, in terms of fighting back, they can definitely do it. And I believe that Onyx ID, they have to use the Lord, because getting inside the base with this kind of draft against the Granger, against the Yi Sun-shin, against the Farsa, not a lot of feints will really work, because at this point they have more firepower in form of turrets. So Onyx ID, they're in a situation where they want to force a fight. Honestly, they can. And if they do, it might be a big throw.
The clock is ticking. It's Onyx time, definitely, but you know for which. There's about a 20-second timer wherein Onyx PH can force something. That's why they're rotating out aggressively. And there's a decent amount of stacks on Keller. Oh my lord! Super Friends spot Sans, or should I say the other way around, forcing a response. Magic Sentry used up. No one home. It was just Sans checking these rogue brushes.
Yep, respecting as well the fact that Sans can get off harm's way. Make sure that Super Friends does not use the Feather Airstrike, especially considering that the Lord has spawned here. Onyx Philippines, how do they react to this? Because Onyx ID, they might go for a fake engage again.
So now the Lord is confirmed to have evolved. It has extra abilities, especially in the Siege. And Onyx PH have made their intentions well known. They're looking for the contest. Friends and Kelra very close to the front line. In comes Sans, Mount Shocker. Onyx PH know where everyone is. Feather Airstrike, pushing them out. Lord at about half health. Loot B rolling around. What's the plan here for Onyx ID?
Yep, and now with a lot of skills being used by Onyx Philippines, Onyx ID is taking control. It looks like Sans goes in with the Petrify. And now Kyrie gets the Lord.
And the Revitalize from Loot be able to keep him alive long enough, but Onyx PH will punish the Lord for the EXP laner. I think Onyx ID are happy with this result.
At this point, it really is about who has the better trade, and considering the base situation of Onyx Philippines, like you said, Onyx ID, they're very happy. And again, Onyx ID are in the minds of Onyx Philippines, understanding how they think, understanding how they react, and using all of that to win this third place match.
And they even know what Onyx PH are willing to give up. And that's what allows Onyx ID to get these beneficial trades. They've been trading up. The Sky Kings have been trading up, ladies and gentlemen. They got a calculator right underneath that desk saying, all right, this is what they did. All right, we'll get away with it. Loot B for the Lord. Let's do it. And they're still holding them by the neck. 3K gold lead. The map is red. This might be the endgame siege.
Second engage coming in from Keyboy. Stopped by Kirk. No with Dragon just yet. The Lord is inside the base of Onyx Philippines for now. Looks like Onyx ID, they're spread out the map. Flicker goes in, finds one.
Feathered Airstrike plus the fist crack, and now another might fall. Popping Keyboy's immortality. Able to fling around, and Kelra gets him max range. Super Prince looking for stragglers, 2 for free. And no additional inhibitors fall for the Super Fam. They kick out Onyx ID.
And again, this is what we were talking about. Onyx ID against the draft of Onyx Philippines. They can't really get inside the base. They got to use the Lord to really pull them out, which I feel like Onyx Philippines, they understand this. That's why, sure, get the Lord. As long as we don't die, we can protect the base. We're all good.
And that was an evolved Lord, mind you, that had the extra skills, that had more damage to improve and enhance Onyx ID's chances at team fights. And now suddenly, look, Onyx PH have left their base, turned the map blue, and are looking for a siege of their own. Feather Airstrike coming in from Super Prince. Lootby taking a good amount of these salvos, and that inhibitor falls. What a disciplined comeback. Onyx PH able to regain a majority of the macro.
Let me just say, if this goes all the way to Game 5, Onyx ID should really consider doing something about this Badang, man, because everyone gets stopped by the Badang.
The conceal by Keyboy. Knocks up Kirk. Finds him. There's a failure strike. The answer. Lutpi on the Super Prince. Kelrad half health. Down goes Kyrie. Lutpi now catches a few stray bullets. He's down. And so will Keyboy go. Just Sans and Savero left. I don't know how this Kadira and Claude can do this, especially against 5 members of Onyx.
And now having the minions charge in as well, they're able to get an inhibitor. Is this the end? Can they do it?
Massive waves. In comes Savero. A blazing duet to save the day. It's not going to be enough. Brusco fights Sans in the back. Down he goes. And ladies and gentlemen, the Super Fam have said, not so fast. We're going all the way to Game 5.
Onyx against Onyx. The battle continues. This is a battle for third. But at the same time, this is to prove who is the better Onyx. This is a back and forth match. And like I say, for Brusco, if he's able to get that Badang again, he's gonna create havoc against Onyx Indonesia. So definitely something for them to consider, because I gotta say, good idea coming in from Onyx ID, but every single time prevented by the Badang.
Kudos to Onyx PH as well for the discipline and the foresight to know that these fights are worth it. A little extra on this, and then we go all in on this. And that was that last minute sequence where they kicked out Onyx PH and then went for the finish up top.
Yep, I gotta say Onyx ID maybe a bit of a desperate play for the final one, but now with this match pushing us all the way to game number 5, we're gonna be throwing it back to the panel.
Just when you thought you knew how this story would end, Onyx PH pulls it right back, and we're down to just one best of one in what started as Onyx PH taking this very first salvo in the series. Onyx ID going to match point. Just like the previous game, this game came off one sudden turnaround.
It was that one sudden turnaround here in the base, right as I mentioned it. There it is, Brusco with a great flicker set up there to stop even Sans from, maybe petrifying someone, getting the rough waves off. Could have been very different, because that was the start to bringing it back in their favor. And this is the trend. This is the case of a lot of our games here for MSC.
From the beginning, Onyx PH actually were leading. Then the comeback from Onyx Indonesia. Then again turnaround, and Onyx Philippines win. I'm just shocked. That was super impressive. I really like that game.
Yeah, it's the similar story for the previous 2 games now, and it's just fun to see. It's always great to see those back and forth. Oh, that team's gonna win. Suddenly a turnaround out of nowhere, and this ended up becoming 21 minutes long.
We've had a couple games now to reach, this point and even further, but I guess that's always the case. I know we were talking about this back even in the group stage, where it's like, some of these objectives that you see be the focus, sometimes it's not always about that. It's fighting for those objectives that usually turn the tables, but then the base defenses, man, there's just something about these lineups, and maybe that's something we can talk about later on too, about the meta shifting like we mentioned, or is it established now? It's a lot of these lineups that allow you to also turn things around when it's a base defense, because, whether that's 5,000 gold, 10,000 gold, I think is some of the biggest ones we've seen so far.
Actually, you marked a good point about the base defense, because also Leo and Rafael mentioned it, and it was impossible for Onyx Indonesia to reach out their main goal, the main building, and they just could not enter the enemy base.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, it's like every time they wanted to end and enter the base, it was so risky for them to. Whereas Onyx PH had a glue and a Badang to hold down the front line so that the Farsa and the Granger can just damage from afar. And as we can see, take it out from the base and put it into the rest of the map, the lineup of Onyx sometimes can be too hard for the lineup of Onyx PH to handle, because you have so many formation breakers that take away the front-to-back team fighting that Onyx PH wants. But you put that in the bases, whether it's in defense or even offense, it's too tough to deal with the lineup of Onyx PH.
Yeah, and a lot of those lineups that we see that do have trouble, finishing a game, that's why, you need certain things to happen. And for them, it was, to get a kickoff, to maybe utilize the Cho, because then it's even to the sense, it's like a Baksha you're going to see coming, right? He's just shield unitied up, and he's going to jump over the wall most likely. So then it shifts over to a very specific scenario to turn that into an actual siege that can end the game, where in comparison, you have so many options to go ahead and defend it, clear the waves, hold the waves if you have to with the front line that we saw from Onyx Philippines.
I like our conversation because we don't know what we gonna expect for further. It's no idea. For me, this series looks like, hi bro, delivery department, I want a hamburger and one comeback. Onyx Philippines, what do you want? One comeback, please.
Either or, right? I think at this point, either Onyx Philippines or Indonesia, because now throughout the series, we've seen that a couple times in a couple different games.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can handle another comeback-centric fight for game number 5, but let's see. Maybe we might just actually get that here. I also feel like at some point, maybe Onyx Philippines, or maybe even as the draft ended, Coach Wynot, Coach Hayes probably reminded the players, guys, our lineup is good at defending from the base. It's even better that they were actually able to take the lead in the early to mid. Because if this was Onyx Indonesia taking the lead early, snowballing, it might have been actually tough for Onyx PH to pull it off. So kudos to, in the previous series, Onyx Indonesia sticking to their win condition. In the previous game. In this game, Onyx PH sticking to their win condition. And despite it being a battle for third, we're seeing it, just how important this battle is for them.
Yeah, again, the difference in terms of prize money for them, but also like you can see it from the shots here. I love the shots that we get of the players, because we talked about going into this matchup anyway that some of the pressure, some of the weight was off of their shoulders, because it is this third place match. And even when they're having those close-up shots, you see them having fun, smiling, prepping up. And then essentially, it has now come down to that best of one that we mentioned earlier. It comes down to one game for basically $100,000.
Several days, and nearly all the time, we see full series. You know? It means something. It's, I think it's one of the best World Series. I mean, for the semifinals, for the third place, and I hope for the grand finals.
Yeah, I think you could definitely say this is one of the best, if not the best, MSC we've had in terms of match quality, match length. The hero pool, everything. It's like all of the previous years of tournaments we've had have just collided into what we have now.
This is the best for me. Like hands down.
Yeah,
I would say, like, even as a viewer before, like this MSC in general has just been like all the boxes have been ticked. A healthy meta, you don't see the same exact. Well, you see some of the heroes that still pop up, but you see a lot of variations in the draft. You see a lot of. I think we are up to like 90. I want to say like 90 unique heroes or something. I know before it was like 85, 87. We've seen a couple more pop up now. Turnarounds, much more fighting-centric games as well, but also still games that we've seen be low kill games for a while, and then they're just focusing on the first 3 turtles of the game. So it's like you have a lot of shades of all the previews we've had in the past.
I really like this MSC.
Yeah.
From my heart. From the bottom of my heart, I'm really enjoying all the atmosphere that's happening here at the venue, and special thanks to our viewers, guys. You are super amazing. Just because of you, also, you create this atmosphere. In chat, I understand that not everyone can appear here in Riyadh, but still, even if you're watching online, you create this atmosphere, and thanks to you.
Yeah, and in just a few moments, we are gonna be seeing the final game between two brothers at this point. I don't have any siblings, but if I did, I would do everything I can in my power to prove to them why I'm the superior child.
Even if you're the younger one.
Yeah, even if I'm the younger one, even if I have older siblings, and I feel like that's the energy that this series brings to the table now. Like, again, we've discussed, like, it's no longer about org pride, country pride. It's about their each individual pride to be able to stand up at the end of the game, look at across the stage and just go, I'm better than you. And I feel like these last 2 games were just like the evidence of that.
Yeah. Hey, man, if they do end up going to Japan, if they do get that opportunity, they can go ahead and say that to each other. Whoever ends up winning this towards the end of it.
From my perspective, they already proved that they are the best. I mean, they went to top 4. I mean, it's 2-2.
Yeah.
And the last game, no matter who's gonna win, it's anyway. For me personally, they showed us really good performance.
If you want to see some really good stuff in game, check out Dino Planet. It's our all-star event.
Roar.
We got dinosaurs. Put up the Roar song in your main menu.
So good.
It's the best song we have right now in game. We swear, we promise you that. It's only available until August 5th, the event, excuse me. And don't forget to do all the mini games involved and to unlock the free skin, Popol and Koopa, Proto Hunter, plus that really cute Jawhead skin. I didn't think there could be any more cute Jawhead skins, but they came up with another one.
Yeah, there's way too many.
Yeah.
There's like way too many good ones. So if you're a Jawhead player, it's like so hard to decide.
Yeah, I want a sick Jawhead skin one time.
A what?
Jawhead, like a sick kaiju-looking Jawhead skin.
Just one that's completely off-brand for Jawhead.
Yeah, and then still just have the little girl like driving it, but it's like imagine like a Robo Godzilla or something.
You don't need the girl then. I mean, you're going to
It's
Godzilla.
not Jawhead if you don't have the little girl driving the machine. Like, that's part of the... Well, she doesn't drive the machine. Jawhead actually protects the little girl.
Yes.
Her name is Ailey Henry. I feel like at one point in my career, that's what I said every single week of my life.
Yep.
Just to remind people. And just to remind you, we are now in the draft for game number 5. Just waiting for it to pop up. One thing for Onyx PH. I really think they should not give Lancelot anymore to Kyrie.
Yes, absolutely agree. So, basically, they could ban it. Or just let something else.
Yeah.
And when I see, for example, Funny Ban, I got a question. Like a question mark. A big question mark. A huge question mark. Why?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Like, they made that Fanny struggle, but they still continue to ban it.
I guess you just call that respect. Just like this, Yeb's giving them respect right now.
Finally. Oh, wait. Onyx Indonesia first pick. Whoa.
That's probably why.
yeah.
I told you guys the whole time that him and maybe Coach Why Not have been making faces at each other. It's because of the sides.
There's King Kong starting to
as
make a face.
He's joining it too. Oh. Dude, I'd be scared. I'd be scared of that.
I'd be terrified. All right. Your turn, Lutfi. All right, never mind.
He's got nothing.
Yeah, he's cool. It's cool.
So, returning back to draft.
See Coach Adi pumping his chest there. Again, you love to see the vibe. Weasel Shin gets taken out. With the Lancelot gone, I think we might be seeing a utility jungle battle. Fredrin might be the first option here for Onyx ID even.
Fredrin, that's all.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Fredrin, others.
No, imagine if we just, throw it back to game 5 and it's just like Fredrin Baksha.
Yeah. That might actually be the case.
Because they banned out the Lancelot, they banned out the Fanny. YSS is gone.
Hayabusa ban. Let's go till the end.
Just ban out the Hayabusa.
They started banning junglers. Let's go.
Tell each other no more assassins. Let's go back to utility junglers.
The brutal fight for the utility jungler.
Yeah, just like big meaty men slapping meat.
Yeah, something like that. On the middle, like boxing ring in the middle of the map from the downtown. So, and the Drusin ban and the first pick for Onyx Indonesia.
Oh, it's not the Fredrin, it's the Baksha.
Baksha. So there has to be a Fredrin over on the side of Onyx Philippines.
I mean, they don't need to rush it.
They don't need to rush
it.
But, so they grab the CC. Do they grab the Farce?
I like CC Farsa. CC Farsa or CC Moskov.
Oh, right, Moskov.
And but they took the juice and they most likely will pick up the Farsa. Then Onyx can go. Excuse me.
Onyx Philippines go Fredrin.
Onyx Philippines, yeah. They'll probably pick Fredrin as like their third pick.
Yeah.
They'll pick up their mid or gold laner now.
Doesn't matter. You can exchange. So, I mean, if you want... Okay, never mind.
Kalea.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kalea.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that would have been terrifying to go up against. If you had like a Kalea roam and then a jungle Baksha, your jungle is not safe.
And there is a composition again. So, we see the CC and Kalea again.
Okay, they have a strong combo. Onyx, how are you going to flip the script here? Because I think they've already settled this is going to be a jungle Baksha. They pick up a Sans hero now or Severo hero. Oh, I think
Gatot catch.
Gatot.
Wait.
Oh.
Paquito.
Shout out to Ranger Emmas who completely whooped me in lane as a Paquito EXP laner last night. I was playing CC and it is not a fun trade.
So would you say that this is a winning trade?
Yes.
Or is it just in that instance?
We saw it several times.
Yeah, so I know Ranger Emmas is here, so shout out to you and your Paquito.
You know, we saw it several times, and this matchup, yes, 1 versus 1, it's better to be Paquito.
Yeah.
But there is the reason. You're playing 5 versus 5. And Paquito, it's kind of hard to position yourself in good. And Fredrin. Wow, I like it, actually. I like it. So, finishing with the Paquito. Yeah, it's really hard to make your hero work as you plan.
Yeah.
You're trying to skip, but you can get caught.
Yeah, especially now with the Fredrin and the Kaleo on board. Laning-wise, Paquito should be very happy.
Yeah.
Bigger team fight-wise, that's when Lutpi really needs to find his timing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, the window for Lutpi is paramount on the Paquito, but I guess that's just, in general, is what we usually see from Paquitos. And you know, the XP lane is going to be played a little bit differently, where he's going to be looking for those targets from Onyx Philippines, especially depending on what the gold lane options are going to be. We're going to see if Onyx Indonesia continues to narrow some of those choices down. You can see that Kimmy's taken out. So, I don't know. The Harith being up, I guess you ban them, just ban the Monscom, at least one of these bans? Or?
Yeah. I think Onyx would want to actually consider banning out both. Ban out the Moskov, ban out, I'm thinking Claude.
There's the
no, they go for the Granger. Because Onyx might have enough room in their lineup to go for Faramis, so they can go fast, try to end this quickly, but then you need to take out a lot of the AoE.
Do you think that you need to ban Cloud? I mean, the composition again, to catch one person, Onyx Philippines, from the right side.
Yeah.
Moscow sounds more reasonable, and also I would think about, okay, never mind, they just ban Matilda, and there's decision.
Yeah. All right. So for people wondering why the Matilda was banned here, Onyx Philippines is one of the teams who actually have a pocket Matilda mid laner option for them for Super Friends, which is why Onyx Indonesia decided to ban the Matilda out. Because I'm pretty sure there are people who were wondering, like, wait, there's already a Kaleo, we know the Roam, we know the EXP, but that's the main reason. King Kong still making faces while Coach Why Not is facilitating the draft. Oh,
this is also a pocket pick.
Oh, this is so bad for the Harith and the Paquito, though. Like, even more so now, you were mentioning the Paquito will have a hard time with the low E around. Lutpi, his timing needs to be perfect every single team fight.
I feel like at the same time, though, like, if Prince isn't careful here, he could get bursted down really quickly. So that might be the job. It might be like this game of who gets better positioning, who gets that window, and it could be Lutpi to go for that. But yes, you're right. He has to be very careful. So how do you help that? You bring in a Farsa. You can fight around the Feathered Airstrike now. That's also a threat in itself. And then lastly, they're going to go for, what do they put in the Roam? I think it's an Angela.
Oh, overloaded.
Angela Baksha combo.
Yes, but your early game struggles a lot. So, for example, Onyx Philippines, if they if we change Kalea to Cho, the early game would be just insane for Onyx Philippines. But even without the Cho, it's still their triple is much better than Onyx Indonesia.
Oh man, I think Onyx PH will still end up with a Claude for Kellera most likely. Moskov is an option, of course. Yeah, there we go. It is the Moskov that gets locked in. And Keep Boy on an Angela. He was able to pull it off as an Estes yesterday, but an Angela today, we don't know. How do you feel about it, Nicely, real quick?
I like it. It covers the grounds, but you got to make it work.
Okay.
I don't like Angela Roamer. It's like one of the worst options for now, and I think the trio of Onyx Philippines is gonna win.
Let's see. It demands a lot of mechanical precision to make this Angela the center of the map alongside the Farsa, alongside the Baksha work out. But they could potentially snowball out of this. Unless Onyx PH just shows why their lineup is easier to pull off. LaFell and Leo take us into Game 5.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Welcome to the final game in this Onyx versus Onyx series.
Silafel as well as Leo calling the final game to see who is the better Onyx. Is it one from Indonesia or Philippines?
What a way to wet the senses to prep for our grand finals. Then to get two of the best teams in all of MLBB esports right now to put on a clinic of what is possible in the current metagame to take us all the way.
We've seen Assassin versus Assassin throughout this best of 5, and now they're ending up with the utility junglers, the Fredrin as well as the Boxia. So prepare for a macro-heavy game here, especially Super Prince getting that Lucy again. But Sans and Keyboy having a very good burst mid. I don't know how this will turn out.
Not to mention the resistance of the Moskov in the hands of Kelra. So there's so many ways that Onyx PH can get to Onyx ID, but it's not like Onyx ID are throwing blanks. You know what I mean? They have the Angela. They also have the Farsa that can wings by wings out. Not to mention the Baksha Unite from Kyrie. So already, I assume that as soon as these teams hit level 4, then they're going to try to do stuff on the map.
I gotta say, for Onyx ID, they have a second winning condition, which is waiting for that Flash of the Oasis. And now Lupi going up against Kirk. Looks like both are really heavily trading against each other. So now we're seeing the roamers coming down to rotate. They're taking quite a lot of damage, but should be fine here.
Yep. These early engagements from these bruisers in the EXP lane demand attention and additional effort from the other parts of the map. And again, how does this happen, Lafel, that for the first 5 minutes, first 10 minutes of every single game in this best of 5, the gold laners get a gold lane experience? That just seems to be an Onyx versus Onyx standard.
At this point, it's a gentleman's agreement. It's like, can we all agree that only four of us are going to play for the first 5-10 minutes, and then afterwards, if they feel like it, hey, they can join in. Speaking of, right now, the Turtle has spawn. Onyx Philippines looks like they're in control.
Brusco overshooting quite a bit, forcing a flicker now from Super Prince as Ludwig gets to the back line. Kyrie secures the first Turtle. Brusco goes down, gets punished for his odd positioning. Now the Heart Guard, Lutpi, he's in. That's 4 members of Onyx ID pushing forth into Onyx PH's jungle. Can King Kong clutch this? Doesn't have a retribution. Kyrie rolling up. The SOD by Kelra. Won't be pressing the button. They let off. Too much pressure. Too much of a risk if things go sideways. If Onyx gets it. And that's a steal! Grand Theft Purple in the worst possible way. Sans, Gila Sans gets it.
The moment you think it's safe, it's really not. Now Kirk having to use the Vengeance, trying to get out of this predicament. Looks like he's able to get out of it. Onyx ID, they basically won everything in the first 3 minutes.
Brusco, quick slam here. The flicker, the tsunami slam. Not enough damage from Prince just yet. Keyboy survives. Kyrie helps with a puissance. It's all going Onyx ID's way.
Yep, even Severo getting that gold crab, earning just a little bit more for himself. Now that Severo has level 4, might be a little bit more aggressive going up against this Moskov. Now looks like the Louis.
All right, here comes the diversion as well. The rest of Onyx PH come through. Ludwig gets taken down. That's the first on the board for the Super Fam.
Yep, but still, I think in terms of punish, that was actually a very good punish because the minion waves were coming through. So there's a lot of EXP that Lupi is going to be missing out on. And it won't feel the pressure now, but it will definitely feel in the second Turtle. To the point where I have to think, even Lupi is thinking whether he should join the fight or just push the lane. Trying to play the side lanes going up against Onyx Philippines, especially with this Louis on the map.
And now suddenly, the gentleman's agreement between Kelra and Savero have to be disrupted. The Turtle will be spawning on that half of the map. Brusco first to the scene, unless Kyrie has something to say about it. Kyrie and Savero first to the pull. Sans holding that fence brush. Now the diversion. Turtle at about 10th of its health. Sans helping burst it down. Onyx PH couldn't even react.
The decision coming in from Onyx ID, making it so that it's not a dance. Just a straight up take. Now Onyx ID with roughly around 2,000 gold ahead going up against Onyx Philippines. But again, I feel like for both teams, the gold lead doesn't really impact that much because both composition doesn't really have a big snowball with that kind of gold.
Kyrie jumps Kirk, forcing that vengeance. In the protection of tier 2, Kirk will survive. Kelra throwing out that SOD in case his XP laner needs a little bit of help. Onyx ID, huge rotation not leading to much. I mean, they chunked a bit of that energy shield down bottom, but that's a good save for Onyx PH.
And this is what a Farsa can really afford you. A lot of pressure down in the early game. And now Kara getting that turret. So honestly, a very good trade coming in for both teams. The goalie doesn't really change much. And now the diversion just to give more farm over to Kelra. At this point, they're just hyper-farming Kelra, making it so that he gets all the minions.
That's right. Double laning on a Moskov with very low effort with the help of the diversion. Kyrie and Savero holding this brush. I think Kelra's aware.
Yeah, but at this point, Keyboy having the Flash of the Oasis, that's a big power spike for the entire team of Onyx Indonesia, because it makes it so that the next turtle, if they choose to go for a fight, they're at a very big advantage, because at this point, I feel like Onyx Philippines, they don't really have any anti-heal.
Yep, not a single turtle yet going over to Onyx PH. They're doing their darndest to protect this tier 1 up top, but Onyx ID will go ahead and shrink the real estate Onyx PH is allowed to play in. They've taken this XP lane fight to the mid lane, because again, this is a lot of pressure coming from Onyx. They're now building up to a 3K gold lead up to this last turtle.
The saving grace here is both Kirk as well as Kara is having a relatively good time, still able to farm up. No deaths yet for both Kara as well as Kirk. Super Prince as well, not involved so much, but again, not punished. So this is a situation where Onyx Philippines, they're losing, but honestly not by much. This is still a comebackable game coming in from Onyx Philippines.
Yep, this is a controlled amount of losses that Onyx PH are giving. Call it a margin of error that they're working with in the early game. 100% turtle take rate for the Sky Kings. Yet Onyx PH, they don't look so sweated. They don't look so troubled. And now in comes Brusco, looking for one hit with a Tsunami Slam. Zaman forced out of Savero. Curtain call. He's not able to dash on through forward. Brusco flickers back. King Kong holding the line. Ooh, that is an Appraiser's Wrath, forcing a hard guard on Savero. In comes one from the side. That's Lutpi looking for damage. Instead, Kirk gets taken down. Brusco follows Sue. The Super Fam are crumbling. They put in so much effort, and all they got out of that was the top lane. They traded 2 bodies for the top lane tier 2.
They tried to punish the Boxia's worst nightmare, which is checking the bush in mid. So many moments there, but hold on, Kelra getting targeted by Lupe.
Oh!
Lupe gets the kill onto Kelra.
KO.
That was an amazing move coming in from Lupe, but yeah, Onyx Philippines, they tried to use that bush to their advantage to get them. But again, this is one of the strengths of having an Angela. The moment you feel like you're out of the match, she brings you back in. And all this while, again, this is a very scrappy team fight, but the fact that Onyx ID, they have heal. Onyx Philippines, they have heal as well. It became very extended and eventually giving enough time for Lupe to get that flank angle onto Kelra.
Onyx PH may have overestimated their margin of error. Now Kirk is in trouble. No one can save him here. Lutpi gets another kill. In comes the rest of Onyx PH, but it might be too little, too late. This Angela Baksha is capable of so much more than just brute forcing its way into team fights. Again, concrete example is that last engage in mid. They feigned the Kumar bush and said, nope,
oh, yeah.
It's not us who's in trouble, it's you.
This is what my mom always says. Behind every successful fight, there's an Angela behind there. Heck, sometimes she takes the kill.
I need the stats on how good Angela is in MSC. It's interesting that she did not get banned here. Now the dance begins. Onyx ID, definitely the favored one. Onyx PH, I don't know what they're thinking, trying to contest. King Kong taking this long brush down bottom. Fair strike already. Lord at a 10th of itself, a 16th, a 20th. Ooh. King Kong with a steal! He's happy with what he got. He's just gonna waste Onyx ID's time crossing the long way, forcing a response. Onyx ID will definitely punish him here, but at the cost of a Lord from out of their nose, I'd say it's worth it.
It was 100% worth it. This feels like an AOT moment where they just ask King Kong's like, go and die, but get that Lord from us. A bit of a mistake coming in from Kyrie, using the Retribution a little bit too early. You saw that slither of health linger there for a very long time, allowing King Kong to get that. But hey, those are the kind of mistakes that differentiates $100,000.
If I'm not mistaken, Kyrie just used, King Kong just used the first skill, didn't even Retribution.
No.
He was waiting for the threshold and instead made that nanosecond call to go, I will not Retribution, I will just use my first skill. And he got away with it. And I guess that does help the map equalize. It did enhance this initial wave that will be coming out from Onyx. So yeah, this allows for the Super Fam to be a little more proactive. Feigning a diversion there keeps the gold lead at a manageable 4K.
Something to consider as well. Kara now has the Trinity build here. Diversion. Trying to figure out whether they want to go for it or not. Kyrie going into the bush.
Here we are.
Diversion is going to be used. Oh, they're bringing him in! Straight into the inhibitor!
That's dirty! Very well orchestrated. A freak of MLBB nature. You see the smile on Kirk's face. Can't believe they fell for that one. Kyrie forced to take a dirt nap from what could only be called an RG experiment done on the grandest stage of them all.
Can I just say, this, we can now make a compilation of every international of where the Baxia just goes inside a bush and then just escalates to become worse and worse and worse and worse. I don't think we'll see anything more dirty than that one. But hey, knowing the MLBB community, they'll figure something out.
You know what? After what happened,
oh, look at this.
To Kyrie's Baxia and M5, this is just but a flesh wound. It's hilarious, I'll tell you that.
It's hilarious, yeah.
No one saw it coming up until it happened, but now we know it's possible. Now you know you can do it.
Hey, that's a TikTok reel.
It's waiting to happen. How many remixes?
I think that will stay all the way to M10. But either ways, right now, Onyx Philippines, it's like, yes, they only got 2 kills, but I feel like they won. Right? I feel like in this situation, Onyx ID, they're in full control. But Onyx PH, they kind of won. Now, looking at items as well, having the Garden Helmet for King Kong, making it easier for him to move around the Lord, which is spawning around their side of the map. Kelra at this point is just waiting for that Malefic gun, and at that point, we gotta wait for Kelra to make a play. He's farming up, trying to get that level 15, making sure that he hits every single power spike available. But something to keep in mind as well, Savero is on the way for... Forget the item's name, but more Spellvamp, man. And now the Malefic
Concentrated
gun has...
energy.
Thank you very much, Leo.
Yep. This is just a fight waiting to happen. Not even breaking out into full-on dance. Kyrie force here's the poisons already. Kelra pushing down bottom. Zaman force here on Savero plus the heart guard from Keyboy. And they crash on to Kelra. Tsunami slam away. King Kong with the Abrasive Drive Retribution. No one hit by the SOD, so Kelra's going to have to take the walk of shame, but it's all right. Ain't no shame in doing your job. He pushed all the way into that inhibitor down bottom. Onyx PH suddenly have the map on their side despite the 4K goal disadvantage.
Onyx PH got the cake and eat it too. They got the inhibitor, they got the Lord, they got the psychological damage onto Onyx Indonesia.
The Super Fam walked into Onyx ID's room and said, Mom said I can have your bed. And laid in it for a month. Onyx ID is now wondering where it all went wrong because they had everything under control. They even sent Sans home to defend, but they still lost that turret. And now they're looking at a simultaneous wave push. All 3 coming in, a Lord down bottom. They're going to lose everything here.
Game 5 is solid proof of why brothers always fight. And now, Onyx Philippines, if you look at the score, you would think they're behind, but look at this. They're almost inside the base of Onyx Indonesia.
Brusco
just fainting, not going in just yet. The Lord is going to be handled by Savero.
Oh, there's a conceal. Lutfi thrown out a few punches. Champion stance already used. The knockout punch not going to keep him alive, but the heart guard will. But for how long? He's down. Super Prince takes him. So does the inhibitor. It goes down. The next stop, the base, maybe the top lane inhibitor. Kyrie eating a lot of damage from Onyx PH. It's a bare base for the Sky Kings. They have to defend.
And now, 1 minion, they're able to deal with that. But now, the other minion wave is coming in. It's coming down mid.
4v5, Feathered Airstrike plus a Zaman Force. The isolation from Brusco. Use the Purify. Savero is down. Kyrie and Sans. Keyboy 2 left to defend. Kyrie eating a lot. Heart guard keeping him alive, but it's over. The Super Fam prove to be the supreme Onyx. They are the 3rd placers of MSC.
And now the Onyx conversation has ended. as of today, Onyx Philippines rise on top. And with that, Onyx Indonesia will have to settle for 4th place.
The Sky Kings have been flying very high. The internet could have sworn that this was their time to take home another title, but they fell, and they're facing their brothers. They fell again.
Being in each other's heads, we saw Onyx Philippines being at a disadvantage, but that one cheesy play got back that momentum. And I have to go back to what Carl TZ said. For you to be the best, you have to have fun with what you're doing. And I kind of feel like that play gave them that fun for them to find a way to come back.
And it's 2 versus 1 stone. LaFell Onyx PH found a way to have fun and show us something we've never seen with a hero like this, a combo like this. Plus, possibly, I don't know if you'll agree with me, they got into Onyx ID's heads.
Oh, dude, I agree. It got into my head. Now, I don't want to be using Boxia, man. That's a lot. And the fact that King Kong, one of the kings of the jungle, getting the crucial picks on that Lord. By the way, if this is not a part of Kadia top play of the day, I don't know what's going on.
There's gotta be.
I don't care how good the grand final is, that has to be there.
This deserves to be one of the top plays. Kadia, take notes.
I would argue maybe even the top play. You know what? Forget about Savages, man.
That was all 5 of Onyx PH. This was premeditated.
This is how you show you play together as a team, and you just make it personal on that one guy. And now we are ready here. Congratulations to Onyx Philippines. And now we're throwing it over to the stage where we're going to be having an interview with King Kong.
Yes, indeed, gentlemen. King Kong joins us. Our 3rd place here at Onyx Philippines. First of all, King Kong, can we get a flex? Come on. God damn. All right. See, you got the good vibes. They were going on. Kelra immediately slid onto the stage to really celebrate. Did you take that positive energy into the 3rd place game with you?
Coach Wynat told us that no matter what, we will just enjoy the game, and even though it's battle for 3rd, we should still do our best.
Yeah, it's a very good way to see it. So that's a healthy mentality going into it, doing your best. We got to a game 5. That's fun. However, both Onyx, Philippines and Indonesia, you guys boot camped together for a couple weeks in Indonesia. What was that experience like? Did it build any sort of friendly ties between you? How was the practice like?
First of all, of course, it built friendship for Philippines and Indo. I think we had a better practice because we could talk to the Indo players personally.
That's a good way. What do you think you learned from a more gameplay standpoint by practicing with really some of the best players out there?
All I can say is we learned a lot from them, and they learned a lot from us too.
Very good. A lot to learn from players that are at this level. And now, if we're a bit serious about it, obviously 3rd place at MSC, you were looking at even a higher position, but I want to reflect on that journey. What do you feel you've learned as a player and as a team from this journey, past 2 weeks?
First of all, I still feel happy and I still feel proud for the whole team, Onyx Philippines. We learned a lot, we realized a lot. I think we still need to improve much more inside the game. What's important is we enjoyed this journey and we learned a lot from it.
It was good to have you through it all. And of course, you had a huge Onyx crowd here, be it PH or Indo, that are also cheering for you. So anything you'd like to say to the Onyx fans that came all the way here to Riyadh to watch you play?
Sa Onyx fans, thank you so much sa inyo lahat. Mahal ko kayo lahat.
Thank you very much, King Kong. Congratulations again on the 3rd place matchup. Incredible performance from Team Onyx Philippines. An extra flex to top it off. This was our 3rd place game. We still have more to go. It's the big one after the break.
Thank you so much, Miloj, and to King Kong. Man, what a series!
I thought you were going to say, what a flex.
And what a flex by Onyx, the world's longest tsunami slam that went from Riyadh back to Manila to ensure that Onyx PH completes the turnaround.
And they took Kyrie.
Yeah, they took Kyrie. Get back to the Philippines.
Actually, that was good. That was really good. By the way,
one more time.
I'm not King Kong, sorry.
It's fine.
There we go. There it is.
Oh, wow. I never would have thought that that's how it would end. I mean, we posed the possibility of the lineup of Onyx Indonesia. If it goes well, very hard to stop. It's Angela, Baksha, Harith together, which can be very frustrating to go up against if you're not ready to handle it and if your damage dealers aren't ready. But then Kyrie checks a bush as a Baksha. And you can't blame him, because that's his job. No way in hell would have anyone thought that there would be 5 members of Onyx Philippines ready to go. We're taking you back to the Philippines with us. 5-man teleport tsunami slam. That's it. That was insane.
I just can't even picture like how that actually works physics-wise. Like Kalea lifting up a Baksha and then through a portal. Like I mean, it was brilliant. I don't know if we're going to get to see something like that again.
Actually, it's super shocking because I saw a lot of efforts when people just trying like on purpose to create this composition.
Yeah.
It's not that easy as you think.
Yeah.
And they made it in the match for the 3rd place, for like a decisive map, and they do it. It was like, whoa, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, it's the 250,000 tsunami slam plus teleport. You couldn't have written it any other way. Crazy. Crazy is all I could say. And this man was even crazier this entire series, who helped launch his team to victory. Kelra is our Sony match MVP. Of course, a little bit more muted this time around the Moskov, and a little bit more muted for Onyx PH in the previous game. But Kelra still stands to be one of the main conditions for Onyx victory.
Kelra's always going to be, I feel like, that guy, especially in this lineup for Onyx Philippines. And it was very apparent throughout the entire run for them in MSC. You know, a lot of the teams were trying to figure out, how do we get to Kelra? How do we deal with Kelra? And that's just a resemblance of what we've seen from him in the past year especially. And, you know, even when he might not be as loud in terms of the game or, you know, making these plays, the team still plays around him. And again, that's always what enables these gold laners to do that. They have these conditions, they have this environment where they can go ahead and focus on farming up, do what they need to do, but the team allows them to do that from early to mid-game, where then Kelra gets to really shine towards the late game of whoever they're playing against.
Actually, Kelra was shining like all the way around, and if we speak also about the semifinals, just like remember the situations when he carried solo versus Team Spirit.
I remember a post that Kelra made on social media.
Moment, that tsunami slam.
That's it. That was the moment. And he got the kill onto Kyrie there at the end. But yeah, there was a post that he made online. It was a photo with him with the MSC trophy, and he said, "You already know my name. Let me remind you what it is," considering that he is a former MSC champion in his own right. But what I like about that last series, it didn't feel like a Kelra show. It felt like an Onyx PH show. We got the show that we asked for.
Yep.
We didn't get the crazy picks. We got the crazy moments. That's it for the semifinals. How are you feeling? This is the end of our MSC journey. We're going to be fans now moving forward. But gentlemen, a final word from the both of you now.
For me, you know, MSC, like I said, has been phenomenal. EWC is always a really special event now that we've got to do it twice. And it's always great to see how competitive the teams have gotten. I think that's one of the main things is so many other regions, so many other teams are catching up in power levels and everything else. And I think we had, again, the best MSC so far.
I would like to say thanks for all the players who performed so perfectly, maybe not perfectly sometimes, but well enough to enjoy this atmosphere, to enjoy this performance overall. Thanks for all the viewers, and it was a great honor to be with you here today and with Leo LaFell also. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Just
fist bump from afar. The story of MLBB Esports is a tale that just keeps on going. But now we are about to witness another chapter added to its legacy, as the grand finals between Team Liquid Philippines and Selangor Red Giants OG Esports will be underway in just a bit. Redemption is the name of the game for these two teams. A lineup once hailed as world champions, desperately seeking that title yet again to be able to tell the world we are the best. And for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports to be able to tell the world yet again why they became the giants of the game last year. We're going to be going off on a break, but hopefully you join us and tell everyone you know. Come on in. The grand finals of MSC 2025 of the Esports World Cup is about to begin.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome aboard Metro Zero. All souls must remain inside the train at all times.
All alone, I felt a weariness inside. Paranoia always following in stride. Till the day that I became a spirit guide. My purpose won't be denied. Through the right, my body started to rehash. Now I feel a heat that scorches me to ash. All this pressure and the energy combined, I'm bound beneath the weight of the divine. Fire! I feel the burning fire. Oh, how I yearn for fire. I watch the surge of flames all consuming. I'm explosive, I am booming with the fire. No more obsession, fire. Only possession. Look at how it's burning through. From the ash, I am born anew. Summoning a storm inside the sacred breath of life.
Next stop, Evergarden Station.
Bandits rose and I feel no remorse. Half machine and unstoppable force. Only in the searing pain am I alive. My power in overdrive. At the station, I'm surrounded by a crowd full of souls who seek a vengeance so avowed. Shedding shells of spirits who I must defend to break the shackles so they can ascend. Fire booming with a fire. No more obsession, fire. Holy possession. Look at how it's burning through from the ash. I am born anew, summoning a storm inside the sacred breath of life.
Now arriving at the terminal station, Evergarden Station.
Papasa naman. Oh, panalo na to.
Panalo na. Mawag ka pa sa akin. Nagpong sisisihin ha. Mawag ka pa sa yan. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. I think the key of victory today is coaching staff. That's what you can help for the players, because players does not have the game to review, right? And it's easy for you to catch rest and roamer and game vision if you know the habit of the players. And then Brusco really have this habit where he always positions in certain ways. So once I inform them to Yums can already know what he need to do next. Yeah. He slowly from this, you guys told me that they can only slowly walk from the base to behind like that. Yeah, that's how you play. I think it feels good. It feels good. It definitely feels good to make it to grand final again, because we have sacrificed so much, right? Like all these 2 years that we have been practicing non-stop, we have been sacrificing times. Then we put a lot into the games. Not only the locals that are like sacrificing their own holiday, like the Raya, stuff like that. We also have the imports that are like sacrificing their times, right? They've been in Malaysia for so long. They definitely miss their family a lot, but they still give not only their best, they give their all, sacrifice their all for this team, and then making it to the grand final. I feel happy for them, feel happy for this team, and then I hope that we can make the dream come true again, make another grand final win.
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season cup. Team Liquid will make it to the grand finals.
Sobrang saya ko na na-clash naman yung key ng Onic ID, kasi nung MSC 2023 talagang nahirapan nila kami ng sobra, and sobrang sarap sa feeling na makabawi sa kanila.
Oh, Boss Chris!
Hey, Boss Chris! Hi, Boss Chris!
No more curse! No more curse! Thank you, Boss Chris! Okay.
Coach Arcadia, I remember you left us after losing season 9, but I still love you. Let's fight tomorrow.
With the battle for third concluded, Onyx Philippines is able to become the third place team here, making Onyx ID the fourth place. And now, the moment everyone has been waiting for. This is going to be the grand finals between SRGOG Esports going up against Team Liquid. We're about to see, can SRGOG defend their title, or Can finally Team Liquid secure this MSC title that has been eluding them for the longest time? And I gotta say, this is gonna be an interesting journey for both organizations, for all 10 players, including the coaches, where this has not been an easy year for anyone. And SRGOG, they're just one step away from putting their legacy here, making history to be the first team to have that back-to-back glory. Welcome to MSC here at the Esports World Cup. This is the English broadcast. My name is LaFell. Alongside with me is Leo, Brigida, and Trex. We got a stacked roster here. So first of all, Trex, you're looking incredible. How are you feeling for the grand finals, man?
First of all, you're looking incredible. You've been looking
Thank
great
you very much.
this whole MSC. Couldn't get my eyes off of you. I'm excited. Grand finals, MSC, TLPH, SRG returning to try to take the championship. What more could we ask for?
Yeah, personally, it's been such a ride for the entire MSC, beginning the group stage now, and we finally made it to the grand finals. And so many surprises happened this year, but if there's one thing I'm looking forward to see, if whether or not we'll be replicating it compared to last year, is that even when we made it to the grand finals, it was still a maxed out 7-game series.
That is something I might like to balance my expectations on. We've seen how Liquid performs, right? And we've seen how close SRG's matches go. I'm just saying, let's not ask for a 7-game series when we don't know if we're going to get a 7-game series.
But as we're on this topic, we got to look at the STC rankings here for the EWC Club Championship, because Team Liquid already won one championship in chess. And here's the thing, SRGOG is not the only organization that is here to make history as first organization back-to-back champions. But Team Liquid, if Team Liquid wins MSC here, they're going to be the first organization in history to win 2 titles in the same week. Never happened before, and they're so close to make it happen today.
And it's so surprising to see the sudden change in rankings, because like just yesterday when we checked it, overall, I believe it was still Team Falcons up top. But with that single win, it's now Team Liquid. And in the previous weeks, with how many weeks we have, it's Team Vitality who's been there too.
I mean, I gotta say, Team Liquid this year has been impressive, because not only do they have a chance to make record of winning 2 titles in the same week, they already broken a record with the most amount of points secured in 1 week, 1,950. That's a huge amount in just 1 week, from number 7 all the way to number 1. Team Liquid for this year looks like is the club to watch. And like you said, Leo, when Team Liquid plays, they don't make it look close. SRGOG, your heart is pumping when you watch them play.
SRGOG are facing now possibly their biggest hurdle yet. Because last year, they got the whole, we're undefeated for 120 days. We're unbeatable in scrims. Everybody was looking up to SRGOG. But now, SRGOG, they even have to remind people that they're champions, that they're the defending MSC champions. All this while, Liquid's found a new way to play. Not just a Liquid Stampede, but a Stompede.
I would say, though, SRG does well in the face of adversity, right? Because even last year, though they were on that streak, there was still a lot of doubt on them. There was still a lot of, Malaysia gets hyped up all the time, they never make it. But in the face of that doubt, they still accomplished. Even after going all 5 games against Aurora last year, almost getting knocked out of knockout stage, they were still able to do their thing. And I think, I have my eyes on them for this grand finals.
But now, while we're on the topic, we actually was able to catch the one man that can change Destroyer's mind when it comes to Arlit. We were able to talk to Sanford, so let's see how he's doing before we start our grand finals.
And we're now here with 40 Sanford from TLPH. Sanford, pulse check. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good, and I'm really excited to play.
Really excited to play. This is the grand finals. You are one step closer to putting your key into the totem. How is everyone doing right now? Are they also as confident as you?
Yeah, they can't even sleep yesterday because they're really excited to play now. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. So they couldn't sleep last night. Okay. It was really hard to sleep last night because they were all really excited coming into this match. Now, for you personally, Sanford, this is yet another MSC, an opportunity to get that trophy because so far it has eluded you. MSC 2023, you weren't able to take it. MSC 2024, you were also unable to take it. What is different this time around for you?
Well, for me personally, I already broke the curse, so I'm really happy to break that, and also we just want to enjoy the series. No pressure.
What curse? What curse?
The semifinals curse. We always, because this is my third time that being in the semifinals. Oh, yesterday being the semifinals. So yeah, we already broke the curse. Yeah.
Okay, the semifinals curse. If you could lift that trophy today, what would that victory mean to you?
Well, it would mean a lot since this is the only international title that we don't have, like 5 of us. So we really wanted to get this win for also like putting GOAT name in Carl Tizzi's name.
Gold into Carl Tizzi's name. It's going to be gold in your name as well, you know, Sanford?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay, so Arcadia wants to find revenge against SRG. What do you think is the key takeaway that you guys have over SRG today?
Well, I think it's all about the draft, and also like I also need to win my matchup against Cram because in this kind of meta, XP lane matchup is the really important one.
Okay, speaking of Cram in the EXP lane, you're going head to head. People are calling you the Apex Predator, and it's not for zero reason. People are thinking that you are the #1 EXP laner right now. So what message do you have over Cram? And do you also agree that you're better in the EXP lane than Cram?
Well, let's see later, but I don't want to hit things up. So, yeah, may the best team wins and good luck. Have fun.
All right, good luck for the Grand Finals, 40. We're throwing it back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Sanford. And now, after that interview, this is the MSC 2025 final boss. Because all throughout their journey here, they only lost 2 games, no series drop, and both only to Onyx Indonesia. Now, I gotta ask you, Brigida, now that they have broken the curse, they got all the way to the Grand Finals. From your perspective, how does they like mentally? How do they feel going to these Grand Finals?
I think even Carl already mentioned it previously in one of the interviews he had that they feel absolutely no pressure at all heading into the Grand Finals. And I feel like a huge part of that is the way that, especially in this year's MSC, I feel like they don't consider anyone to be particularly their quote-unquote rivals, because in the previous times that they again failed, especially in the semifinals last year, it was up against their rivals in the entire Titans of MLBB. So now that they've gotten the pressure out of their way and that they've been performing phenomenally in the previous games that they've played so far, although you could say they played the least games, or one of the teams who played the least games here in MSC, they just seem to be so much confident prior to this grand final.
Isn't that the way to take down the Giants? You know, strip away the fact that they're the defending champions, strip away the fact that they've owned MPL MY for the better part of the past year and a half, and look at them as just, well, it's hard. Again, they have names, they have faces, they have stories, they're very talented, but what Liquid is doing is saying, you know what, you're just standing in the way of our MSC title, but also your SRG OG.
Yeah, now we're looking at Cram, Sky, Stormy, Yums, and Innocent. I want to talk about my boy Stormy, but since Sanford did say the EXP matchup is so important, I gotta ask you, Trex, looking at Cram's performance, do you feel like he has a chance going up against Sanford, where again, he makes the Arla look so good?
Normally, I would say no one has a chance against 40 the Kid, but Cram, watching him play the CC the other day, watching the way he's able to move with his team, I think Cram is definitely going to be able to match up against Sanford in that lane, and Cram could definitely be a problem.
You know what I'm afraid of? Cram's Ruby. I'm pretty sure Coach RC and Coach Tic Tac have taken notes saying, that one right there, that might be a no-no.
Cram's Ruby, one out of the numerous XP laners he's already played. He's even brought out the Dairoth and the likes of that. So I think in terms of flexibility, it's definitely a given that Cram would also be definitely be able to deliver. And that's something we would probably expect from Team Liquid, because Sanford, he does have a lot of heroes to his name, but so far he's played 5.
Yep.
Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, JP, as well as Oheb. These are the players representing Team Liquid. I want to talk about the opposite lane here. Oheb, so far in this MSC, I would say he's been playing an amazing game with many different heroes. Trex, Oheb looks very unstoppable, but going up against Innocent, that's going to be a very tough matchup for both.
What's interesting about this matchup is both are aggressive gold laners. They're willing to get in the middle of the fights. They're willing to use those flicker forwards instead of flicker backwards. And it's going to be interesting, not as much in the laning phase, but I think in terms of the big 5v5s on how they react against each other.
Yeah, these are two clutch gold laners. Like, their playstyle is very clutch, they're very last minute, and they literally do those singular plays which change the entire flow of the team fight and the game. So I think that's what we're gonna expect between the cold-blooded Filipino sniper and the half-man, half-beast.
Yeah, and honestly, while we're talking about this, we actually were able to talk to the half-man, half-beast, Innocent. So again, Innocent, are you ready for this grand finals?
We are now backstage catching up with the half-man, half-beast, Innocent. Innocent, welcome. Pulse check, confidence check. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Feeling good. What about confidence level?
Just normal.
Just normal? Yeah. Not nervous, not confident too, just normal?
Just at the middle.
Just in the middle. Okay, you guys ate together today?
Yes. Breakfast and lunch.
Okay, so it's a good thing. They had breakfast and they also had lunch together. Now, a very similar story once again from last year. A lot of people were doubting SRG, and now you're finally here in the grand finals. What does this mean for you personally?
It can really boost our confidence because last year we didn't face any PH teams, right? That's why other fans in PH are, they're always talking about like, you guys are just lucky because there's no PH team in your bracket. So right now, we already proved them wrong, and we're happy about that.
Amazing stuff. I mean, technically that's true, right? You've beaten Onyx PH before, which you've never been able to do before. And now you're one step closer to taking down TLPH. How does this make you feel?
I think this is the more into like fun match for us because we're friends with TLPH. That's why it's more into chill side than just competitive.
Okay. I mean, Sanford says something very similar as well. Very competitive, but it's also very chill because you guys are friends. Speaking of them being your friends, they're still considered the final boss here at MSC. So what do you think makes them so strong?
For me, it's about their macro and the way they play and communicate with each other. And because they're using tank meta jungler, right? That's why their macro is really good and they know on how they will capitalize it.
But you have the secret to take them down today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we're going to see it today as well?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, for sure. I'm pretty sure Arcady also has something in mind here because he also shared that he has a little bit of a revenge story up against TLPH. Is this something that you share as well, personally?
Oh, because we lost against them at Snapdragon.
Yeah.
That's why. For me, yeah, same with them.
Okay, so also a revenge story here. But in the lane, in the grand finals, in your matchup, you are going head-to-head against Oheb. Are you nervous about that matchup? Are you confident against that matchup?
For me, it's normal because if you want to win the championship, you need to fight like the strongest one, right? So there's no choice, just enjoy the game and give your best.
I love this mentality coming from SRG as well as TLPH. Message for Oheb in the lane.
Good luck and have fun.
Good luck and have fun. All right, once again, thank you. Good luck, and we're going to throw it over back to the studio.
If you want to become champion, you have to go up against the best. Now, panel, I know we always hear good luck, have fun, but I kind of feel like after Carl TZ felt disrespected by Kyrie, I feel like no one really dares to say much. Now, we already had 5 games in our third place match, so while we still have time, I just want to get a base idea coming in from you guys. Like, what do you guys think is going to happen in this best of 7 series? How many games? Who's going to win? The floor is yours. What do you guys think?
You asked for quite a bit. I thought we were just going to keep it brief. Okay, I think we're going to see at most 5 games. At most.
Wow, okay.
And I think I can only speak for the team I've been watching for years now, Liquid Philippines. I think they're going to go for a plan A and B type of situation where they know a plan of attack and then they'll only revert to B if that doesn't work, and they'll go from there.
Okay. I did bring up the entire idea about 7 games, but personally, I do feel also that we could just go 6. So I'd be 4-2 in favor of Team Liquid Philippines too. I mean, I'm a Liquid girly, so yeah.
Liquid girly?
It's a thing.
It's a thing, yeah, sure. Move like water. Okay, go ahead.
I'm a Liquid boy.
I think you just go with boy, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah.
7 games. 1 game, 2 games, 2 games.
Oh wow, that's specific.
What am I at?
Is this Trex math?
1 game, 2 games, 2 games, 1 game. Somebody's gonna win the final game.
Not gonna lie, you lost me there.
It's
But
gonna
hey,
be epic. I'm guessing 7 games. I think everyone's counting down SRG, and I do think they can take TLPH to the limit.
I mean, like for me, I gotta trust my boys, you know, Selangor Red Giants, OG Esport. Win or lose, I'm very proud that they made it all the way here. And honestly, when we're talking about how many games this really goes, I really feel like we gotta look at both styles because they play roughly the same way, which is basically guns blazing at the first 10 seconds of the game, which is very different that we saw Team Liquid going up against Sonic ID. So are you expecting a very fast series? Like it could go 7, but every game might be fast.
Only if it was Liquid-sided. Only if we're going to see a Stampede or Stompede, because if there is something I can say about SRGOG is when it comes down to the late game, they're second to none. If this goes past the 19-minute mark, 20-minute mark, we've seen that yesterday, Liquid is capable of overheating, and that's one of their main weaknesses. So if some way, somehow, SRGOG can put us into that kind of atmosphere wherein it's always down the wire, maybe that's how they get those 2, 3, maybe even go all the way against Liquid.
And that's been a problem for Team Liquid even for the past season. Like, teams have been observing that there are times wherein they tend to struggle when it comes to closing out the game, and that would be so frustrating for them if they're not able to manage that up against a team like SRGOG.
I don't know. I think it's hard to predict exactly, length, everything like that. I think SRG does have the ability to go to the distance. I think TLPH has some control factors, but right now in the current meta, we've seen teams get hyper aggressive, win in 10, 11 minutes. We've seen both of these teams go the distance against their opponents. I'm hoping we get some long games. I'm hoping we get some fast games. I think it's going to be a great grand finals either way.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And Liquid Girly, shout outs to all of them. Looks like this is a very Liquid favorite panel. But now, this is something that everyone has been waiting for. The start of MSC here at the Esports World Cup. We have our grand finalists. And now between both teams, $500,000 is going to be the difference between champion and runner-up. It's time to make history for both teams, Team Liquid as well as SRGOG. We'll see which one will make it. It's time to encounter the unknown.
I'm feeling really happy and proud with my team that we've come this far and we want to win MSC again.
Immortality down, Kelra against you, another Immortality down, and now it is just Kelra left to defend against 5 members of the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports crew. Kelra with a flicker forward, Innocent dodging away.
Not just me, but all of us are feeling out of this world because finally we have broken the semifinals curse and we just want to play again and again.
The Lord is still on the base. They've defended again. Carl! Not able to end. Saji, one more hit. Throw back again.
I'm feeling really confident because we won against Onyx Philippines.
With Immortality down, you get a reaction from Stormy. Innocent gets a double, and you'll find another. That's a triple for Innocent. Make it a maniac. Tear Onyx Philippines down.
SRGOG is the defending champion, so it would be easy game. So we need to do our study and preparation well. We're really looking forward, and I hope they have a good match.
Onyx are on their last legs. The curtain call comes in. Saji gets the triple. Team Liquid shatter the dreams of Onyx ID.
we're ready to face them in the grand final.
To SRGOG, my message is, since you guys have won, please give it to us and may the best team wins.
Months of preparation, 2 weeks of heated competition, a $3 million prize pool, and it all leads up to this, the MSC 2025 Grand Final. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to welcome you back to the Amazon Arena for the biggest event of the weekend. And as always, it's Milosh, your host, and by my side, my wonderful co-host, the ever so blossoming Rose. What a time! We made it to the final.
We have indeed made it to the finals over the past few weeks. Guys, we have witnessed so many things happening over here at the Amazon Arena and over here at the Boulevard. We have seen hardships, heartbrokens, we have seen tears and drama, but all of that had led us to this momentous occasion.
There's a lot on the line. Club championship points at the Esports World Cup 2025 and $1 million for whoever gets to lift this trophy and the glory of it all in only a matter of a few hours. However, the final question before we introduce our teams. Riyadh, are you ready? Let's bring them up. Our first team on the docket. It's none other than the Cavalry Team Liquid. In the XP lane, Sanford. In the jungle, Carl Deasy. In the mid lane, Sanji. On the roam, it's JP. In the gold lane, it's Ohab. For so long, the glory of being MSC champions has eluded them. For 3 years, they've tried and were always so close, yet so far. And now, at MSC 25, and after dominating in both groups and knockouts, they are closer than ever to completing that trophy cabinet. Can they deny the Malaysian Giants their back-to-back glory? They will have to become the undisputed champions of MLBB.
And of course, our second grand finalist, the defending champions of MSC. Let us call on up Selangor Red Giants OG Sports. In the XP, we have Cram. In the jungle, Sakais. In the mid, Stormy. For Rome, Yumes. And in the gold, Innocent. Despite a shaky performance to start their title defense bid, SRG was able to channel back their championship form showcased from their success last year. They survived the wildcard champions, Virtus Pro, denied both CFU and RRQ's of vengeance, and yesterday they have brought the reigning world champions to their feet. And now the Malaysian representative, it is looking to cement their legacy in the history of MLBB by being the first ever back-to-back champions.
Malaysia, Philippines in an MSC Grand Final. It cannot get any better than that. Please, gentlemen, SRG, please, Team Liquid, place your keys. It's the last time we get to do this here on stage. Take your seats, and I can't believe it. We made it. A best of 7, no second chances for Guts and Glory Rose.
It is going to be a wild and hot best of 7. Only one will be the champion today. And I'm pretty sure the audience from all around the globe is definitely ready. And with that, it is time to encounter the unknown.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's wild and hot all over here. The final match of MSC at the Esports World Cup 25. And again, both teams have a lot on their shoulders. But here's the thing. This is not foreign land for them. They've been on the grand final slot plenty of time. And heck, they're even good friends.
You know, a little known tidbit about the grand finals. Folks, you can correct me in the chat, all right? Go into my socials if I'm wrong. Carl TZ has a 100% win rate whenever he steps foot into a grand finals.
Oh.
Yep, and for you folks at home, make sure you guys redeem the code here. It is case sensitive, but hey, if you want to be safe, just scan the QR code to redeem the prize for yourself. Now, your thoughts here, Brigitte.
He did say 100% win rate in the grand finals.
I remember one now that where he lost.
But I mean, that's still very high. But for SRG OG, they also have a very high win rate whenever they're here in Riyadh.
They might be 100% actually.
Who?
SRG.
In Riyadh?
Just
so
as
far,
a team.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
just as a team. As long as they step foot in the grand finals, they won.
Yep, and now we're looking at both teams on stage here. Now, this is going to be very intense. Doesn't matter how long it goes. I really feel like game number 1 will set the tempo here. Trax, so far, Team Liquid, the way that they approach the match, pressure their opponent so much, they don't even have time to react. Do you think that's a good way to start the grand finals?
I think game 1 you can definitely start like that. Most definitely. Game 1 is going to be a game about pace, who can get the first win, who can build the momentum.
And we saw, when it comes to the mental, both teams are very, very strong here. Is there anything that SRGOG can possibly exploit against Team Liquid here, Leo?
I already talked about it. It's that overheat. It's that overshoot. It's that stampede until you run into a wall that SRG could do to try and get Liquid. So maybe they can start slow game 1, force them into a false sense of hope in game 2, and then go from there.
And I mean, that's how SRG OG does their typical early game. It's a slow build-up before they actually hit their spikes, and before they eventually be the ones to really drive the entire flow of the game.
And now we have a quote coming in from Sanford. He said, our chemistry is really solid now. Funny, because they're Liquid. It's not like before when we felt so much pressure to play for our last series. I don't think I have anything left to prove. If we win, we'll be avenging Onyx Philippines and claiming the only title we don't have. But if we lose, that's just the nature of the game. Spoken like a real champ.
Definitely spoken like a champ. This is a lineup for me, especially bringing Oheb into it. I do agree that TLPH just feels like a different beast right now. The aggression, everything feels synced up for them for this grand finals.
And this is the same vibe they were giving off when they won the M4 World Championships. They felt like just kids out on a mission, looking to have fun, and if they lose, they lose, but at least they had fun with their friends doing so.
I kind of feel like this is why both teams can be very friendly with each other, because as much as a lot of stakes are here, even in the videos that we saw, they still joke around backstage. They understand as much as you need to be intense, you need to be calm too here, Brigitte.
Yeah, and that was something too that's a result of them eventually or throughout the years finding each other in such huge stages too. Like, this isn't the first time that they're gonna meet each other in such a big stage, international stage, and in the previous times that they did, one might even say that they don't look like the best of friends because there have been some heated face-offs too, but now it's completely different. For sure, they have such a great idea as to how the other plays, especially in this meta.
And now we're jumping straight into draft here. SRG OG, their first pick. Team Liquid is on the second pick, instantly batting out that Arlet. And Team Liquid batting out that 1-1. If we know Team Liquid, they won't change their ban that much.
Again, this is the plan A. If that's not working, plan B type of approach I think the Cavalry will take. How does SRG OG approach this? Looking at the setup, LaFell, something tells me a story you shared with me yesterday is happening here. SRG OG may have won the flip and have chosen to go blue, and this spells quite the good ramp up into the series for the defending champions.
Everyone has their own superstitions, and SRG OG really likes first pick blue side here. So now, Brigida, looking at the bans here, Arlet as well as Lancelot ban. Does this look like just going for those comforts of Team Liquid?
Yeah, it does seem like it. This is an Arlet that's been spammed by Sanford yesterday, and everybody just kept saying, why does he make it look so easy to pull off the Arlet whenever he gets his hands on it? And more than this, I feel like this will open up so much of the options that we haven't been seeing as much, especially in the mid lane, because in the previous matches there has been a huge emphasis and focus on the mid lane heroes in terms of the bans.
I do really want to point out this Granger blue side ban.
Interesting, yeah.
It is, right? And it's a great swing back because red side has been very common to pick up things like the Kalea Granger, Phobius Granger, something Granger. My only worry for this is Innocent. Two of his major picks have been Moskov, Granger. And if the Moskov gets snatched up on that first snapback from red side, he starts to, it could be the hurt on themselves. But again, I'm wondering how big brain is this. They do take the CC, which overall has been a highlight pick for Cram.
Yep, and now we're jumping straight into draft here. CC pick immediately answered by the Jushin as well as the Fredrin. How do you feel about this, Leo?
I feel great, given that TLPH are going down a very familiar route. And they're ready to face off against the CC. They know how dangerous this weapon is in the EXP lane, so they stick to what they know. Zushin, Fredrin, now SRG pick up the Farsa, a lethal weapon in the hands of Stormy. And they get a Nakai. Oh, this is how they answered yesterday's Fredrin 2, a Nakai in the hands of Sekais.
Let's talk about how fast the drafts is going, but we got to mention Yunes has played a total of 37 unique heroes, the most among all players in MSC history. Again, in history. But yeah, Brigida, looking at the 3 picks coming in for both teams, this is very fast. They've figured out this draft since yesterday. CC, Akai, Farsa going up against Jushin, Fredrin, and Lapu Lapu.
Yep, I feel like a lot of, or especially after what happened yesterday, teams have put a bit more respect on the Akai. And we've seen how capable it is of going head or toe-to-toe against the Fredrin, especially in objectives. And even despite the early CC pickup, which could already be a massive threat to TLPH, I also like how they decided to respond with the Lapu Lapu, because this is one of the best picks you could go up against the CC with in terms of damage.
I mean, Fredrin has been Carl Tizzi's most picked hero so far in the knockout stages. He's done well with it. I do think the CC plays well against it, and I think SRG, I know these drafts are snappy, but I think it's going more to SRG's pace a little bit, towards TLPH it's more of comfortability. You get Sanford on the Lapu, you have Carl Tizzi on the Fredrin. Overall, though, I think in terms of counterplay, SRG is coming out on top right now.
Yep. Liquid have to consider the Cho, and a safe gold laner is still out there, given this is the combo SRG did yesterday to take down Onyx. So maybe watch out for the Cho. Maybe you can steal it right now in Red 4.
Can I just say, Leo, besides the Jushin, TL's draft feels very M4.
And at M4, oh, there it is. See, I told you.
That just leaves the Gadot for Yumes, because there seems to be so much pressure in terms of Yumes and the heroes that he's been playing so far. They've taken out majority of the heroes that he's already picked.
Yep, ban the Gatot here, because that's what Liquid wants to do. Liquid also drafted a very similar lineup with a Gatot here.
So what about gold lane though, right? We have the Harith gone, Granger gone, Moskov still open. Does TLPH pick that up to steal it from Innocent immediately? Does SRG ban it here? It's kind of, and I think that's what's taking them so long for this 5th ban.
I mean, it looks like the secret strat is just to go for that Bruno and just play very, very fast.
Yep, Bruno, still Iritel is out there. Beatrix, Claude.
Claude, yeah.
Claude has suddenly become a breakout gold laner in the span of 48 hours.
And they banned the Matilda again. I feel like even in the previous series, this has been a trend. Teams just ban out the Matilda entirely because, again, it amplifies the entire idea of a utility jungler. But do they go for gold lane here? As mentioned, the Moskov is still open, or the Bruno, or they can leave it for later and instead maybe go for
Got taught,
and that's in. So this
is what they want because it's a good answer towards the Farsa.
Yeah, and they get some counterplay in the gold lane. Because of the limitability of what is left, there is some counterplay out there. Bruno, Moskov, you have a couple options, and they get to see as well whatever SRG ends up picking for their roam position here. They can also pick a gold laner to kind of play around that.
Something interesting to point out as well is the Hive as well as Granger. Very lane heavy, very bursty hero. So it looks like they are looking for a comfortable lane for Innocent here.
Yeah, and Liquid are comfortable with playing with a lineup that has no burst. So SRG have to account for that. What are they going to put into the hands of the half-man, half-beast, the Innocent beast? They get the Bruno once again, all right. We saw that coming, but there's no Cho. What does Yumes play? Do they switch up? No, they don't. It's the Grok. We haven't seen Grok.
Hey,
looks good here.
Most unique heroes. 37 for Yumes.
There it is.
Let's also point out that when SRG takes a new unique hero pick, a lot of the times they win. We saw it, I mean, a lot of times they're able to win those games with those random picks coming in. I like it here. I like it a lot. I think SRG looks very clean in their draft.
Yeah, I was considering the Claude before this even, since it's also one of the options that is left, but the Grok just answers that so well too. Even with a single Blazing Duet coming in, you could just be cancelled by the knockup. So Team Liquid Philippines might revert back to the likes of them. Oh,
Hey.
okay.
You know what? Having an extra monkey sometimes helps you out tremendously. Track's final thoughts before we throw it over to the casters.
When TLPH played the Claude yesterday, that was the one game that they lost. Everything around that as well. Carl Teasy's going to have to be careful in these neutral objective pits. The whole draft of SRG is built around that.
What about you, Leo? Any final thoughts?
This is a very similar draft to what we saw from both teams yesterday with a little bit of spicy flavor. I'm expecting... I think Liquid's got this though.
All right, thank you very much. And now, without further ado, we're going to throw it over to the casters for the first game of the Grand Finals.
Thank you so much, LaFell. It's great to hear our panelists be so excited for this game because it's our time. It's Gideon and Miracle here at the desk to keep you guys entertained for our very first match here in the Grand Finals.
And man, it is such a high-stakes matchup with two brutal competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the defending champions of MSC, those who lifted the trophy that you see on stage just last year, up against a team who's been waiting all these years to compete, to contend, and to find redemption for themselves.
Now, straight into the game, we're already seeing that the compositions are starting to come online, right? They want to make sure that this mid-prio is held within their grasp. And it's important, so important for both of these teams to maintain this momentum, to kick things off, to start off with a fresh impression in game number one.
SRG, we've been talking about mid-prio a whole lot on the group stages, just in this tournament, how important it is to get yourself prio, tempo around the map. And that's what the Grok does. We haven't seen this pick in a while, but it's so good at clearing waves, and you can see it here. JP and Sanji are always just shoved into their own turret.
Absolutely, and I think Gatot and as well as Grok kind of do the exact same thing, right? They want to make this mid lane 2-for-2 fight to be obsolete, but we were actually talking about this in the back, right? It's not just about them. The EXP has been such a large proponent of MSC so far, right? Based on the emblems that we're looking at so far, nothing too out of the ordinary, other than the Grok, of course, but he's taking Wilderness Blessing, allowing himself to rotate a little bit faster just in case JP is able to quickly jump into the fight with the AOG.
Yeah, this is also a pick, technically, that we have really seen Innocent pop off on. It's funny how we didn't really get to see the Bruno on Innocent at M6 when it was broken. Here, we finally see that it's actually kind of like a final piece of the puzzle for SRG. beating Onyx Philippines and now securing the XP Crab. This is a big fight for Turtle One. Both teams want to play with the snowball early, and it really starts here. Could be make or break for both.
Let's see how they skill check each other. I think this is the most important part for either side, right? This first Turtle, we've seen a lot of teams snowball out of control when they make that first mistake, and it looks like so far for Stormy, he's shoved in. He's going to be a little bit late to the fight, but level 4 achieved at least.
Sanford level 4. Look at the damage from Yums already. No regen, it seems, for Sanford. He's going to have to hold it. Great reset. No. The Turtle's still within the vicinity. Skies walks up with a heavy spin as well. Now he's going to dive over for Sanford. Still able to flicker out though, and Stormy does the same. Heavy spin, put him in a great position, even with the Brave Smite. It'll be a kill over to SRG with the Turtle take 2.
Beautiful fight coming in from SRG's side. The setup was interesting, right? He uses the Nature's Barrier. We thought that maybe he was looking for the reset. They don't find the reset, but it also works as a piece of terrain that Skies can use that heavy spin to guarantee some form of stuns. It's great that Yums also hit level 4 on time to get a wild charge to extend the lead because Sanford was already so far.
It was really just tough. Sanford was chunked in at the start, and you gotta give credit to Yums, to Cram for doing that. He started the fight at half HP. The Turtle was put in a tough spot, and he technically just had to dive on Stormy with a quarter of HP left by that time.
And that's exactly how SRG need to play this, right? They are looking not only for opportunities, but to shorten the trigger finger of Team Liquid because they've been so good. Liquid, when they stampede, it all starts with, hey, do we have tempo on our side? And that's been the largest problem we've seen from a lot of teams. Can we wrestle away that control? Can we get the timings on our side? Ooh, JP's got some vision, though.
It's going to be a bit of poke over to Innocent, but it's actually going to lose out in the trade. Innocent, doing a whole lot. Oh, locking him down as well. AOG force out, but Carl is left all alone. Sacrifice to SRG. And a gold crab for Innocent.
A beautiful Nature's Barrier coming in from Yums. Admittedly, we haven't seen this Grok in a long time, and yes, it was shown during the wild cards, but played at the highest level, especially when the stakes are so high, it can be risky. For now, it's looking good for the side of SRG, but Team Liquid, they're not completely out of the water just yet. With Carl's very first death, it means that the rest of the team needs to compensate.
For SRG, everything's going to plan. Again, they've built a composition to really just secure these neutral objectives, and that's why it was paramount for them to get the first Turtle. Now, it does seem like it's smooth sailing. Cram is in a comfortable spot. They have the crazy CC to deny Carl TZ of the crazy red tree steals we've seen from him throughout the tournament.
Speaking of crazy red tree steals, this might be one of those opportunities.
Ooh. Oh man, wild charge and the heavy spin coming down as well, but the curtain call locks him down, and the back line is going to be Sanford looking for a play, but Stormy is able to fly away. Carl locked in, has the AOG to help him out, and the egg does actually get away with OHEP dealing damage, gets one. Innocent still free, hitting in the back now as that's his Lantern Flare, bringing him back, but Sanji's left all alone, and Innocent claims the double.
Oh my goodness, what a close fight. And it's not over yet. Sanford's in trouble. Innocent's got him under the turret.
Sanford, kind of the tough spot, does not have the bravest spider, but with the help of OHEP, gets to clear the wave and gets to stop SRG at capitalizing with the lead that they have.
Okay, they can breathe for just a second. Honestly, Team Liquid, they've got a really good moment, right? Sanford was able to not only cancel out the Feather Airstrike really early, they get the Battle Spell out of Stormy, but more importantly, they shove him so far underneath the turret, they lost the majority of their damage, but the longer this fight goes, Innocent, his crits are so important.
Oh, the Feather Airstrike again over to Sanji. Oh, Carl somehow finding an angle to take the Turtle, but they'll still lose 2 on the board. So it ends up still being worth it. Yes, Team Liquid don't lose as much as you would expect, but SRG are capitalizing on this man advantage too, going straight for the tier 1 in the mid lane, and there is nothing Sanji can do.
That's an instant response from the side of SRG. Despite Carl TZ's first death, he has evened out the score. Oh, please, do not die here.
Innocent cutting him off as well, but he does take a few turret shots. No BMI, that's going to be the Purify to get him a bit more movement speed. Innocent with a solo kill up top against the Filipino sniper.
That's a solo bolo there, and now dropping the ult to make sure that JP gets chunked out to half. Let's pull up the item list real quick here. I'm curious to see, where is Innocent alongside his build? No, he goes straight away for the Haskell. He knows that he wants to be part of this fight, sure, but if they drag it longer and longer, the sustain is so important. When he gets that Berserker's Fury, that's when he's got the gun in hand.
Dude, when SRG are behind, people are still saying, yo, Innocent, man, Innocent. So when they're ahead like this,
half the lead for SRG, 2,700, half of that is on Innocent. The man you really want to have gold at any time. And the fact that Team Liquid, with this composition, technically don't really have an answer against them makes it all the more scary. Feathered Airstrike already dropped down. Sanford getting the stun, but Cram is still very healthy, has the Vengeance too, is able to flicker out towards the heavy spin, but will be pinned down in the end, and Skies gets yet another kill to put SRG 8-1.
But what's Liquid's response here? They see everything that has happened on that bottom side. They saw the initial engagement. They know they don't have that heavy spin, so they push out that mid side. They're trying to get OHEB as quickly as possible to get into that Trinity as Carl TZ protects the structure down bottom. Now T1 mid is open, which is allowing SRG to have some very convenient rotations on their side. It doesn't mean that Team Liquid is completely out, because look at the lead. Despite everything that has happened, 8-1, only a 2.5 to 2.4k lead, which is not much.
Nope, which is weird. With 8 kills and those crits landing. All right, now we feel that lead. It's Cram in bottom lane, brought back again. It should be a kill over. With a Vengeance, not much you can do, but just take damage. So it's a good start to the turtle fight for Team Liquid here. For the airstrike, though, might be a trade. Sanford able to dodge away. What? Flicker from Stormy. To try to go for the chase, and now that's big info. Sky's walking up again. Carl TZ looking for an angle as Sanji jumps in deep. Heavy spin coming down as Sanford walks up, but it's still going to be Skies who wins it out. Innocent with the dive in the back. Sanford walking in, and Skies is able to peel. Innocent still free hitting. Carl TZ finding the taunt now. Can he get the damage down? With the Hell of the Blazing Duet, he can. A massive shutdown with the Appraiser's Wrath. OHEB still taken out by Stormy. Skies is right there. The GOAT fighting against 3. Skies walks away, dodges away from a possible stun. No! Carl, he wanted to fight all the way to the end. He did, but he couldn't get a trade.
Okay, a moment to breathe. Sakai is utilizing the Akai very, very well. That passive shield is saving his life. Let's look at the replay one more time, because off of this, we noticed immediately. Stormy, no flicker, no feathered airstrike. This was such a winning scenario for the side of Team Liquid. And as they continue to press their advantage, it's just target prioritization from SRG, despite all of the chaos. Can you see JP get chunked down first, and then turning their attention to OHEB?
Did you see Innocent in that fight, dude? He was chain CC'd. You saw Sanji straight up go for the Crimson Beacon, lifted him up. It was a combo with JP. But the flicker came in first up top. Live cam view. OHEB ganked! Everything used, even the Vengeance. Everything except the heavy spin and the worldie. But that's a whole lot.
It is a whole lot. The tempo is affected as Sakai makes another play.
That's the heavy spin. The AOG to cut him off there to try to stop Carl TZ from getting picked off. Good taunt to get the reset on the second skill, dashing back to safety. And SRG, 14-3. They're looking very healthy coming into Lord timers.
And now without the heavy spin, as well as the wild charge, they don't have much of a setup. Unless Team Liquid make a significant mistake, they would rather stay healthy, stay alive, to try and buy time for OHEB to get to the point where he can actually fight. And that's when he has that Trinity build, right? The big issue that he's facing right now is that every single time he walks up, there's a problem of, am I going to get hit by the heavy spin? Oh, wait.
No, man, well, look at the peel there. JP with the conceal finds it. OHEB gets the Blazing Duet take. Now Carl TZ brought back all the way. Curtain call by Cram to take the GOAT down. JP, they know he has no AOG. He's going to have to go with Unbreakable. AOG came back right in time. Baits out the flicker as well. Yum's caught in the bad spot. He's going to be the Purify out of the wild charges. Cram goes over to chase, but now Sanford walks over the bravest fighter. He's looking for the stun. Will be able to find it, but it's going to be the power from Yums with the CC immunity as the Lantern Flare comes in again for Sanji, and they peel back.
Look at these low kick checks from both sides. Every single time a play is made, there must be an instant response. They will not get disrespected if they want to make sure that this 1.7k lead doesn't turn back into that 2.5, doesn't get a ×2 multiplier on it, despite the kill score, which again, very deceiving.
It really is. 15-4, we saw a glimpse of what that lead could do with Innocent doing this much. 52,000 damage dealt, leading the charge with Stormy and Cram, and then we start seeing Team Liquid. But OHEB is slowly but surely scaling. Carl on it already. Sanford with a dash back again. Sky's holding onto it. Carl TZ Doesn't want this to be a reset, but Cram's coming in again, shredding him down. Appraiser's Wrath coming out as well with a sustain, and it is going to be a kill back. Skies with Retribution. Winner Sanford going to be pinned down again. It's Innocent, just gets a free hit. But in the back line, the Blazing Duet is doing a whole lot of damage over towards Yums, who's so tanky and gets away in the end. Sanji forced to use the Crimson Beacon.
That's got to be heartbreaking. Team Liquid fans are looking in disbelief. How does he survive that? He flickers out of there at the very end. The fact that he held on with Power of Nature alone, could have chunked out more targets, just wasn't enough. But look at the Emperor's Eye, the zone from Team Liquid as well as SRG OG Esports, right? They know exactly what they're doing. First, secure the Lord. Next thing, you see Skies quickly jump onto Lapu's side to ensure that Stormy has a better time. All of this just using a small margin of their lead in terms of items to stay alive.
Hey, Cram walks up a bit too aggressively while charge, but JP gets away.
Is there a heavy spin angle here? No. Looks like Sakai's not going to take it this time. They're walking with the Lord at the very least. If they can take an inhibitor, that'd be great.
No wild charge. They still have the heavy spin, but they got to be careful because they need to peel for Innocent and Stormy. So no base turrets taken down here for SRG. And I think it's a smart move. They lost Cram. There's no reason for them to push in forward. They still have a 4,000 gold lead. Yes, there's that risk of Oheb scaling up to becoming a monster. But it could be even worse if you just dove in there to give shutdown. So yeah, gold lead's still roughly the same between the gold laners. It's a 1,000 diff for Mr. Innocent. But we're getting closer and closer to Oheb being a real problem.
And he's already got 3 items on top of the Winds of Nature. He's in a phenomenal position. The same can be said about Innocent, if not better with the Malefic Gun. But then we start looking at everybody else. The anti-heals are finally in for the side of Team Liquid. We got 2 Dom Ices that they can work with. Jushin also with the Sky Piercer, but Stormy going for the full damage build. Genius Wand into Glowing Wand, which is why they've been so decisive in these fights.
So no stacks on the Sky Piercer yet for Sanji, yeah?
Why Hunter Strike this time for the side of Cram?
He just needs he wants to deal more damage. He knows for Team Liquid right now, they have so much sustain. That's what they've been playing with, right? Even with Sanji, just playing around with the Brave Smite, coming around with the Blood Wings. It really comes down to TL wanting to go for a bit longer fights, waiting for the cycle of abilities to be used up by SRG.
I would have imagined that if he wanted to greed out, he might even go for Queen's Wings, or at the very least, may even take a more tankier approach to the scenario. I mean, considering that his role is to not only sustain, but slowly poke out his opponents, right? He's already got the Brute Force Breastplate, he's already got the War Axe, he's got more than enough damage to kite against his opponents, but his big issue is dealing with Jushin specifically. If his yo-yos are hitting the wrong targets, well, guess what? Jushin can either peel him away, or forcefully just wait for him to leap and cancel it out.
So it's back to a setup game. SRG doing a good job at manipulating the waves, playing for the neutral objectives. And Team Liquid, it really just seems like all of their fights have been brute forcing a way to maybe gambling out of this massive win for SRG. Because again, it's so difficult. You kind of have to take the gamble every time you fight for the Lord. There's no way you get a proper 50-50. It's an Akai and a Grok to stop you from retreating.
Yeah, I mean, KarlTzy, despite everything, is still maintaining level 15 to level 15, right? It's a 50-50 retry battle, more in favor to SRG, but let's see how Liquid plays this out, right? This 3.1k is actually not as big of a lead, especially since they've already passed the 42k mark.
Good damage over to Oheb there. KarlTzy coming with the taunt. The heavy spin comes around, but Sanford dies in the back with the Bravest Spider. Again, gonna be cancelled out by Skies. It's a shot down. Skies wins a retreat battle. It's a Blazing Duet, but Cram is able to stop him from happening. AOG defensively. Cram looking for the chase. Yums right there too. Sanji pop the Crimson Beacon. Stormy flies by, but SRG no. They've gotten the win already. They've gotten the Lord Cram. It's gotta be careful. They don't want a repeat of what happened earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to sustain, there's a wave coming up top side, and now they're looking for mid inhibitors before that Lord even reaches, which is perfect for the side of SRG. Look at this siege as they apply more and more pressure to the crystal.
Able to find those crits. Oh my Lord, the damage! Can they clear it out? JP walks up in time, but they have a whole other wave to play with. GG as Sky spins around to Zone TL. SRG get game 1.
What a fast game 1 as well. This is one of those moments where you're like, okay, what happened to us? And Team Liquid understood that they went straight for the joints. They broke their formations, and therefore these neutral setups were a lot harder to pull off. Something to think about. Blue side has been doing very, very well. I'm expecting a switch. I'm expecting some very specific bans.
SRG versus Onyx Philippines, to just give you guys the bigger picture. was a 100% win on blue. It was the same, I believe, for the match against RQ Hoshi. So SRG, they really have just been leaning on that. They're like, you know what? If blue side keeps getting us wins, let's just play with it.
It's a best of 7, so we need to see what that tempo breaker is going to be. Whoever finds their first red side win might just change this entire game. But with that being said, we're going to be throwing it back to our panelists. What do you think about the games?
Much Mirko and Gideon, and what I think is that when you put two teams that really wants to start the game off fast, it will end pretty fast. And honestly, this is an amazing game coming in from both teams, but SRG OG brought this roughly the same draft that they did against Onyx Philippines and won that one. It looks like the same strategy works against Team Liquid. So this is the opener where SRG OG took first blood against Team Liquid, being the second team to get a game win against them. The previous one, it was only Onyx Indonesia. So now, looking in this situation, I believe a lot of people are surprised. A lot of people are flabbergasted, trying to understand what really happened for this one. So I feel very honored for the grand finals. We're going to have a little bit of help here because welcome back to the English broadcast. You guys are watching the English panel. And alongside with us will be Kid Bomba, all the way from Team Spirit to help us break down that match. So first thing I got to ask, CC first pick, why is that so damn strong now?
I don't know. I've had like a lot of success with CC myself in scrims. And it's a super strong hero. In my opinion, it doesn't have any losing lanes. And as soon as you get the War X, if you play against a tank jungle and you have a tank jungler in your team, you're like one of the strongest heroes on side lane as well. So it's very, very hard for you to compete against the CC.
Yeah, because honestly, like the start of this month, everyone keeps questioning why do you want to first pick the CC? Are you trolling? There's so many other great picks, but as we saw, for the past few days here in the knockout stage, it has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and even way back in MWI, if you guys would recall, this entire CC first pick trend started happening. I believe it was even Gaming Gladiators started at the time, but even me, I was a bit shocked to see that, oh, so this is the case now. It's a CC first pick. And it didn't happen immediately here in MSC, but now you see how effective it is, actually.
But yeah, honestly, now looking at the game, I kind of feel like everyone was surprised by how SRG OG was able to have that commanding of a lead. Like, what do you think, Trex? Watching that game, is it all just because of the burst? Was it a draft? Like, what was it?
Well, I think they came into that game knowing TLPH likes to bring early game aggression, and they decided, you know what? We're going to take Grok and Cuts of Blast. We're going to take Farza, have one of the quickest clear lanes on any combo you could pick in the mid lane, quick rotations with Wings by Wings. And I mean, even in the first minute or two, they were always on TLPH's side of the river. They were controlling the map from the beginning.
So now, Kid Bomba, looking at how the meta has been shaping up, do you feel like teams that get all these early leads, we need the first two turtles, did that give a lot of advantage for the team to eventually secure the W?
I think it's going to be really important for both teams to understand that they should make the rotation move more to the XP lane as the series goes on. Because I saw that Sanford lost a lot of HP before the first circle started, and that was a big problem for TLPH. They had a hard time because of that, in my opinion. And for me, it's just going to be the team that understands first that everything goes to the XP. Because for me, also, Cram versus Sanford is a key factor in this series. Is going to have a very good time. And just leave the gold laners, let them battle it out 1v1.
That's terrifying, though, because they did leave the gold laners. They did let them be. But what happened to Innocent? Innocent on the Bruno was just going crazy.
And maybe that's what SRG OG wants, because they understand that Innocent is pretty good in lane. Now, honestly, I agree with your point, the EXP lane. Even in an interview with Sanford, he said that the EXP matchup is so crucial. So before I go to Trikes, personally for you, do you think it was a mistake for them to pick up the Lapu Lapu? Because we understand it's to fight against the Farsa, but let us know, how is the matchup between CC and Lapu Lapu? Is it favored or is it just a 50-50?
It is favored for the CC, and I think every lane is favored for the CC, because you can always decide to just push the wave. You don't have to fight. You can always just push the wave, and the enemy XP can only look at you. He cannot do anything versus you, because if he comes close, you hit him with your first skill, it's super hard. So it's always favored for the CC, and that's why it's such a strong hero. And specifically the Lapu can win if he gets to level 4, but that's exactly why they have to make the rotation to the XP.
I think it's a really solid point. I think overall the CC is the the power pick of EXP lane right now. And I think just in terms of total draft for TLPH, it was a lot of comfort. Sanford on Lapu, Carl Teasy on the Fred Rin, just around the map. I think we said it when the draft was going. This feels like, all right, let's warm up. Let's get into comfort picks.
And I feel like even beyond the entire CC Lapu matchup, whenever Sanford does try to do what he has to do, which is to dive into the Pharsa, there's a potential heavy spin. There are other sources of either crowd control or burst damage that will make it so much more difficult for him. So it was an overall hard game for an XP lane Lapu-Lapu in that situation, even though we did say it was supposedly meant for the Pharsa.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of disruption. So now, Kid Bomba, looking at the first game of that match, what do you think that TLPH really needs to adjust to equalize against SRGOG?
I think on first pick, they should really try to play with all the bans. Maybe give away the 1-1, try to do something with that, try to counter pick it, and just try to play around with that, because as we just saw, the CC is really hard to counter if they don't get the correct XP laner.
At this point, is it like bannable, or is there a way for you to play around that?
In my opinion, the way to play around it is to force the enemy to pick something different first. And then you take it, you know?
So open something juicy up, like, I don't know, Lancelot,
Yeah, you bait them, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Fair enough. And we've seen a lot of teams take that strategy overall. SRG, though, they favor. I think the best answer against SRG might be the ban, because Cram has done so phenomenally with the CC that I don't know if they're going to fall for the bait overall.
And now that we talk about the entire draft, the bans and the picks, this is actually, if I'm not mistaken, the first time Team Liquid lost on the red side so far, because they've been with...
I'm colorblind. I cannot...
They've lost in general, so we don't have too much statistical facts on it.
That's aside the fact, but it just goes to show that Team Liquid are supposedly very comfortable with the red side, or the right side for the but SRG have found a way around it. So that's another thing. It seems like they're definitely well prepared heading into this matchup.
Because honestly, like, if we're talking about leaving the CC open for, say, either SRGOG or Team Liquid to possibly not pick it up, then that becomes the question. What is so juicy that you would let go of that CC? Because at this point, what? Is it the Yi Sun-shin? Is it the Lancelot? SRGOG, they really like the Kalia. So maybe that? Who knows? Like, what's your
YSS. I think YSS is it. You leave the YSS open, maybe they go for it. I do think next game, most likely TLPH will take that blue side. So the question on my mind is, does SRG ban the CC? Or do they throw out the Kid Bomba bait tactic?
So the Kid Bomba bait tactic is, again, that's what we're calling it.
Is that the new meta?
Yes,
is that the new name?
Hey, it's the Bomba bait.
Bomba bait.
Bomba bait. But now, honestly, like, I just want to switch it up just a little bit, because my boy Stormy performed really well on that Pharsa. So just want to ask you, like, do you prefer just having more burst damage coming in for your mid, or more controlled, something like a Jushin? Because we've seen success with both, but at least for SRGOG, it looks like this burst damage has been helping them out a lot.
I think he did phenomenally on the Pharsa, and it's a super good pick versus Zushin, I feel like. Especially together with the Grok, the way Yums played this game. I really, really liked it. He did really well. For me, he's also a key player in SRG.
So quick question, Baba. I am totally on board that Pharsa is the better pick against Zushin. Do you think it's the counter pick? Do you think it's overall the superior mage in mid right now?
No, Zushin should still be better, and it just depends on how you play it.
All right, I'll
but
take
Eve
that.
is also good versus Zushin, you know?
Eve is good. Eve's good. I just think the range in the burst right now, the Pharsa just seems to be winning more games, at least against the Jushin overall.
I see what you mean, but what if Zushin wins the start?
That's fair. That's fair. I think the Jushin goes good against the utility junglers. There's some use there, but still, I think the Feather Airstrike is the superior ulti.
I kind of feel like this is all about MLBB philosophy.
Yeah.
What do you like to play? Do you like to pick up your opponents, or do you just want to smash them? First, for me, I'm, Pharsa is a birdie baddie. I like that burst damage.
Okay.
But that's me. What about you?
Should I hop in this?
Yes.
I mean, up to you. You're the analyst.
I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna have to go with Pharsa. No.
No?
Yes.
Yes?
Pharsa. Maybe.
Or you a Valentina girl?
No. I mean, if it were Sanji, yes. But I mean, because for the Jushin, I would be leaning into it more if you see it alongside certain heroes, similar to the Arlot, and if you get to pair it with those kinds of combos. But the Farsa overall, I mean, this conversation has been going ever since. Damage definitely is the way to go if you want to establish that momentum and that early lead or pressure up against your opponents in the game.
The fact that this can be a debate shows that this MSC at the Esports World Cup, the meta is quite wide open. Sure, there are S-tier picks all around, but there's multiple ways to play with this. So it's crazy that we talked a lot that we haven't touched on the Grok. You know what? If the Grok pops up again, we'll touch on it, Trax. Now, going to this matchup, I really feel like for Team Liquid, if they do pick up blue side first pick, that is going to be a major win condition for them. And just want to ask the opinion of Kid Bomba, why this first pick looks so strong now? Because before this, it looks like red side is pretty good, but now it looks like first pick is just superior.
You really don't want to give the 1-1. You don't want to give the YSS. It's hard to play versus the Kalia. There's the CC. There's just too many picks that you go for. And as long as you ban the OP heroes, then it's really easy to just pick one hero and you're confident, you know, you're good with it. You're fine.
Honestly, that kind of sucks being second pick because you don't have a ban. you legit don't have a ban. You got to take out the 1-1, etc. But looks like SRGOG changing the script a little bit. Banning out this early, really respecting Sanford.
They're showing that they do have a ban. They're showing that they do have options, and maybe they're going to throw out the bait for the first pick to try to secure themselves the CC. Because so far, TLPH hasn't banned it out. Phobius, Fanny. So still some power picks on the field.
And SRG, so to answer our question, this is indeed respect from them. Whether they be on left or blue side or red side, they're gonna ban out that Arlot, and that just makes things so much more easier for Cram. But the question again on whether or not they're letting go of the CC still remains to be one of the biggest mysteries heading into the first pick.
Okay, here's the thing, SRGOG, they really like the Kalia. So Bomba, do you think like it's still a fair trade for TLPH to pick up that CC and then SRGOG picks up Kalia +1?
I think they're throwing out the YSS bait here. They're throwing out the YSS bait here. It looks like they're trying to take CC and Kalia right now. But Team Liquid did ban the CC, so I guess now they ban YSS. But the lands is also open, so they might trade those. I'm not sure.
Honestly, the trade does seem very viable. I don't know if they want to see Carl Tizia on the Lancelot.
I wouldn't.
I think whatever ends up happening, if the Kalea's open, Granger's also open from last time. Let's see what the last man is. Jushin. So either Lancelot YSS from TLPH, Kalea +1, Granger, or the YSS Lancelot.
I don't mind early Farsa, not gonna lie.
And are you gonna be comfortable with letting Yumes get his hands on the Kalea too? Because that's gonna be another option that SRG can pick later on, since they have the next pick after this.
What do you think, Bomba here, first pick for TL?
Personally, I think the YSS is the strongest hero in the meta currently, so they should pick it up. But I really see the vision that they don't want to give Yumes the Kalia. So you either steal it, or you take the YSS and fight it with YSS Gatot versus Kalia.
And it looks like they do pick up the YSS. Not gonna get risky with it, but it does look like SRGOG, this is part of their plan.
Kalea Farza, the Jushin's already gone. You get a powerhouse in the mid, you get the Kalea. You can save your jungle for third pick. You don't need it right now. I think that's the way we go here.
Okay, there you go.
Looks like we're reading the draft quite well here, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Should be the Gatot.
And Lucky Lady.
So the Gatot mentioned by Kid Bomba here, I do feel like it's going to be a great answer. And might they want to reveal or pick up their OHEB hero now?
The Granger.
The Granger to match up, with the range. That I was thinking along the lines of that. But then that'll reveal much of where the damage and much of where they're going to play around for the draft if they do decide to go that route.
I mean, seeing as they have the YSS, they could maybe hold on to the marksman pick because they already have so much damage. They don't need to heavily rely on burst from a Granger, but it's more about, do you want to give the Granger over to SRG on Innocent's hands?
And as expected, the Gatakacha got picked, and this time the Lapu as well. So, I don't know, what were your thoughts on this opener coming in from TL?
The Lapu is still flex, believe it or not. Teams do play it in the goat lane.
Wait, what?
It is. I don't know if OHEB does it, but it is flex with the YSS. So we might see some expedient bans coming in from SRG, but I'm not sure. I don't think OHEB plays it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that.
No, you know what? You're already giving people ideas. After the grand finals, be careful when you're in ranked games. Is this going to be a Lancelot pick or an Akai pick? Because I kind of feel like both does work well with the draft. It looks like they go for that Lancelot. So it's going to be carry in the jungle. Now, I don't know, personally for you, Kid Bomba, is there any hero the SRGOG really needs to ban out to make sure that they don't get punished?
For sure, the Selena, in my opinion, is going to be a super good pick for TLPH. It's going to help them be able to fight easier at the start of the game, and I think it's going to be very good.
Yeah, I think Selena definitely could be a pickup with the ban. They take out the Ruby, though, because there's the gold lane. It's definitely a possibility. And quick note to that, Oheb, back in the M3 days, was known for playing non-marksman gold laners. We saw things like the Alice back then. We've seen those picks. It beat BTK way back in the day. So
good old days, man.
I'm just saying, double fighter off lane, all that kind of stuff. So yes, I don't think we can completely count Oheb out. I just don't know if TLPH wants to run it.
But you know what? This Ruby ban by SRG, it makes me think about what Kid Bomba said, because the Rubies too can be considered like, yes, a flex, and we want to think of it as a gold lane ban, but if Kid Bomba presented the entire idea of the Lapu flex, then might as well. But yeah, so they go for the Luyi last ban too for Sanji. But then the Selena, that's open. The Valentina, that's open.
Yeah, so now looking at the Esmeralda as well as the Glue banned out here, is there any more good EXP laners to deal with this Lapu Lapu?
The Esmer ban kind of tells us that it is a Lapu XP, and I don't think that Oheb is comfortable on the fight. I do think that he's going to go for like a Purify Marksman versus the Kalia, something like a Harith, like a Claude. I am really waiting for that pick, and I actually don't know what XP laners he can take versus Lapu anymore, because the Glue is a really good answer, the Esmer is a really good answer, and 4 XP laners are banned currently, if you guys didn't notice.
Yeah.
We have seen things like the Akai get picked up in EXP as like possible answers, just something that can work.
Oh, is that a Hylos? Yeah,
Hylos? Okay, so what,
I don't think that's a good pick though.
You don't think that's a good pick?
I don't think that's a good pick versus Lapu.
You think he's gonna get punished?
I do.
I don't like Hylos either, personally.
So it might work. We don't know.
Hey, anything can happen. Anything can happen, because here's the thing. First pick is just overall superior. So now, Brigitte, we're looking at the final 2 picks here for Team Liquid. Looks like they do pick up the Harith and they do pick up the Valentina. What do you think of the overall composition coming in from Team Liquid?
I feel like they're going to be much more comfortable with this, aside the fact that Sanji did get his hands on the Valentina again, and there are just so many ultimates he can steal away from SRG. And despite the Granger still being open, for Sanji, that's just another option. Like the Death Sonatas can just be picked up by the IMU, and they have ways to reach these heroes in the backline for SRG. Now, especially that they have, or they don't have the Akai and the Grok in their lineup.
Yeah, I think you definitely just pick up, you pick up what? Just the Granger here, Purify, Flicker, whatever you want to go. You could go for something like the Claude, possibly, if you really want to play the safe route because of all the dive heroes.
Oh, that's a Bea.
Oh, Beatrix.
Yeah, so now Kid Bomba looking at both drafts. Any final thoughts before we go into game number 2?
I love the draft of Team Liquid. It's the YSS together with the Valentina and the Gatot. I feel like they're stronger on the mid lane because Gatot is a super good pick against the Kalia. For me, it's going to all depend on the first turtle, and I have a feeling that the Lapu Lapu is going to make the difference in this game. So let's see.
Yeah, very solid picks here coming in from Team Liquid. But SRGOG looks like they want to go for the all combo of the Kali as well as the Beatrix. So thank you very much, panel. But now we got to throw it over to the casters for game number 2 in this grand finals.
Thank you so much. Everybody on the panel is absolutely right. We love the words coming out from Kid Bomba. Me and Mirko definitely agree. It's going to come down to this Lapu here. The matchup is tough, but we've already seen what game 1 looks like. That tempo is important. These neutral fights are high stakes as we get right into the Land of Dawn for our second game in this best of 7 here at the grand finals of the Mid-Season Cup 2025 here at EWC 25. Let's get this show on the road. TLPH on the blue side facing up against SRG OG on the red side.
So we've seen a composition where SRG basically said, nah, Carl, you're not going to win out those red tree battles. now we're seeing more of a brawly composition. This is what I think we've come to expect from SRG, more so than game number 1, where it was an unorthodox SRG. We didn't expect that kind of strat. So let's see if they can actually do that. Again, Bamba mentioned this matchup going to be very good for Team Liquid. Turtle One, very important for both these teams. That guy knows a whole lot about the game. I think he should go pro.
Yeah, I think he should also maybe turn into a talent or something afterwards. But it's the way that we've seen this game play out. We can tell from the drafting phase alone that SRG have kind of doubled down on the strategy of the pickoff, right? Really utilize that Tsunami Slam. Whoever they pick off, they have to instantly kill. Because Team Liquid, they see this Beatrix and they're like, wait, she doesn't have the Purify. If we can get that battle spell out, that's a huge window for us to punish our opponents. If they went Granger with a Purify of his own, I think Oheb will be a lot more confident into taking on this fight, especially if the Granger makes a mistake. Based on Emblem so far, things are looking pretty normal. Nothing too unorthodox or out of the ordinary. Only notable thing is probably going to be not only the Weapon Master from Innocent, but the Wilderness Blessing coming up specifically from Cram. He wants to be part of these fights.
He does. A whole lot more mobility to already a very high mobile hero here with the Glorious Pathway. Again, also the firmness of the pull yourself together here coming from Yum. So he wants to go for those big ultimates, but also he wants to respect how much damage Team Liquid have, especially around the first turtles, where it's very important for them to secure it. It comes down to the snowball again in the mid lane. Stormy, feathered airstrike over to Sanji, taking him so low, and that's just so much more pride to play with. Sanford already there, but the Glorious Pathway is going to stop Carl Teasy in his tracks. It's going to be tough. Sanford diving with Wave of Spider. Onto Stormy goes. Tries to predict the flicker move. The wings by wings was a bit too much for him. Carl with the move. Again, Mountain Shocker. Predicting the move from Skies. Sanford with the jump one more time over Stormy. Good peel from Yums. And Sanji now has the Glorious Pathway. And a third with a Renner's Apathy to turn the tide around. Skies finds some execution. The taunt dodged away from. And it becomes another from Innocent!
He's playing out of his mind now. Another feathered airstrike. They're going to get it this time. Oh, JP, the next to fall. What a start coming in from SRG OG Esports. They're not done yet. Give them another one, might add it. Holy, a 3-0-1 start for Innocent.
Innocent on a Beatrix. This is a big gamble. To play this in the grand finals, to be landing these shots.
Oh, you can even see Oheb. He sees Innocent move into position and he's like, no. Dashing in, trying to protect his teammates, taking at least the shot. Sacrifice my HP, sir. Unfortunately, too late. The angle is good, and you can see Krammy's happy about that very first fight. Now the tempo in control, as you can see by the live cam view, Sanford taking the brunt of that damage. Unlock Cram from his lane. Yums, chill out for a moment. Once we get Beatrix in position, we will be able to clear out these waves and not interact with them. Wait.
Nice. Oh. Dodge away again. Jumps in. Phantom Execution. Dodge away from Oheb. Able to get the stun. Or the dash is here. Zaman Force coming in as well. Skies with the Thorn Rose. Unable to get it in time, but the sustain comes through. Sanji walks up, and it's Oheb who picks up the kill. Stolen Tsunami Slam over to Yums. The turret lands a shot, but he gets away. Oh my goodness gracious. Stop this man, someone!
Okay, Innocent, he's still making plays of his own, but this time JP's like, no, Oheb already tried to die for our sins, and he already outplayed the bot side gank. Now, he lifts his hands up saying, not this time, I'll protect you. Now, Team Liquid have pulled this back. Despite the score being 2-4, Slang or Red Giants have a minor lead. It equals out on both sides, but let's look at where the advantages actually are. With all these fast rotations that we've been seeing from Cram's side, he did lose out on a little bit of EXP, which is why you're seeing Sanford at full level and more on his side on Lapu Lapu. He's also helping to pick up that mid wave to allow Sanji to alleviate his pains. Now, Yums, wait, hold on. That's a genius one purchase coming in from Stormy's side. They want to snowball this game out of control off of this next fight.
Both junglers are level 7. Innocent walking up to the mid lane already. Carl Teasy holding on to the bush. Gotta be careful. Walks over the damage again. Yum's gonna be caught under. This is gonna be the red tree from Skies. AOG with JP walking to the back. Sanford jump solo! Still doing damage. Will fall in the end. No, he actually survives for a bit longer. As Stormy walks up, gets caught with a better airstrike over from Sanji, but he gets away in time. Turtle for Yums and Sanford.
Not too bad for SRG, but it worked out. Team Liquid, they walk in, they get the turtle of their own. Where else can they find the punishment, right? They're looking for invade options, but I don't think that Karl TZ is comfortable enough to walk in just yet, knowing that Innocent is nearby. But so many resources have been already utilized. Now that they've spotted Sakai's down on the bot side, should this be a green light for Team Liquid to try and extend Karl's lead, to try and get something over Sakai's?
Could be, but it's just...
Yums is saying no. He's like, nah, he's checking it every single time. Don't invade. Don't try. This is our territory.
It's very, very difficult for Karl to invade here up against a Lancelot. And again, this is the reason why, yes, Yi Sun-shin is really good in the meta, but just in the third place match, we've been seeing how Lancelot could take over games. Cram with the glorious pathway against Sanford! Jumps with the bravest fighter over to Stormy! Tsunami slam there, but it's not going to impact anything. Sanford gets a stun too, as that's a capitalization from Oheb into Cram now. It's Skies the puncture. Karl looking for the shot. Skies with the puncture one more time. Terrified in! Sanji gets away, gets the help of the revitalize. Oheb with the chase. Can he get the last shot onto Skies? He gets a turtle buff again. There's a few more minions. He buys some time.
He's gonna go down. Skies knows he's dead for sure. He's got no more mana to puncture or even Thorn Rose. And you can see that the TL fans are happy to see this happen. Now, 1.7k lead for the side of Team Liquid. They've evened up the score and even found a lead of their own against SRG OG Esports. What a fight to turn things around. Now, majority of this gold is leading into both Karl TZ as well as Oheb, but that fight was won by Sanford and JP's combination. Great synergy, knowing Innocent, hey, you get hit by any CC, it's over for you.
Dude, I thought when Innocent got 3 kills at the start, it was over. But it just goes to show you how good Liquid are at recovering. That's Sanford who gets caught. He still had the flicker, has the bravest fighter, saves it. Good damage with the Demiru's passion over to Oheb, who's going to be at half. That's a big fight. Their airstrike not landing at all.
They want to actually go for this? It looks like they're going to try. Sanford, he's already in.
Doing a bit of damage. Taunt over to Skies as well. That's a stun. Dodged away from again. Sanford caught in the midst of it all. That's a Render's apathy landing on JP. AOG cancelled out of Skies. Jumps over to Thorn Rose. Oheb with a Zaman Force still. Jumping back and forth. Another shot from Karl. Red Tree battle on the turtle. Yos jumps in, but won't be able to find the range. Sanji kiting away now. It's a Red Tree. Karl TZ secures the turtle.
Crazy. 3v4, and Karl TZ making it known he's not going to lose another retribution battle against the rising star of Sakai's. War Axe already purchased by Karl TZ, and that's great for him because now he's got true damage in his kit, and he's going to be able to sustain in his own jungle, even if he takes a bad trade against SRG. Oh, whoa, whoa!
Zaman Force there. Skies luckily able to escape, but it will be a turret down below, and they're looking for more. Sanji has it. Innocent forced to flicker out. Sanji with a Tsunami Slam can use it. JP gets caught. Feathered airstrike one more time on him. He's a bit too tanky.
Too tanky for now. All right, for now. There will be a time where JP is going to take more damage, but that Revitalize saves him so much. The execution was good from the side of SRG OG, but now that they don't have much of a lead, and technically they're playing on the back foot, Team Liquid are more than confident to make these plays. Yeah, sure, take JP. Of all people, as long as you're not taking Sanji, as long as you're not taking Oheb, we can make this work. And don't worry about Karl TZ. He hasn't missed the trace list just yet.
It's been on point. Oheb too. Man, again, he had to lane against a 3-0 Innocent. Has been doing it really well up against a matchup that is still very skill reliant before level 4, right? So Innocent had a lot of that advantage. But now I would want to see the items again to see if Oheb is going for the Starlium build or the Enchanted Talisman build.
He's going for Starlium, if I remember correctly.
Starlium, all right. And it's very close to a Holy Crystal. That is going to be the massive power spike for Team Liquid to take control in these team fights.
If we're talking about punishes in terms of the item build, Team Liquid, they're aware that SRG OG, especially for Stormy, going for that Genius Wand, it's like, oh wow, it's huge if you have the lead. And now that they've taken that lead back, yeah, that Genius Wand can do only so much.
Purify out of Tsunami Slam. That's a Tsunami Slam over to Skies as well. Zaman Force going to be popped in as JP holds the back line with the help of Sanford with the Ravens Fighter. But still, oh, Sanford gets the stun again. And it finds Innocent in the back line. He's still alive. Sanji walks up again. Might be overzealous. Now gets all of them. Pops in to Purify and gets taken out by the Thorn Rose. Sanford look for the kill. Oheb still on the purple buff. Gets it away as Yums disengages. And it ends up being 2 for 2. But Sanford wants to go with the Ravens Fighter one more time. Over to Yums. Oheb has Zaman Force and they get Yums.
10-10, 3.3k lead, and an important fight for TLPH to now take the Lord convincingly. Sanford has been so so monumental for this squad. The Sansan duo still connected as ever. As SRG OG, they cannot have these extended fights against a team like this. 2 bravest fighters were used in that fight. 2 of them.
Goes to show you how balanced the cooldown is on that. You know, I mean, hey, it is also Sanford, signature pick from when we saw him at M4. He did wonders with that pick, and he is doing it here too. It really just seems like the KDA isn't doing it justice, right? 3-4-3. He's not invincible on this pick. SRG have been able to punish it a lot of times, but they have to be very careful once those flickers have been spent. Stormy and Innocent are so vulnerable when they don't have those flickers, and it just makes it so hard for SRG to play the front to back that they want to.
That's why we keep reiterating that tempo is so important, especially with like these high execution style of compositions. You're playing a pickoff composition. You start falling behind, Team Liquid can just force resources out of you, and it always feels like you're playing on the back foot. These leads are so big in terms of their 2, maybe even 4K swings, but look at them just zoning them out, right? Come on, throw something at this. Team Liquid is asking SRG to do something about them.
Yums try to go up, and it will be the Holy Shield in the mid lane taken. Team Liquid, 6,000 gold lead. The scoreboard isn't looking as, you know, crazy as it was in game number 1. It was SRG dominating. Here it's 10-10, but still, the gold lead all for Team Liquid. Take a look at Oheb now. He's building towards, I believe, a Divine Glaive. He's almost 2,000 gold ahead of Innocent. Again, something to remember is the fact that Innocent went for weapon mastery. So once he gets these big items, it will be a massive power spike.
I mean, the Blade of Despair is already pretty huge for him, which is why you're seeing him, you know, try and get some really important damage. But just notice the item builds on the opposite end, right? We're seeing Blade Armors come on through. No Malefic Roar just yet. Oh, a Malefic Gun? Sure, but you got to walk into our range. And that's something that Innocent doesn't really want to do just yet. Worst yet, Carl Teasy's damage is through the roof. 3 items complete and a Winds of Nature. I'm expecting him to get a little more snowbally. He's running the killing spree, right? So if he reduces SRG's health down to at least 50%, he might be able to start chaining kills one after the other.
Massive lead for a whole lot for Team Liquid. Again, those are some big power spikes that we were just talking about. What was going to be built up? See Halberd, Divine Glaive. Now what for Oheb? Does he go for CE? Does he go for Immortality, maybe Winter Crown to just survive the burst that's going to be coming through from Innocent and Stormy is the big question. Because JP, he knows he's taken a lot of damage. He would much rather have the Immortality so that he can be back up when he gets taken out. Which is, by the way, the main win condition of Selangor Red Giant. Sanford with the Bravest Fighter walking up again. It's going to be the AOG coming through. Flicker in for Sanford. Goes for the stun. Finds Stormy in the back line. Forcing the Flicker out. And now it's a collapse for Oheb. Sanji in the back. Liver to splash again. Tsunami Slam to bring Cram to give Oheb a mega kill.
Big plays being made by the side of Team Liquid ID, but their timings are immaculate. They're forcing these fights against SRG, knowing that they can get something out of them. As long as they don't trade 1-for-1, this is going to be an absolutely free Lord in their hands. 13 minutes into the game, Team Liquid are making a statement to SRG. Game 1, that's just a one-off thing.
They're going to time it too. They don't want to take it right now. They know they need to take it after 40, I guess?
40.
Yeah, so they want to play with the next wave, not this one. They want to have time to build up those big waves because they know how good the wave clear is for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
And it's especially dangerous, right? Because if Team Liquid want to siege against SRG, JP has to commit the AOG, and that's not something that they want to do. They want SRG to launch feathered airstrikes, to use the Tsunami Slam first, so that Sanford and JP have an easier time to pinpoint the location of the backline and where that battle is going to flow. Sanji, I think, probably has to take the brunt of the damage, right? He can't really get into these fights just yet, and I think stealing away Stormy's ult has been a big problem. When he does get it, it's a heavy win for Team Liquid. When he doesn't have it, he's just chilling, waiting. Maybe Cram runs a little too far forward and he can slow that peel down. If he can terrify Sakai's, it's already a big win.
Gideon, they know the timers. They know Stormy and Innocent won't have the flicker ready by the time the Lord comes into base. So they're looking for the punish. Sanford with the Bravest Fighter over Skies in a 1v1 situation. Good Thorn Rose. Oh, a battle here in the mid lane as well as the Lord is able to charge down to get the turret, but Skies is so far away, but he's baited into time. He's already distracted Team Liquid. They couldn't punish Stormy and Innocent without the flicker, but they will find Skies. It'll be delayed. Skies is doing a good job at just buying time. Red Tree coming in and the Phantom Execution too, but it is inevitable. Last shot. We get a display of those clean punctures before it happens. AOG! Flicker up, and it's down again.
So good. So very, very good. That's why when we're talking about the Emperor's Eye, we're talking about just a full view of the map. You would imagine that with those phones that they can only see so much, but Team Liquid, they see everything on the map, and the same goes for SRG. These punishes are huge because now that somebody doesn't have that flicker, no huge plays are going to be made. Here we go.
Sanford again with the Bravest Spider, wants to go for it, but a Tsunami Slam locks him down as JP goes over the taunt. Sanford with the flicker backwards again. Turret dealt with already as Carl shoots out the Mountain Shocker, but it doesn't land on anyone. Ooh, that damage! The horse is down, and no, I'm not talking Liquid. I'm talking Cram on a Hylos.
Oh, Cram. He's not having much of a game right now. And Team Liquid are having the time of their life. 13-10, 11K goal lead. Most would say that this is, or what I would like to call it, the checkmate angle. However, SRG will hit 42K of their own, but Team Liquid have so many more resources, so many more options when it comes down to the fight. They can start swapping out their immortalities mid-fight if necessary. Winter Crowns might even come into play, but for the time being, it just looks like they just need SRG to make that first move. Ooh, Sanji going to be completing the Winter Crown first. There's a chance he might make a play of his own.
I think it's just for survivability, right? He's been placed in very tough situations. This Valentina has really just been mostly utility than it is damage. Yes, he is doing damage, but for the most part, you see the glorious pathway. You see the Tsunami Slam. It's not much of the feathered airstrike being stolen over by from Liquid, and I think it's for a good reason too. They know they have enough damage. They just need to peel and give space for Oheb and Carl TZ to dish out that damage. So now it's the Lord Dads. Bottom wave, good for Liquid.
Here's the conceal. They're going to try. Cram takes it first.
There you go. That's a damage. Cram should be falling here. Goes in for the stun. As Skies walks up too. Cram actually survived with the glorious pathway. 1v1. The GOAT goes in and wins it out against the Prince. This will be free. SRG are running back to base.
He got hit by the turtle boat. The guy's unable to outplay it. Carl TZ, he's probably laughing to himself. He's like, come on. Lancelot, I'm the Lancelot guy. I am the guy. I have a skin after me, sir. Please show me some respect. You can't 1v1.
Nope. Sanford, you're pretty good. Very good. Tsunami Slam coming out. Oheb. Zaman forwards. Carl TZ Majaya. Oh, wow. That's actually a full dive over. Traceless to get away. Oheb still doing a bit too much damage. Jones will lose his immortality too. Carl handling the mini wave. That's 2 members down. Skies will be back up in 1. Innocent holding it down, but without Sanford, can they still look for the siege?
They could try. Innocent still has ults to work with. Oh, they've got Feather Airstrike, but they need a stall.
JP taking very low penetration. Oh, clips him. Innocent in the back trying to cut away. Oheb gets it, and with the godlike, Sanji freezes up, pops the Winter Crown, and the answer is yes, they can.
Woo! The Liquid Stampede is already gearing up. They're looking for that momentum on their side. The gallop has begun. Let's see if it turns into the full run. Holy, that was a good game.
Oh my gosh. Hey, the Liquid fans in the building are brutal with him, man. They've just been emoting all around. You can see them here.
Wait,
and if you guys, what's that?
Does that guy have an NXPE?
He does. Hey, shout outs to Midnight. He was NXPE.
He was. This has been a fun game so far. And I mean, both sides have really shown their true colors in terms of, hey, you give us control over this game, you give us a little bit of a lead, we're going to be running away with it.
Oh, man. It's just crazy to see the early game pan out the way it did. You know, we expected Turtle 1 to be massive, but maybe not that crazy. Innocent getting 2, 3 early kills was ridiculous, but then the recovery. We talk so much about the Stampede that we forget how clean they can be even when they're behind.
I mean, their fights have been looking a lot better this time, and I think this draft definitely allowed Sanford to have a much better time. I mean, let's not forget, the one thing that I was a little concerned for is Innocent's item build. He decided to go for the Halberd as a third item. I was thinking maybe a Haas Claw might have kept him alive in a lot of these fights, considering that Sanford was like gunning out. He was looking to line up both Farsa alongside with Beatrix in one line so he could knock him down like bowling pins.
Yeah, so we're going to throw it over back to Mr. Lefelion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Merkoyan. It looks like without the Akai as well as the CC, Sanford can finally be comfortable in its own shoes because he had a performance of a lifetime. And I agree with the casters. Like, the KDA doesn't really do justice on the things that he did
on the game just now.
Yeah, I can't help but agree, and I love the point that you made that it just felt like Carl Tizzi could do whatever he wanted in so many of those fights. And even though it didn't seem as flashy as you would normally see on a YSS, it was still overall very dominant in that game.
Yeah, I mean, even the timings, after he does make use of the bravest fighter, I think that's another thing too. Because typically when someone goes in, you find an immediate punish through the Tsunami Slam, but the Lapu Lapu does not seem to be the best target to do that. And he gets to immune himself right after land the Land Shakers with such well timings and precision towards the Farsa. Often it happened towards the Farsa against Stormy.
I kind of feel like we got to go back to what Kid Bomba has been saying throughout the draft. He feels like Yusunshin is too strong. You got to ban that out. And he really does not like that high loss going up against the Lapu Lapu. But to be fair, it looks like this was all planned because, again, you waited for Red 4 to get Cram's hero, and at that point, there's really no other options. They pick up the high lows. They themselves ban out the Ruby, so even that option was not there. So, I don't know. Trex, looks like first pick blue side is still superior.
Definitely still superior blue side, just overall, I think from today to yesterday, it feels like the favored side. But TLPH just was able to control that draft so well.
And you know what? Coming back to us, now we have a series. We say thank you to Kid Bomba, but now welcome back, Mr. Leoman. How did you feel watching the second game?
I had so much fun not just watching the game, but also leading up to it. My patron, my avatar, Kid Bomba, did so well. Again, repping the Bombanatics from Manila to Riyadh. He spoke of how these picks determine what these two teams are capable of doing. And watching game one, watching game two, I think there's one thing that SRG OG kind of leaned hard on despite some factors changing around the draft, and that's range. You look at their game 2 draft and they committed so much to range. They got the Farsa, they got the Beatrix. But after that, what do they have? They were forced to play passive in the XP lane, and that changed the dynamic of effective range. Because once you got in your face, once 40 got there, and once JP jumped the gun, and once Oheb is in your face, what do? What now? And that's what made game 2 so winnable for Liquid.
Yeah, honestly, it was an amazing game. Looking at both strengths, Liquid showed their strength, SRG OG showed their strength. By the way, while we're here, I just want to say, I think we're all in agreement. We love Kid Bomba as a player. But in case he wants to retire, I kind of feel like being on the panel, it's kind of good for Bomba.
He looks great. We got a seat ready and warm for you whenever you want it, Bomba. Several. Any region, just pick.
Just say so.
Imagine the entire idea about the Lapu flex.
Yeah. And honestly, I kind of feel like there's a lot to digest, even for us panel. So we're actually going over to the stage where I heard we're giving something away. So you know what, stage, I hope you're ready because we're throwing it over to you.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Amazon Arena. Now, what a series it has been so far. It is currently 1-1. It is very hot and everybody here can feel the intensity of the matches. But because everybody's so intense right now, we went around asking the audience if they want skins. Do you guys want skins? And because of that, we actually have 3 lucky audience with me here today for the Metro Zero skin giveaway. However, before that, I want you guys to take a moment to look at our beautiful cosplayer. Hey, so what hero are you cosplaying today?
Hello everyone, and I'm cosplaying Ixia and her Commander Invoker skin.
Ooh, very nice. I'm pretty sure everybody thinks it's very pretty and you look so pretty today.
Thank you so much, Rose. Hello sa mga Pilipino dyan! Let's go!
As we can see, our cosplayer is rooting for Team Liquid. However, over here we have our 3 lucky audiences. Hello, what's your name?
Marte Cometa.
What should I call you?
Teng.
Teng. Okay, so are you ready for your first question?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. I will give you 4 options and you pick one, okay? Which of the following heroes is featured in the Metro Zero campaign? Is it A, Beatrix, B, X-Borg, C, Ling, or D, Martis?
X-Borg.
Are you gonna lock it in?
Locked in.
It is correct! Congratulations, Kuya!
That's pretty good. You know, we got apparently 2 Liquid fans and an SRG fan here, so, you know, things go as they do. But I have a question for you. First of all, what is your name?
My name is Alejandro.
Alejandro. Well, let's see if you can wow us today, Alejandro. Our question is, the Metro Zero set is set on which mode of transportation? 4 options. A, airplane, bus, train, or spaceship?
It's a train.
Oh, and it is correct! There you go. A second win with us here. There's still one more key.
Yes. For our final audience, we have over there, he is wearing an SRG OG jersey. Hello! Hi, what's your name?
My name is Silas.
Okay, Malaysian.
Yep, Malaysian.
Hello, Abang, how are you?
Good, Alhamdulillah.
All right, Abang is very, very good. So, Abang, your question is, which of the following heroes is featured in the Metro Zero campaign? Is it A, Cho, B, Kimmy, C, CC, or D, Roger?
Roger.
Is it correct? It is correct! Congratulations! Now all 3 of them will be walking home with a Metro Zero skin.
That's a cool time. That's a fun time. All 3 people got their skins. We have wonderful cosplay on here. And our grand final, best of 7, is tied 1-1. Riyadh, are you ready for more? I can't hear you. I'm sure you can get louder. Are you ready for more? Then let's send it back to our panel.
Thank you very much. We're ready for more. And now we already have 2 games, a maximum of 5 more. And here's the thing. We're going to be jumping into draft very, very soon here. So again, we have to assume that SRGOG will be picking up blue side again. Now the question is, will we see an adjustment? Because in game number 1, TLPH, they banned out the Kalia. Will they change that out with banning out the CC?
I think there's definitely the possibility. I don't think they let the CC through again, at least first pick for SRG. If they do, then they might not pick up Fredrin. I don't know. I think we're going to see a lot of different ways this draft's approached because for the first time in the meta, it's so open that you can take so many different avenues.
The question is, if they do open the CC, because since the meta's so open, you might as well find solutions rather than avoid the problem entirely. Does Sanford have a Paquito in this current metagame? Can he do that, or are they willing to roll the dice and say, do Lapu, wait till level 4, then get out of there?
Yeah, because even Onic, even teams yesterday, they've been trying to pull off the entire Paquito into the CC matchup because it does do well. And even Kid Bomba, like, behind while the game was going on, we did ask that to him too, and he did say that Paquito, is such a good pick against the CC, but it hasn't been as effective yet in terms of converting it into wins.
I don't know. Personally, for me, I tried to punch a yo-yo before. I lost. What about you, Trex? What's your thoughts on this?
I think we might be heading too far into the CC. I don't think that was the only problem completely in game 1. Like I said, I think the Kai, the Grok, Carl TZ had no play in those turtle pits.
By the way, right now, looks like we have a quote coming in from Innocent. It's hard to defend your title because every patch favors a different team. Even throughout the tournament, the meta changes. During the group stage, it was about team fights and it was about tank junglers in the knockouts. So we're lucky to make it to the grand finals again, which shows even in a span of 2 to 3 weeks with nothing really changed in terms of patches, the meta can shift.
Even in 48 hours, the Innocent Beast could have added one more line to that, and now in the grand finals, in the last day, it's about the EXP lane, because that alone might be what dictates the team that gets the win in game 3. I would like to think if that's solved, the next problem is indeed, we were on the way to this anyways, the jungle, because the Akai is so good against the Fredrin. If the US is not open and Carl TZ defaults to the Fredrin, do they ban the Akai? Is there room in the draft to do that?
I mean, teams, or at least based on what we've seen, don't necessarily bring out the Akai in the first phase. I think it happens once. Yeah, it did happen once.
In game one,
in
it
game
happened.
one.
I feel like SRG is the only one that picks it early. Yeah.
So SRG is a team who might be confident enough to introduce this entire idea of the Akai countering the Fredrin whenever they do like. So yeah, it's gonna be tough for Team Liquid if they want to stick with the entire Fredrin jungler for Carl TZ.
What if from Red, they ban everything and only allow the Fredrin for SRG and do Red 3 Akai? Because Carl TZ plays a mean Akai, we know that.
Yeah, we'll see. Because personally for me, I'm actually in a different angle. I agree with what you're saying, but instead of the Akai fighting against the Fredrin, I kind of feel like it's fighting Sanford. I feel like that's the one that we're really looking at here. SRGOG betting out the Arlet, and now TLPH betting out the 1-1. Looks like the Lancelot getting banned still. So at least for SRGOG, they want to go back to what worked.
It is quite crazy how we're in a meta right now where you have to literally think about multiple lanes and how you're going to counter them. From mid, with the Farsa Jushin, with the CC and EXP, with the Kai Fredrin. I mean, all around the board, these teams and coaches have to think multiple steps ahead for this.
I like it because this shows that this is indeed the best of the best.
Yep. The Lapu will be banned out too by SRG.
Talk about EXP dominance.
So much adjustments in the draft. So this just means that the YSS will be open for SRG.
Not just even the Kalia, even the Farsa, the Fredrin, Akai, Baksha. Like these heroes are all out in the wild now, and Liquid denies it. Coach RC wagging the finger. Nah, no can do. Coach Arc, so they do get at least that comfort on Yumes.
So do we think we see the Basha pick up from TLPH, +1, Kalea's the comfort pick. With Lapu already gone, what's next on the prowl list for EXP? Honestly, CC Lapu gone, I feel like it's a much more open pool now, a safer pool at that.
Yeah.
At this point, we might even see a Terizla.
I mean, the Phobius has been one of the considerations too previously, but it hasn't been that high in priority considered the other XP laners which came into play recently. So now they just go with the Baksha and Jusin.
I would like for this Baksha to be flex. We know that it's most likely going to be in the jungle, but I like Red 3 as that stopper for Sikais. Because, again, the Akai is such a game changer. If they go and leave Red 3 here and don't attack the rest of SRG's first 3, then I think they're missing out.
I don't know, I think they could just pick up the Akai maybe again. I think it can also do okay against the Basha. Heavy spin, dominate in the turtle pit, put a Farza behind it right here. I think overall solid. You get the counterplay against Zushin. I think it's comfortable.
I think you might even consider an early glue perhaps, because that is one of his signatures. But it looks like they go for the Joy as well as the Farsa here. So SRGOG, they still want to go for that assassin.
Yeah, I like the idea simply because it helps the Kalea be able to perform a bit more. The Joy can be the one to potentially dive in first, force out the Purifies, especially from key targets like the Jushin. I mean, that's the only one revealed for now for Team Liquid. And then the Kalea would feel a bit more encouraged to land those skills, those crowd controls.
So last pick on the side of TLPH. They got a jungler in, possible flex to roam. Mid laner, do they lock in gold lane here to at least have advantage there? The Granger's been getting tossed to the side, but I still think it's very solid.
Yeah.
I can feel like Moskov is a consideration.
Against the Joy, yeah.
Unless they're planning for another Harith. So they save their gold laner for later and pick up a Hayabusa.
Oh, such a great counter, the Joy.
Don't need to rush the gold laner, because again, you're on red 4. You get red 4 immediately after the bans.
So now it looks like it is going to be Assassin going up against Assassin. Again, this is two teams that really like to rush the tempo here. So, Trex, looking at the composition, what is Team Liquid missing at this point?
I think I'm still the Hayabusa pick was so clean, man. I think SRG either didn't expect it, they pick up the Joy, and maybe the Joy was too early. At this point, TLPH just has such an advantage, I think, coming into second phase.
In the first phase alone, Liquid are playing off of the axis of effective range once more. Sure, you have a Farsa, you have the Wombo combo with the Kalia, but what do you do when Liquid is in your face? Like, that's the thing that Liquid is missing right now. They need a hero on Sanford that punishes that short gap, that within your face kind of range that SRG just haven't found the answer to just yet.
So if it's just in terms of that, then the likes of the Glue, as mentioned previously, are also still open.
Yep, Glue and Harrod, like these are the two heroes that I think SRG should take out.
Yeah. So that's gonna be a problem for Team Liquid if both of them are banned out. But even for Cram, I feel, because they're slowly running out of XP lane options.
Cram still has a Ruby, by the way. It's still out and untouched. Now the question, what if that's the only thing left and at Red 4 suddenly, Sanford steals it? We haven't really seen much crazy picks from Liquid, save for the Alpha and the Hylos yesterday. But what if here they start to do that in pursuit of the trophy?
If they steal the Ruby here, it's a very clean pickup.
Yeah,
because even, honestly, the pick would work for either side in multiple positions.
Right.
I like it. I think if SRG gets it, it's a saving grace possibly for themselves. Badang ban on the blue side, finally on to Red 4.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's a pretty good ban as well because you don't want that disruption going for SRG OG. So now Team Liquid, this box is still a question mark. If they want to keep it flexible, they can choose their gold laner here. But again, that's going to expose them to SRG OG. So instead, they're going to take away that glue instantly. And again, this is a good pick for them, but also a very good deny.
Yeah, and the Ruby still looks like a good option. Like, especially in terms of just sustaining yourself overall, considering that the glue can split up into a lot of mini glues.
But the beauty of this is when SRG picks the Ruby, if they do pick the Ruby, Liquid has last dibs. Oheb can protect himself. He can pick a hero that doesn't care about said Ruby in Cram's hands.
I mean, I think at this point, SRG, you do something like the Ruby. Hilda got banned out, so that's not there. The guitar? No. Yeah, I mean, Ruby Granger, I think you pick up the Granger maybe here for a little bit of range and just try to play it safe to stay out of the range of the Lantern and the Hayabusa.
Not unless it's Innocent who wants to play it. So we hear they pick up the Phoveus instead and the Granger. Okay, we're going back to the Phoveus for SRG. I feel like it's still going to be a decent matchup going up against the Glue.
I would still say it's a bit glue favorite here, but now seeing the Granger, Moskov, Iritel, basically everything except Harv is open now.
The world is Oheb's oyster. SRG played on the defense while in blue. That, I think, is the genius of this draft. Liquid have found that hero that lives in your face, rent-free. It's that glue. Now they can pick any of these heroes. I don't think they need to really go out of the box.
If they want a bit more dive, the backline, the Claude's there. Although they have to really consider the Joy and a Purify hero. So they go for the Moskov, I think.
Yep.
Yeah,
Moskov is a good pick going up against this Granger as well as the Joy. So Trex, final thoughts looking at the draft here.
I think that Hayabusa pick completely threw a wrench in SRG's plans, and at this point, TLPH definitely from macro to team fight control. I like the draft.
Well, thank you very much, panel. You guys have been amazing. And now we're about to start game number 3 in this grand final. So we're going to throw it over back to Gideon and Mirko.
Thanks, panel. 1-1, the current score between SRG and TLPH. Nobody's broken the curse of red side just yet as blue side reigns supreme. We go into match number 3 hoping something will change. If not, it might just be another blue side victory. Welcome, everybody. The grand finals continues here today at Mid-Season Cup 2025 at the Esports World Cup live in Riyadh is showing us everything we've wanted so far. Let's bring it back. It's going to be SRG on the blue side facing off against Team Liquid on the red for anybody just tuning in. Let the battle begin. Sakai's starting on his orange, Carl Teasy on his purple.
Yeah, you can really see both teams starting to respect each other in the drafts here, coming together and really just forming a composition that definitely we wouldn't see in like game 1. Right? Like they're letting go of a lot more picks, they're opening up so much more, but they're also denying so much more that we've seen in game 1, game 2. So at this point, yeah, I agree with Blofeld. I really like the glue into the Phoveus. Thing is though, all Phoveus needs to do is just win out the early game and set SRG up for a good Well, early games just weather the storm. Because, like, again, TL want to snowball with this composition with the Hayabusa, Juicin. Everyone on their composition really wants to just snowball and take control over after Turtle 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're seeing a lot of that struggle come down from the EXP side. Like, Cram, if you look at the emblems, he's decided to take Concussive Blast because he doesn't want to interact with Samford, right? And Samford, he's like, okay, sure, you clear decently fast, but I'm going to try and freeze underneath my lane, and I'm also calling JP to my side of the map just to make sure that if you are going to hit level 4 in time, there's going to be a brass tax on your HP. He's hoping to chunk him out at least 50% of it.
Okay, taking a look at the emblems here. Nothing too crazy. Tenacity, Vitality for Sanford, so he wants to be very, very tanky. Just knowing that this has been a pattern. When you're on the glue 2, you're very vulnerable. You have to go for the flicker, and Kaleas usually punish that very early. So having a little bit more sustain will be great, and Team Liquid are already en route to that first turtle. Pryo over for Sanford, Pryo for Sanji in the mid lane too.
Oh, let's keep in mind, Stormy also took the Wilderness Blessing on his side. He's not going for the tenacity, he's not going for pull yourself together, right? It's all about rotating fast across the map as soon as possible. First turtle, now contested.
Yeah, Sanford putting the stacks down on Yums and Cram. It's fully loaded on Cram. He will lose it now on Yums. Puts the stacks down. And Carl is still taking it slow. Meanwhile, Sky's over there. That's going to be the jump forward. Sanford able to play again. Has it fully stacked up. Mount, and he will be able to go for it onto the Phobias. All alone has Dark Wave, able to go back and forth. So Oheb lands the SOD and comes into the fight. But Innocent does the same as he walks by. Crab still going in with the infinite pursuit. Sanford still in the midst of it all now. Sanji picks up the kill, and that's the retry from Carl TZ.
A long, long rotation. Oh. The shadows are close. The shadows are very, very close, but it's so clear. No, he's not going to kill him here, right? He's used the quad shadow. Sanji's nearby. Oh my god!
Skies just ran him down. Knew there was no quad shadow. Carl went a bit too ham, and he pays for it with his life.
I'm surprised that Sanji didn't immediately show himself. Even he was questioning like whether or not this was going to happen, but it's not over. Stormy gets picked off in the mid, and now they find a trade back into JP.
It's not the best of trades, though. It's still great for Liquid, just because, again, Stormy was taken out. They only got the Roamer here. Roam for mid, Liquid still with Pryo, but SRG, they have the kill lead in this game. And Skies should have a bit more to say now, as he was able to take Carl TZ down. So more space to farm to get that lead for Turtle 2.
I think there is a bigger argument. It's time to rehash the Farsa ult, or are we going with the Jushin ult? Because right now this 2v2 is heavily in favor in Sanji's. All because Baxia is part of this equation. Oh, okay. All right, gets the ult out. Okay, this time, nothing too crazy. At least it's going to expectations. But I want to see whether or not Carl TZ is going to be able to develop a lead of his own, right? With that turtle on his hand, and also picking up an EXP crab, good sacrifice coming in from Sanford's side, it allows that full level lead from Carl.
And then we're back to just setting up again. The old game of just waiting for neutral objectives here. Cram is going for it again. Skies walks up, but there's no kill threat here. At least there shouldn't be. Sanford can just walk away with the longs back to turret.
It's just big chunks, looking for anybody to make a mistake in lane. And there we go. I mean, SOD as well as JP, the fact that they're pressuring so much. Wait, did they spot Stormy out?
They just really want to deny that. Oheb blinks away. JP pops the Revitalize, and Innocent is able to get his hands on the cannon minion. Now it's the invade down below, as they've seen a lot of those members from SRG rotate up top Turtle.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Stormy was willing to sacrifice his mid wave for this. Oh, okay.
Cram's out of the fight.
He's done for him.
Walks up. Sanji still has Crimson Beacon. Will decide to pop it in now. Skies can get away. Oh, Sanford with a lockdown on the flicker already. Now pops a long Tsunami Sam with the shadow kill coming down too. And it will be the backline targeted down. Skies still able to survive. Good peel from Cram as Innocent goes for the shots. One last one with that Sonata finding it there. Sanji unable to get the kill back. And it is Innocent with a double.
Look at the instant response. They knew, TLPH understood. Hey, it's too late for us. Innocent's already here. They're not going to be able to run away. They quickly steal over that purple buff to enable Carl TZ to maybe snowball out of control for the next fight, while Oheb helps him out and even gets a free push on top side. So take the turtle, take a couple of our members. We're not falling too far behind.
But now it's getting real dangerous for TL. Innocent has secured Skypiercer. We know what he's done in the past when he gets a Skypiercer early. Oheb walks up, stunned up, Purify comes down, he dodges away from the feathered airstrike, but he can't from the Death Sonata. It's JP brought back by the Dark Wave. Just as I mentioned it, it's 2 on the Skypiercer, make it 3. It's Sanford who buys a little bit more time. What? Maniac as well! Oh my lord, Innocent!
Tell me that this man can do no wrong. It's in his name! Maniac this time. Oh, wait, hold on. Carl's trying, though. He clears the wave with the help of the SOD as well. Oheb is able to recover a little. Luckily, nobody dies just yet. Oh, I was ready to eat my words. I was ready for Cram to go down just randomly.
Oh my lord. Oheb, yeah. Way too aggressive. The snipe from Innocent. And then what happened next? It was JP all alone, but the rest of the team wanted to follow up. They knew Oheb was down, but they just wanted to stick together, and it ended up being so brutal, dude. I mean, the timing could not have been more perfect for me to say, hey, Skypiercer Innocent, and then that Yums goes in, Tsunami Slam, not gonna go down, and it's another for Stormy this time. Not Innocent, who picks up his 5th stack now. It's Stormy.
Okay, it's Stormy. It's 11-3. Okay, we're getting a little bit of game 1 here, but the gold lead, again, the gold lead doesn't seem to be like slipping away from Team Liquid. It's 1.8k. It's not that big of a deal. We've seen them turn this around. We need to see if SRG can close out the game and maintain this lead. I think a lot of that really depends on whether or not Yums gets his fleeting time at an early pace, because once he does, that engine is ready to go. All it just needs is gasoline.
Thing is, Innocent is massive right now.
He's 6-0-2.
6-0-2. 4 kills on the Skypiercer, you gotta remember. So he's at 40 stacks here at the 7th minute mark. And it's going to be tough because TL kind of want to prolong the fights. But how can you prolong the fights when Innocent always has an execute threat ready? Like, you get low enough and you just have to back away.
You just have to back away. He's also got the Malefic Roar as well, so JP's got to be careful.
JP pops a shield Unity. Dark Wave landing. Skies now looking for the stacks again. Able to get full stacks on the electrifying beats. SOD landing too, but it will be a turnover. Sanford already in there. Carl winning the retreat battle, but Tsunami Slam locks him down, but he still has the Quad Shadow back. Innocent unable to get the executes down as Cram walks it forward. And what? Cancelled by Oheb. Shadow kill is Sanford with a jump in the back from out of nowhere. And the game is turned on its head.
Woo! What did I tell you? Nothing to worry about. Kill score in favor of SRG. There's not enough gold in the bank to turn it around. Sanford, what a play. 2 for 2. His flickers have been immaculate. As you see, TL slowly cover the map and turn it red. Let's look at this fight one more time, right? Because everything looked like it was going well. They even found the Tsunami Slam on the correct target, which was called TZ. However, when you're clumped up this much, and especially since Innocent was looking for an angle with no energy whatsoever, Carl TZ does amazing here by baiting himself, absorbing the shots, and then going in quickly with his Oki Shadow kill. Sanford saw the angle, and it was perfect.
That was... oh my lord. What a flank. I mean, he literally saved the fight. That was looking real bad for Liquid. It was looking like Innocent was about to get 4 more stacks, you know? Everybody was so low. They were within the threshold of getting executed, but now they've recovered again. Liquid out of nowhere from sheer team fighting mechanics have gotten themselves back into okay zone. Yes, there's still a lead on Innocent, but the 40 stacks is now, it's down. I don't know how much he's standing on now, but it's not, again, that snowball number that you were expecting.
Yeah, I think he should be down to at least 15 to 20 stacks at this point.
There you go.
28. 28, perfect. Now, looking at where the gold leads are actually being developed, Cartesi and as well as Oheb already has his 3rd item. He's finished that Trinity build, right? He is so prepared for these upcoming fights. And with that reset on Innocent, he's less scared to get involved in these fights. Obviously, he's going to come in last, of course, but that's not the only thing you should be worried about. Carl TZ having a solid 2-level lead over Sakai's. These neutral fights are not easy anymore, and the worst part is like, you don't know where Carl is half the time. He comes into the fights super late.
And he's not even the executor here. He's like, yes, he's an assassin, but for the most part in this game, he's just been dealing damage. It's Sanji, I think, who will be the guy to execute members. I believe he will go for the Skypiercer, just like he has done in the past. And that's the winning angle for Team Liquid. If they can go, there you go, Skypiercer already. I don't know if he's actually gotten any stacks on it or if he's still sitting at 0. But that's the winning condition. Again, if Team Liquid can dish out enough damage for Sanji to be doing what Innocent's doing, picking up those stacks and executing members, it now becomes tough for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Yeah, I think the worst part is the fact that Sanford, he's already got 2 tank items. JP's going to open things up, though.
Cram walking up again. The Dark Wave not landing. JP in the back line. Scaltz secures the neutral objective. That's a Tsunami Slam over to Sanford, but he's still able to flicker out. Now goes for the Meltdown, and Brace goes back to the team. It's so much damage, the piercing damage. Oheb still there. Skies doing all that he can, but Carl jumps in with the quad shadow, and he gets Innocent. Now it's just Stormy.
It's too clean, Team Liquid. It looks like they might just be able to break the red side curse. They're going to get one more into Stormy as well. Wings by wings. This and Carl just taking his time, playing with the food.
Holy Shield threw Oheb back. That could have been real bad if he was able to cut Stormy down. It's not an end angle just yet, but it's massive for Team Liquid. They get everything on the map. This tier 2 will surely fall to, yes, Oheb will get it. And now it opens up so much more space for a composition that was already deadly without all this tempo. Now with this tempo, brother, JP on the Hylos against Onyx, he came from the side to kill Sans. Now he can come from any angle.
It's crazy. It's crazy how Team Liquid are playing these fights so perfectly. And I think the worst part is that Sanford is making it tough. I think a lot of this fight boiled down to whether or not Cram can get some effective abilities down. And I think that his positioning, more importantly, his tap on the Infernal Suit into the middle of the 4 of Team Liquid definitely cost its Langor Red Giants the fight. He should have taken his time, and if he was looking to jump on somebody, it was probably Sanford first, which he didn't use his ult just yet at that point of time. He knows he's going to get pulled out of position. You might as well start peeling for that front line.
1,200 gold lead for Sanji. Up against Stormy, and Skypiercer should already be... I don't think he got a single kill actually that fight. But still, they got proper shutdowns, kills over. Now Carl Teezy's a very, very good amount ahead of Skies. 2,000 gold lead already with the Endless Battle. And he's looking for his last item this game, which isn't going to be defensive.
Yep, he's very, very strong. If he catches anybody by themselves, he probably one-shot them without much of an issue. You can see that they're slowly opening up the map with JP. And I think that's the biggest problem right now for the side of SRG OG Esports, right? Coming for a flank angle is pretty tough overall. Ooh, the Shurikens did not connect to reveal Sakai's and cancel out his recall. But even so, JP and as well as Sanford are the two biggest problems that SRG are facing right now. Sanford, way more deadly, but also it just doesn't feel good to commit too hard onto JP.
Yeah. Oheb just farming up. It's very hard to commit on any of these members, like you said. Damage dealt ranking is all Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. It's Innocent, Cram, Stormy, and Skies before we see a single member from TLPH. Oheb lands the SOD, goes for the Spear of Misery. Oh, didn't quite get the angle. But even when you're so far away, the fact that you're able to push in and put in the threat down and now utilize that to take purple buff is good for Liquid. Conceal. Sky's walking up over to JP. Oheb, no SOD, goes in. Spear of Misery as well. The Federer airstrike coming down with the Revitalizers right there to provide the peel. And now Liquid have an angle. Kyle with the quad shadow jumping in. Cram lifted up, thrown back to the ground now. It's asking the mount down again. Sanji with the Crimson Beak and Sanford jumps into the back, finding them as Oheb tears them apart. Carl with the shadow kill. Oh, Innocent cancels it out. But in the end, it's still Sanford mounting him. He will find the kill. It's Cram against Oheb and JP. Now a Tsunami Slam over. Sanford,
oh my God,
it's ridiculous.
He's crazy. Oh my goodness, Sanford straddling them. It is over for game number 3. Red side curse broken wide open by Team Liquid. They are going to make sure that this is going to be one hard-fought battle of SRG OG Esports are even going to try and climb up this mountain.
What the hell, Sanford?
God.
Dude,
How many
like
resets was that? 2 resets? 2 full resets?
Like, yeah, Oheb, amazing plays. He got the triple. But how the hell did Sanford just do all that, dude? They just facilitated everything.
They gave him glue, they gave him flicker, and that was the end of it. That's all he needed. Just the battle spell and glue's kit.
He turned the game around. He was able to get the 2 in the back. He's assassinated Innocent. We were expecting Hayabusa to be the man. Glue is the man.
Glue is the man. All right, we're going to be throwing it back to our panel to break it down for us. What do you guys think?
Is it too early to say if Team Liquid becomes a champion, Sanford should be the MVP? I mean, like, what a performance coming in from the EXP. I mean, like, to be fair, the entire series, it is all EXP, but Sanford clearly shows how strong he is on this picks.
In this game, the ecosystem the food chain was very clear. The Apex Predator stands tall on top of everybody, and you stand in his way, you're automatically prey. The innocent beast in that last sequence here, you'll see it now, stood no chance. Like, well, he did kind of like he got away with that until he's like, oh no, I have stacks on me, and then 40 wasn't done.
Yeah, and I feel like for majority of, I mean, we did say the entire focus on EXP lanes, and we put so much emphasis on their performance, especially when they're especially when they're ahead. But in this case, the way Sanford played it was through plays that changed the way the game goes, and it favored their team suddenly just after those 1 or 2 plays that Sanford did, coming in from the back lines and just surprising them with the flickers.
I mean, even with the fact that SRG started strong that game, Innocent started strong that game, and TLPH, all it takes is one big play to flip the table. Like, I love what Gideon said, 2,000, 3,000 gold is not enough gold in the bank to topple TLPH in a game.
Either ways, right now, whenever you're thinking about a draft, you always have to think about that EXP matchup, because at this point, I feel like you're in the grand finals, you just have to be honest. Cram, can you deal with him? And if you can't, someone needs to help, because even Kid Bomba said, looking at all the rotations, you gotta focus going on to the EXP. So this is 2 big organizations. TL, they're just a few wins away to become the first organization to have 2 straight title wins here at the EWC.
In the span of 24 hours. Last night, Magnus Carlsen took it home. We are 2 games away from Carl Teasy taking it home. Big 4 here for game number 3. Oheb, big money, big pockets. Innocent, though, still dealing a lot of damage. So it's not like Innocent can't do his job. It's just, what does the rest of SRGOG do with what he's bringing out?
I would argue he couldn't. Dude, Sanford was too much.
No, he will do a job, but he'll die. And the rest of them will die too. So it's not enough.
Because like, it's not just Sanford that goes in. It's also JP. And that happened one time. I think it was in the objective which spawned in the upper portion of the map, where it felt like SRG OG were the ones ahead. Well, they were ahead, but just because of that single play done by JP and Sanford, they could not position themselves at all.
Yeah, half the time, Sanji is the one who's willing to die. That's how beautiful and how well Liquid understands their dynamics. Half the time, Sanji will be willing to go, all right, Crimson Beacon forward, 40, you got the stacks, 40, you got stacks, all right, let's go. That is what makes the whole 3K, 4K is not enough to make Liquid stop. That's literally putting a pillow between you and a stamping cavalry.
It's tough. At this point after game 1, it feels like TLPH has kind of found the way to win that EXP lane, have found a way to conquer not just that, but in multiple lanes. You know, we saw it as well in the jungle. I feel like overall, TLPH has grabbed the wheel of the draft once again.
I can't believe the ban on the CC changes the entire flow of the game this much.
I mean, like, to be fair, I would say the entire draft changed as well, because the other thing that happened in game number 1 was that Akai, and even Kid Bomba said, there's no way for the Lapu Lapu to play here because there's so many peel, making it so that if you're being obvious that you want to chase after the Farsa, you're going to get punished. So maybe that's something that SRGOG just has to respect. As strong as everyone from TL, Sanford is just leading the charge.
And it's not like they banned the Akai. They just created an atmosphere in the draft wherein the Akai would not flourish. And they gave Sekais, they gave SRGOG an ultimatum in saying, you pick Akai here now, and we punish you. That's how powerful Red 3 is for Liquid. How does SRGOG get out of this maneuver, this trap, this chokehold?
I think most importantly, I think the big whiff on that last one was picking the Joy that early. I don't think the Joy would have ever got banned. I think they could have saved that for second phase. And they immediately opened themselves up to the counterplay of the Hayabusa. The Joy essentially could do nothing in some of those matches. It was completely on the shoulders of Innocent there.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's why Ivan brought up they should have picked Glue as well as Farsa, because it was still open. And at that point, there's not a lot of good counter matchups against the Glue, because we saw even Cram had to choose the Fovea. Strong hero, sure, but it is very Glue favored.
I hate to say it, but slowly here in the latter half of the knockout stage, Phoveus is slowly becoming the fall guy. Teams that have nothing to pick for EXP, which has suddenly become maybe the lane to draft for, pick Phoveus, and then suffer the consequences. Like, that is the discourse online. That is what people are saying. Like, oh, it's the Phoveus. Blame the Phoveus.
So first, he didn't get a skin for years. And now he's the fall guy. And now even the team is like, you know what? We need an excuse. Someone pick the Phoveus. At least people can say Phoveus is like the new Eve on the international stage.
So yeah, I think one of the things we've really learned is you can't, whereas in the past, 5th pick EXP lane was completely okay. It was the meta of drafting, right? Save the XP lane for counterplay. Now it's like, you better get it in the first phase or you're going to be left with Phoveus.
Yeah, because even in the second phase bans, like they went for all other options. Even the Hilda was taken out there, of course, because they already picked up the Hayabusa, so they needed to make sure that he would have a great time in terms of jungling. But the Phoveus was the only one that was left there. And usually, it was even the immediate response once you're in red side, but that's not what we're seeing anymore.
Honestly, yeah, that's what I want to touch on. Remember back in group stage, everyone bans out the Phoveus, everyone bans out the Arlet, but I was like, no, you take it.
No, even Liquid bans out the Phoveus. They did this to be able to set up for the Arlet Gambit, but now that SRGOG is on that too, they're like, okay, we're not going to Arlet. You ban the Arlet, you can have the Phoveus. So it's a chicken and the egg situation now. I wonder how Coach Vecchi and Coach Arcadia are solving that.
At least can I say, I appreciate that now we're in a meta where EXP is so important. Because I feel like it's been so long where EXP is important, but it's never the highlight. It's
That's
always
right.
the jungle.
Yep.
It's always the gold. Now finally, it looks like EXP is having its time.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I don't completely blame the XP there. I think it's, you can have one counter on the enemy team, but when your XP loses, your Joy can't win against the Hayabusa head up. I think there's multiple kind of cracks starting to show on the line of SRG. And it was the same thing in game number 1 when SRG won. They had multiple winning lanes. You know, it's, if you're just losing one, that's okay, but you can't lose all around the board.
Yeah, and that's why they have to be very careful about their picks still. Even though the XP lane has opened up so much, during instances wherein we saw teams previously, even in the group stage or wildcard, pick up the likes of the Benedetta, it still hasn't been going too well for those kinds of picks. And you would essentially think that maybe it is damage XP and it is their era right now, but there still has to be, you know, you need to be a little more particular. It's not just pure damage XP laners that matter.
And this isn't just assumption or perception kind of thing because CC and Lapu-Lapu are such big picks, even Glue now after game 3. Armchair analysts watching at home, you guys can check the stats. Even heroes like Ruby get banned because of the side lane, the EXP lane prio. Heroes like Uranus, who have always been, you know, ever since that patch 1.9.90 has been a big pick, can still somehow rear its ugly head in the ban. So already there's half a dozen heroes you have to consider. Half a dozen heroes that are dictating what you can do. I'm not even mentioning the Esmeralda, which got banned last game.
So do we think, here's a question. We saw the Lapu and the CC both get banned in first phase last time. Do we think that if the CC's banned, SRG could leave the Lapu open and first pick it on blue side? If the CC's that good, is Lapu have enough value of first picking up front?
I kind of feel like if SRG picks up the Lapu, might be a bit dangerous because I kind of feel like that is Sanford's hero. I'm pretty sure he's played that, I don't know, at least 4,000, 5,000 times. So so he would know what he likes to use against the Lapu.
He's even got into a scuffle with his very beloved coach, Tic Tac, because there was this video going online wherein Tic Tac was asked by yours truly, when I say Lapu-Lapu, which player comes to mind? He goes, Edward. And then Sanford took that personally. Sanford took that personally for a good couple of months. He was like, Coach, why?
He felt betrayed.
He did.
You can only be betrayed by those people that you love.
Maybe that's why Carl was so upset about Kyrie.
Comparison is the death of happiness.
I shouldn't have asked that. No, it's on TikTok. It's on Coach TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, you threw him. We all knew what the answer should have been.
You could have said.
You didn't say Benedetta or anything.
What's with the players and the coaches nowadays of Team Liquid? Even yesterday, Carl was like, so do you think RC's the better coach?
Excuse me, sir. Which child do you love more? Dude.
That other family's kid over there. Coach Dick, come on.
Either ways right now, looking at the matchup, the score is 2-1. Team Liquid has the advantage here. SRGOG, even though they got first pick, they were defeated in the previous matchup. We'll see which pick they decide on this time.
But folks, looks like the big question really is on that EXP. Cram versus Sanford. This is going to be the biggest conversation we're going to have all throughout the grand finals.
So at this point, if it's a tough spot, my question is, now that TLPH has won blue side and red side, it's a huge advantage, right? We know that blue side has essentially, I think, been the stronger side for a lot of teams, but TLPH has shown that we can outdraft you either way. So SRG really has to think of something big here.
But it's always what? Because I kind of feel like Yisun Shin, CC, and 1-1 should not be led through. And so far, their priority has been Kalia all the time. Will the priority change after this?
Herbert, Trex, they already opened up the series with a surprise. They showed us the Grok, and that was a game changer. They brought back the Akai, answered the Fred, and answered Sanford. That was big. Is there a way for them to go back to that? That's what I'm looking at.
I think there is. I think the Akai could be clean again. I think Grok, things like that, show that they work very well. Again, for me, the last draft, the big mess up was the Joys.
Okay. If they're gonna plan to go to that same draft or something similar to that draft, then this is likely gonna be the Lancelot ban next for SRG, because I believe that was the same pattern that they had in game number 1. But Team Liquid Philippines, I wonder if they're planning to change things up a bit too. Because they could also opt to not let SRG get their hands on their expected prio picks, such as the likes of the Kalea. And there you go.
So SRG very telling. It's them switching it up. Bringing it. This is a surprise to you, a surprise to many, and this is what Trex was asking for: a different approach to the draft. Some way, somehow, make Liquid second guess themselves. And in the spirit of the Grok in game 1, in the hands of Yumes, put a wall between you and the Stampeding Cavalry, because that's one way to stop them. Make them slow down. Make them play at a pace they're not comfortable with.
Well, I think what's huge about this Kalea ban is we're telegraphing we don't want Kalea first pick. We want to switch things up.
Yeah.
CC is banned out. Lapu still banned out.
Somebody's getting a YSS or a Lance.
Yeah. And
looks like Lance. Do you first pick Lance though? Do you first pick Lance?
I feel like you
don't give it a. You have to.
You only first pick Lance if you don't want that Akai. Because I feel like that's the big conversation. Do you want a carry or you want a utility? Because carry, Lancelot is the best. But if they want to play utility, the Akai is the best. But then something else is going to be first pick. Is there any priority EXP right now?
I think they'll
go Lance. Yeah, you have to take the Lance.
Because I was
you can dash through the glue still if it gets picked up.
It's a lot of glue dashing, man.
So TLPH, do they take the high boost or do they go the Fredrin here? I think they maybe just go utility here with the Fred.
Do you risk the Akai flex from Yumes?
How likely is it that we see it from Yumes? But that's Yumes though.
I'm not even discounting the fact that maybe Cram has a pocket Akai. Who knows?
I mean, Yumes does have the largest pocket here.
Yeah.
Instant glue pick against the Jushin. SRGOG, they only had minutes to think about how to deal with Team Liquid. If they have an answer for the glue, it has to come out soon.
So do you Faramis in first phase?
I was going to say, do you Faramis first phase? Or
honestly, with the changes in glue, I don't think that's counter, because you guys saw the very last moment how quickly Sanford got off of Innocent and then immediately got onto Stormy. As a Faramis player, it's so hard to deal with that.
It seems like he always gets to mount on a certain member in that last fight or in that last game.
Oh, we don't have to be so absolute about it. It'll slow down the hopping from side to side. But instead, they're not falling for it. No Faramis, not around here. Instead, it's a Stormy special, the Farsa. And then for the first time in a while, a Uranus. So this is your XP lane matchup, the Glue versus the Uranus.
I wonder how Kid Bomba's gonna feel about the Uranus.
Let's call him.
Because like he disliked the Hylos. He disliked the Hylos earlier.
I like this better than the Hylos.
Yeah, but that's true. So
because Hylos has 4 legs, Uranus has none.
Yeah, he just floats around.
He
can float right to the back lane and harass people.
Oh, but the thing is, like, Cram did it once in the group stage. I hope it doesn't happen again here, where he just cuts the lane too far in and...
There's no way he's gonna, die first blood again.
There's a Uranus specialist in the crowd. the General Dilar is watching.
Oh.
So he would have a...
Come here. Let us know.
Very strong opinion about this matchup.
So what's his opinion?
I'll check in with you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Shoot a text. Figure it out.
Or I'll check your phone.
All right, so ban's coming in. Red 4 after that.
Honestly, this is a good time to flex any EXP friends you guys know.
Yeah.
And just bring them onto the panel. Batting up the Harif here. Yeah, I kind of feel like they got to slow TL down a little bit.
What was that, the Bruno ban?
Good ban. Maybe they want the Granger.
Yeah, and that's one of the... I mean, the Bruno... I think, so what, SRG, you ban the Granger at this point, right? With the Bruno ban, you're kind of showing that that's what TLPH wants. Then you just have Moskov left, Airthil, the pool gets small. We saw Innocent on the Beatrix. It looked good. Even though they lost, it looked good overall.
I mean, like, to be fair, Innocent has been making everything look good.
I mean,
that's fair.
But here, though, there's no Kalea. I feel like they've been pairing the Beatrix always with a kind of hero who could make it easier to land the ultimates, the Bennett's Rage. I mean, not including the Renner's Apathy, though, because Innocent feels too independent when he tries to snipe down heroes from Team Liquid Philippines. And they banned the Granger instead, so... yeah, it's either the Moskov
up front.
Or Claude, right?
TLPH's Claude win rate isn't too great right now.
There's an because the Lancelot makes things so weird for heroes like the Irithel too. I'm wondering if they're...
So they do get a Hilda here. And this is it. Oh, wait, that's a Roam Hilda?
Wait. Oh!
So it's an in-your-face fighting lineup from Liquid.
I mean, I kind of feel like when you have a Jushin, you need someone like that, right? That's your best friend. So now SRG, after seeing the Hilda, how do they respond?
They need heavy crowd control, I think, at this point. They need something that can either slow down the Hilda, something that can... I mean, they have zero crowd control currently other than Farza. We've been talking about the Ruby for a while. Could be a possibility in the hands of Yumes.
Ruby, Gato. Oh, no. Yeah, the Gato's still there.
Oof.
The Badang's the only one that's banned so far. So... oh! Is this Kimmy Gold?
I'll be damned, it's a gold lane Kimmy. What's interesting here is they blind picked this gold lane Kimmy. Because Oheb can do anything, but I don't think Oheb should Irithel. Because he'd be dead, or at least half dead by the time he's in effective range.
Kimmy has been looking good at mid, but this is new. Being in gold, I wonder how it's gonna turn out.
Yeah, so
I'm not crazy about it. I don't know. I like the Claudia. I think at this point it's like, hey Oheb, what do you want? You know, just pick whatever.
So Briggs, final thoughts on the draft.
TLPH does seem like they're gonna be able to keep themselves safe enough. I mean, the Hilda definitely gonna be leading the charge, always gonna make sure where SRG is gonna be planted, and especially Oheb, we've seen several plays with the BMI.
Got word from Dilar. He says the Uranus should be at the advantage.
All right, so now we got to see, does that translate in game? Thank you very much, panelists. In fact, thank you very much, Dilar. But now we got to throw it back to Mirko as well as Gideon for this game.
Thank you so much, LaFell, as well as our panelists. Once again, we're going back at it one more time. Match number 4 in this best-of-7 series. SRG unable to win on blue side. Have TLPH figured it all out? Is this it as we go into the land of Dawn one more time? Looking at the compositions, I mean, me and Mirko, we already called it. We were like, okay, Oheb, he can go onto his Claude. He has reason to.
Yep.
But that Kimmy, is that necessary? That Hilda as well. What? And there we have it. First blood achieved as they cheese on the top side.
Gideon, I know we want to talk about that matchup in the gold lane, but we have to talk about the Uranus. Like, all right, we got info from Mr. Dilar, General Man, who's watching probably right now in the venue. But the pattern for Cram, every time he goes Uranus, seems to just be the same. It's a template cut level 1, and TL just read into that. This is what Mythic Seal also did to SRG in the group stage. They saw the Uranus, they bullied him in the lane, stopped that level 1 cut. And I hope it's not going to be the same story, because that was a stomp from Mythic Seal.
It was a stomp from Mythic Seal's side, but SRG, they have to play on their strong side, right? They have to go towards where Kimmy is, and JP right now opening up the map perfectly, knowing exactly where to go, forcing out a very early flicker as well. Innocent unable to land the Starlium just in time.
Yeah.
At the very least, for Sakai's, He's not going to lose. He's not going to walk away from his jungle with that brass tacks that we know that Hilda likes to apply on assassin-style junglers.
Quad Shadow not landing. That will give Yums a bit more space to play with. We'll recall back again. And yeah, Duranus is going to win out of this matchup. But that early kill will definitely set him back quite a bit. And it's, again, quite important for Team Liquid to get the early turtle. That's going to be Oheb walking. I'm actually dodging away from the skills. JP, this could be a flicker. Burns out. Innocent has the flicker. We'll save it. The Quad Shadow comes in. And he's not even given the chance to go and flick out.
He was donezo. He knew it. They knew that the jungle rotation was down. Was going to be finishing his clear down on the bottom side of the map. They should have been a little bit more aware here, but now Sakai is looking for something back here. Oh, okay.
JP
still finds the resets.
Yep. Just that, Sanford has the flank already. Oh, it's going to be the all-in over to Sanford. Cram picks up the kill. JP in the backline as well. Skies phantom execution backwards to defend Stormy as Sanji pops in the Crimson Beacon to get away. Now pops in Lantern Flare as well. It will be the kite back here as JP continues to bully Stormy. Unbreakable cancel call. TZ walks up, shadow kill, and the Retribution securing the turtle now. As that's the Lantern Flare again. Oheb with a blazing duet, finding Stormy. He bounces back to the BMI, and it is a win for Team Liquid. Yums has the AOG. Can he get out in time? No cancel out. He gets out with the AOG.
He gets to walk away for free. A great rotation coming in from Oheb's side to participate right at the very end of that. And honestly, catching out Stormy, great communication between Oheb alongside JP. JP already mentioned, hey, Stormy, he's already flickered. He's already used Wings by Wings. If you see him, you can jump on him for free. And Oheb said, say less. Flickers right on top of him.
Now Team Liquid, like, their win condition is on. Like, very early on, it almost felt like they kind of knew the Kimmy was coming, because we were here talking about the Hilda Roam. We were like, all right, I'm not a fan of the Hilda Roam. Feather Airstrike, that's a taunt. Sanji just gets away with the Crimson Beacon. But then you see the Kimmy after the Hilda, and you're like, whoa, wait a second. Did they just read through that?
I mean, maybe. I mean, but why? Especially when Moskov was available.
Exactly.
So it's a little strange to see.
No. A big bomb to start things off. The Quad Shadow lands, so he's basically as good as dead. Shadow, oh, Innocent, good timing again. He just doesn't miss on the flicker. AOG, but Sanji has another blink.
They have to communicate here. SRGOG cannot let this lead spiral out of control. This is what Liquid did to them so many times already. And with Oheb already purchasing a DHS, it's going to be really tough for Innocent to win out in this matchup consistently, especially when he has to rely on his passive so often. And you can see that Oheb is just double waving at this point.
Yeah, really wants to get Oheb ahead, and it makes sense. If he does get ahead even further than he is already right now, it's going to be really tough for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports because they want to play a clean front to back. And how do you do that against a composition that can dive you? And it's not just pure dive, it's a dive that's so random. Oheb pops in, the Blazing Duet has the BMI, won't be at any threat to die here, but Innocent is actually going to go for the Traction Pulse. But it won't quite land. Immobilization landing there. Oheb with a BMI backwards again will give the turret over. It'll be a trade up top as Carl gets his hands on the turtle. It doesn't seem like Skies can even contest for it. Lantern Flare almost fully stacked up. Cram just given a bit more space. And Carl's actually not interested in the purple buff. They're just trying to delay Skies as much as they can.
That's a very good idea here. They can do this for basically forever with JP and well Sanford being so unkillable, right? Like, come on, use your retributions, guys. We'll force you to do it.
Oh, my lord. The mount down too. They baited out a few of those skills. All right, it should just be, Sanford backing away. JP still in the bush. Oh man, Skies not giving any space. JP wants to make him walk back to base. And it is Skies having to walk back to base. Innocent in the bottom lane, caught by the shadow kill. This time, no flicker.
Smoke and mirrors once again. Innocent, they knew it. They knew that Innocent's flicker was going to come back up. They had a window that they must punish Innocent, and they find it once again after having full information. JP on this Hilda so far has been disgusting. The amount of pressure he has applied, the pure vision they are getting off of this is more than enough.
And all in again, fully stacked up. He can go for the mount down, but Skies gets away just barely. And Sanford didn't actually have the ultimate up. Oheb in the bottom lane, continuing this push. Look at Sanford He's not going to give Innocent space. He knows Innocent has Flicker. He wants to take it away from him. But luckily this time SRG have 2 bodyguards to guard him in the bottom lane.
And Sanford's like, I don't even need my top wave anymore. We've already unlocked the bottom side. Let's just let the split pushers do what they do best and start split pushing. Get neutral objectives, get structures.
Watch how to land it. He's going to hold on to it now. Oh, last one there. Good move by Skies. Evades from a possible kill over. But he just walks into his jungle to recall again.
He's not finding any gold. He's already fallen behind.
Oh, man,
3 levels behind. Such a whopping lead 6 minutes into the game, especially for Carl-TZ of all people.
Hey, it's good traction, Pulse. Skies with the walk up again, has the puncture. But their composition built to withstand assassins.
They're very thick. And they can keep on fighting for as long as they want to. Now that Oheb has the golden staff, he doesn't mind these long fights. Oh no!
Flank again, the Mountdown comes in and JP has already split them up. Sanji in the front has a Crimson Beacon still. Thorn Rose coming down as Oheb jumps in with a Blazing Duet, the Shadow Kill as well. Yo's with the AOG back, but now he gets immobilized by Sanford. And mounted on, brought back again. Skies gets killed by Oheb, and Sanford gets rid of Yums.
This game's already done for, right? You can see how much of a lead that TLPH has. It is difficult unless we see a major mistake, but they don't even have the goal to press that advantage. The 4-level lead from Carl-TZ says it all. The fact that Oheb full level ahead of Innocent with 2-0 and 3 as well.
Oh, no.
What are they gonna do about this?
No way, not Cram, that's a tag! Uranus able to flicker out in time. Sanji caught in the feather airstrike, but he does still have the flicker. Well, hold on to it. Skies walking up. Sanji flicker is out, and he survives baiting Skies. Now it's Carl and Oheb going in as Sanford brings him back. A complete wipeout for Team Liquid.
This might just be the fastest game here. There's still the Holy Shield that they have to get rid of, but they will get at least 1 inhibitor off of this. 3 minions all still alive, and they crush it just in time. The lead is just too big. Team Liquid Stampede. You can feel the ground shake beneath them with a 9.4k lead 8 minutes into the game.
Gideon, we've seen Stampedes. This game right here, this is a Stampede. We got a glimpse of that against Aurora, Turkey. And we get to see it again in the grand finals. JP, oh, he's healing up at the damage from Skies.
He has more EXP than Skies at this point. They are just that far ahead. Look at the player level ranking here. 14, 11, 11, and 10. Nobody on the side from SRG OG are breaking into the double digits other than Cram.
And if you ask Skies to explain how he's so behind, he just goes and says it's JP's fault. Because it really is. He keeps on going in. This is the classic Hilda matchup against the Assassin, dude. You can see Sanji flexing.
Oh, yeah.
He does not care. Oh, Sanford's joining in. Yums as well.
They know.
They know how far ahead they are.
This is a checkmate angle. It's 11k lead, and there's no contestation for this upcoming Lord. They'll let Carl-TZ do the work. They're allowing Oheb to already not only finish the Trinity. Wait, hold on.
Crimson Beacon. That's an all-in over to Sanford, but he's a bit too... What happened? Up top. Oheb getting a kill on Skies again, JP! Zoning them, and Yums brought back by Sanford. Oh, the quad shot! Oh! With a dive, getting 2 of the carries! No Edison, no Stormy! Liquid want to end it right here, right now.
Oh, Oheb, he's making this look easy. The Filipino sniper does it once more, and they completely wipe them out. They're gonna conceal and close this game. I mean, you can try, but it won't even be remotely close. Team Liquid Philippines bring it all the way. They are currently at match point.
The dominance that we've seen just earlier can be explained. But in the game, as Liquid's opponents, like Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, could they even explain how dominant that game was? They didn't know what hit them until they lost in that moment. They were just wiped. They had no answers.
They really didn't. They lost as soon as that first blood came through, and just the raw dominance from JP's side melts down from EXP all the way to the gold, and you can see that compounding interest in OHEB alone. Every smoke and mirror that was thrown up by the side of TLPH, they took advantage of him every single time Innocent used that flicker.
Beautifully done by Team Liquid Philippines. And Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, they gotta go back to the drawing board. They gotta pull off a crazy comeback here to stay in the grand finals.
Maybe our analysts have an idea. Let's throw it back to the panel. How do they break out of this?
That is going to be the question, because they only have one more opportunity to survive in this grand finals, because as of now, Team Liquid has match point. And like our casters talking, the game just keeps on going faster and faster and faster. At this point, SRGOG, what else do they have?
It seems like Liquid have reached maximum velocity, and this is the cleanest we've ever seen them. Even though I'm saying that's absolute cinema, that's what we want. But there is a weird part of the script that I don't think any of us expected. The gold lane Kimmy. What was that?
Yeah.
I have zero words for it. It threw me off, and you know, we saw in game one they were willing to throw out some picks that caught us off guard, but they were for a reason. They had a job to do, and the gold lane Kimmy just didn't feel good for me. It made my insides hurt.
Yeah, I gotta feel like, because Kimmy, you don't actually auto aim, you gotta target. And going up against a Claude, it's pretty fast.
And overall, the lineup, usually where we see the Kimmys come in, even for the mid lane Kimmys, have to have people who could literally guard for the Kimmy or stand in the front lines. And I feel like it doesn't just matter for SRG just because of the Kimmy, but also because they needed something to stop TLPH and the speed that they were going at, the way they just kept pushing in towards SRG, and based on their lineup, they had absolutely nothing to do that. Maybe at most Yums, but that's just the Unbreakable or the AOG, which you still have to channel before you get to land, and he had to use it several times to get away from the stampede of Team Liquid.
For the last hurrah here, this SRG OG has to consider just go back to utility.
I think that's definitely a possibility. If they're going to pick a Kimmy, they need utility in the front line. I think they need to go back to having a hard crowd control setup against a team like TLPH that wants to be all around you and attack. Crowd control's going to win games right now. Look at TLPH. They're focusing heavy on being in your face. You need something to stop that and put them in their place.
And as of right now, so far, the most successful is with that Akai. We're going to see if they're going to be changing it up, because, again, this is their final opportunity for them to defend their MSC championship. And Team Liquid is just one win away from making a lot of history, a lot of records, completing their own trophy cabinet, making Team Liquid the first organization to win 2 different titles in the same week. I gotta say, right now, if I'm, you know, the bosses of Team Liquid, I'll be smiling.
You would be more than just smiling. I think the energy in the arena is palpable. And I'm wondering, how is Liquid keeping their energies managed? Because that's one of their problems, right? Overheating. They have to also watch out for that.
And right now, since we're talking about breaking records, the GOAT Carl, he broke a record as well. A personal record for himself, where I believe this is his 100th turtle on MSC. Talk about breaking records.
Carl has been in 3 MSCs, the 3 past MSCs, and that's where they fell in the semifinals each. That's what Sanford was referring to as the semifinals curse. So imagine the consistency and the skill involved in doing that, 100 turtles across 3 years of competition.
As of right now, everything is looking good for Team Liquid. SRGOG again, final chance here. We're going for a short break, giving opportunity for both teams to really think about their own strategy before possibly going to the final game. So don't go anywhere. After this, we're going to resume the grand finals.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, Team Liquid is at match point. SRGOG only has 1 point for their team. 3-1 is the score. 4 is needed to become the champions here. Team Liquid 1 step away. This is the English panel here. Leo, you were the one predicting that it doesn't go more than 5 games. At this point, looks like you're on the money here.
That's a lot of pressure to put on me, but that is nothing compared to the pressure that the defending champions are under. SRGOG now, yes, they get to pick their sides. Yes, likely they're gonna go blue, but when you're faced with a force of nature, such as Team Liquid Philippines, playing the way they have for the past 3 games, what other options do you have? This feels like, all right, we went from a feel-good underdog sports film to now a horror thriller where it's Liquid chasing you down and there's nowhere to go.
I mean, for the past few games where SRG has been winning, I think the plan was to work around a favorable matchup for Innocent, and that was something we did not necessarily see in the previous game. The Kimi clearly struggled to a certain extent, and they weren't able to really play around their gold lane. So I feel like that might be one of the options they can consider. But Team Liquid 2 just feels like they've already solved this entire idea that SRGOG might be wanting to play.
And I really feel like that's the idea. Stormy and Nissan can do damage, but if Sanford's on them, then it's like, well, good luck dealing that damage. Like, maybe Sanford will die, maybe. But then, so is all the damage along with everyone else.
Yeah, I just feel there's tons of problems that seem to be mounting up around the draft. You add that up with just the pure raw skill that TLPH brings to the table, and again, I came into this thinking SRG are no slouches. As long as they can get a nice, even draft, they can put up a great fight. If they get a better draft, they can win a match. So I think that's where we're seeing most of the problems arise here.
And that's the issue. For the past maybe 2 games, they've gotten subpar drafts. There have always been 1 or 2 picks where we're like, but why? This is that game we're in, there should be none. Every single pick, 1 to 5, should be, yes, that works against what Liquid wants to do.
And now we're jumping straight into the draft here. Possibly the final draft of the game. SRGOG first pick, betting out the Lancelot. Team Liquid betting out the 1-1. At this point, TL should not adjust anything here.
But here's the adjustment coming from SRG here. The Arlot has not been banned yet. The Lancelot, the Lapu, we are sticking a little bit to script here for them at least and what they've been doing, but are we maybe looking for a possible Arlot pick up front, blue side first?
And if they go for that plan, then SRG OG, we might see another situation where they bring out the likes of the Akai, because the Akai and the Arlott, they do well together once you put them in a single draft.
But if they don't ban the Arlott here, I see Coach RC leaving the Kalea open, most likely, to at least get some sort of response, or throwing out the Bomba bait for them to take it.
Honestly, I'm more worried here because honestly, they are setting up for the Arlott, but if you first pick Arlott, what's stopping TL from picking up Akai?
Yeah. So is this SRG OG? Is this Cram team captain taking the reins saying, Coach, we got to switch it up. We got to first pick Arlott.
I think even beyond the Akai Jushin that can be picked up, TLPH might also consider the Fredrin, if that's going to be the case, if Arlott is going to be prioritized here by SRG, just to limit the combinations that we can see from them. Oh,
it's got to be an Arlott up front.
Yeah, that's dangerous. I don't
that's
think
super dangerous.
Or pick up Akai first, who knows?
Could be,
maybe the Akai is the bait. Sorry, maybe the Arlott is the bait.
I wouldn't respond to Arlott with Zushin Fred because then the Akai comes in 2-3 blue. So there's the Arlott.
So this should be Jushin Akai here.
Jushin Akai or Jushin something else.
I don't know if I see TLPH picking up the Akai immediately. I just don't know if it's like in their repertoire to first two picks on red side, put that in. I think it's good, but I just don't know if it's coming.
But do they have answers to the Akai if it comes out again? Because it's not just the Akai, it's the Arlott too. That gets, or that can potentially set up for Team Liquid. So I think they're really digging hard into what they want to pick up next for these upcoming two picks.
I think we're in agreement with Jushin, right? Jushin something.
The Jushin. Baksha!
Still flex.
Yeah, still very much flex. So SRG, they should go for the Akai here and then plus something. The only thing is, what is that something? So far, they've been prioritizing the Farsa.
Oh my god.
I don't know if they want to change it up by picking up something like a Granger.
Farsha Akai sounds good.
Yeah.
And then suddenly,
sounds great.
Yeah, suddenly the question swings back to the Cavalry saying, have you solved the Akai problem? Do you have a response?
Fredrin! Oh my goodness, wait.
Are we going to see an old flame from Carl Teasy? He's going to bring it back.
The Akai Basha.
I'd be so surprised if...
Is that overkill?
They went Akai Grok last time. They go for the glue, make sure they lock in Sanford against the Arlott. Still, this is the most leveled playing field in terms of first phase of draft we've seen in the past 3 games.
Correct. Again, 1-3 so far for SRG OG. Check. It's a equal draft. Liquid even, throwing out a few curveballs. Again, prioritizing the Baksha this early. What do we go for ban-wise? There's the Bruno. All right, so even Liquid, they're so comfortable with this draft. They're just saying, okay, let's just take out comfort picks for Innocent.
Yeah. And it might be another situation where Innocent is just forced to pick a hero he's not entirely comfortable with or that doesn't entirely fit well into the lineup. But there are many gold laners you can play around because this is a Fredrin jungler.
Yeah, championship point ain't where you bring out the gold Kimmy, man.
I think still SRG, if they're going to ban Bruno, you got to ban maybe Granger here. They banned it last time on first, and at least it doesn't open up. If you immediately respond to their ban, then at least you have another possible response ban after. You're not banning something random and then have to come back to the Granger after.
Angela. Oh.
That's a good read. Again, I think in addition to the principle of 1 to 5, everything has to count, even your ban, so no cheese. Block it out.
Oh, but even the
I almost forgot Kalea was still out there.
Does Yums have an Arlott? I'm sure he does.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does.
But is there a possibility? What are the odds?
Is that a last match hoorah kind of thing? Right? Because unless you have an answer for the glue that is not the Arlott, I don't see this Arlott going wrong.
Yeah, I think Arlott EXP is clean, and then you pick up. I mean, honestly, once again, they could go for something like the Grok here in the Roam. It worked really well with the Farza. You get the concussive blast, you get quick wave clear, and if this Basha ends up if TLPH sticks with a utility jungler, then you're doing well in Turtle Pit.
Quick to dead a bull like a Minotaur. Did we hear that right? Why is it not showing just yet? We heard
banned.
They banned the Minotaur.
They banned Minotaur.
That is the hero that Liquid used to take down Onyx yesterday. So They're convinced that we haven't seen the roamer yet. SRGOG are on Coach RC and Coach Tic Tac.
Or could they be setting up for the likes of a Claude or a Harith? Because you do not want that knock-up to cancel you out once you do go in with either the Zaman Force or the Blazing Duet. But it's a... Oh, what are they going to go for here?
I think this definitely, at least this should telegraph that Basha is jungle. The Matilda pick. And all they need now is a gold laner. So SRG has a good read at least how they can pick these last two picks.
Kind of feel like if they don't pick up the Claude, Team Liquid will probably pick it up. Because again, what's stopping them from picking the Claude again?
Yeah, once you do the double laning again, you also have an immediate answer to shredding down the tanky heroes if you do go in for the Claude. But they pick up the Cho, so could they consider another Beatrix or something?
The world is Innocent's oyster because, again, there's a lot of gold laners left. But consider that Oheb will be able to answer to it. There's the Moskov. Granger's wide open. Claude is wide open.
Lavelle.
I'll be damned. Harith is open. But you're lacking physical. So this is 99% sure of physical.
How do we like the Cho here?
It's one of those when all else fails, you pick up the Cho. Because
does it win when all else fails, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Youm's signature. But again, there's a time and place. This is gonna be a hard game for the Cho, but sometimes you just gotta throw it up to fate. You know, like this is my best hero. If I win, I win. If I lose, at least I have no regrets. So honestly, SRGOG, it does look like they're just going for their final strongest pick. Works or not, this is their last possible chance to extend the series. So thank you very much, the panelists. And now I'm going to be throwing it over to Mirko as well as Gideon to call this game.
Thank you, panelists. Match point for TLPH. They figured it out. Red side is now their side. Despite having hearts of blue, they challenge once again the defending MSC champs. They're not going to let them take it that easily. They're looking to stampede. They're looking to roar. They're looking to charge into this next game. Good luck to both of these teams. Whatever happens will happen. SRG, Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports playing from the blue side. Team Liquid Philippines on the red side. Such a dominant force.
And it's now or never for SRG. They gotta show what they've got here. But the composition, yes, it's a strong composition. They have now played into the Arlet pick that they went for very early on. But is it really SRG OG? We saw a weird one with Onic ID yesterday against TLPH when they were put on in a corner. And now it does seem like we're seeing the same. Skies on a utility jungle. A whole lot of the picks that we wouldn't really categorize as comfort.
Yep. I mean, it's an interesting composition to play, right? Especially when we look down at the gold side. But now Youmsin as well as Stormy, thanks to this Cho pick, they don't have to interact as much, right? They know that JP is relatively nearby. They want to make sure that Cram has a better time in lane. Unlock him out. Worst comes to worst, if Innocent has to play on that weak side, that is why the Moskov makes a little more sense. Because we were thinking Carrio. So many tanks on the side of Team Liquid. You just need a little bit more burst. Maybe even a Beatrix would have worked as well.
They needed something to go through these tanky boys, and you can see for Team Liquid, they're playing into it. They know they've got so much tankiness, so they build on it. Tenacity for Sanji, tenacity, vitality for Sanford, firmness for Carl TZ too. Oh man, it's going to be rough, especially if Team Liquid are able to win out Turtle 1, because that basically guarantees second Turtle again, because they're too tanky. There's too much to deal with.
Yeah, they're just too many boys. Cram is going to safely hit level 4 on time. Now they have to quickly get Stormy into that level 4 position as well. This entire time, Oheb trying to punish Innocent as hard as he can. But let's see how they play out, because Carl, he's about to hit level 5.
Yum's gonna go for the Jikundo. Sanford goes in for the final slash, already used up by Cram, but it's gonna be the bounce back up again on towards Cram, who's brought back, and it's Sanji with a lantern flare to throw him back. First blood to Team Liquid.
Just way too tanky at this point. Skies is going to get pulled back for now, but Team Liquid can out-sustain. They can keep on doing this. That's why Carl TZ went for the instant invade, and they want more.
And all in again, the Meltdown ready for Sanford, but he decides against it, takes the guiding win. Youm's with the damage on the Jikundo, but this will be a free neutral objective. to Team Liquid.
They had to give that up. They knew that once Cram didn't get an effective final slash, that's where you call it quits. If not, look for a disengage. But it's tough. You're playing against glue on top of the Zushin. It's like trekking through mud. You aren't going to walk away with clean shoes. Oh, okay. That was just, all right. I guess it just takes it, you know? It just eats it.
Hey, man. Stormy needs to dish out damage. I guess that's what they were doing. Innocent in the bush. It's going to be zoned away. Oh, Spirit Misery actually getting a bit of damage back onto Oheb. And if we are talking about miracles, comebacks, Innocent has done that at M6 against CFU on the Moscow. So he's going to have to channel the M6 Innocent to try to get the comeback here. Sanji has a Purify, has to come to Beacon as well. Yomes with a Weighted Dragon, but Sanji doesn't even use the Purify. He just walks away, or rather blinks away.
Nicely played by Sanji, making sure that most of his resources aren't wasted. Yums didn't use that flicker as well. Innocent now getting attacked.
No way the Dragon, so there's no risk of JP actually getting picked off. Jeet Kundo, Spear of Misery. Still, too much sustain, has the Purify still. Will soak in the gold minion, cannon up top, and it's just a slow build-up for the next neutral objective.
It was a good initiation from the side of SRG OG. They understand that, hey, we forced two people to actually go for an early recall. We know that Oheb is too low to go back into the lane, so maybe we'll use this timing to take away JP, and JP knew, you have no way to lock me down. I still have the Purify, worst comes to worst. I still have a Circling Eagle. If necessary, I can just take the damage. For now, SRG, they're looking for scraps. They're looking for anything right now.
But what can they get? They look for picks, but there's a Purify everywhere. There's a Guiding Wind. If Carl TZ does get taken low, he just gets saved by JP. And then there's multiple peel angles too. By Sanji throwing people back, by a re-engage from Sanford, Oheb shooting them down. Again, Yum's trying to go for the pick, but it's difficult knowing the Purify is still intact. Carl with the Shield Unity. Sky's already dashing in forward, and the Turtle Pryo moves over. Shield Unity over to Yums. That's Sonata on him too. That's going to be the Circle. Eagle Sanford with a jump on Innocent. Gets the full stacks on him. Will be pinned down to the wall, but is going to zone him in the back. Carl kicked out with Weighted Dragon. Sky's able to get a kill. And the Turtle. Crab walking back and forth, but it's Sanji who pushes him back in towards Oheb. Innocent gets a kill on Sanford. And all of a sudden, hope is in the air for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Okay, so they turned that around. That was not looking good initially, but the fact is Stormy is extremely careful about where Sanford is now. He needs to not get canceled out as soon as possible. That's why he's a little hesitant to just rip his abilities right off the cuff, especially when this EXP laner is missing on the map. So guys held out well, but Cram, at least he was able to make the play, and now they make another.
Can they even go for it though? Taunt on Carl, he just takes it. The Guiding Wind gets him back to safety. So it's back to even on the board. Innocent needs to scale up, but SRG know it. They need to play for it. Sanford, a bit overzealous in that team fight on the glue. Went in, did an amazing job zoning Innocent, but then dove in with the mount.
Yeah, almost immediately as well. Cram, he's just trying to control this lane. It's been stacking up. He lost no, he didn't lose too much, not a substantial amount of minions, just one. But at the very least, he's recovered after those two happy kills before going down. In terms of the gold lead we've seen, it's really just between Stormy and as well as Cram's side. Innocent is going toe-to-toe, but he's 370 gold down against Oheb at this stage of the game. We need to see Team Liquid quickly try and convert, right? Because SRG, their power spikes, it's coming on the horizon, but it will come in two phases. Stormy's first and second item, depending on whether he goes for the Genius Wand into the Glowing Wand or just straight into the Glowing Wand. Cram, honestly, you don't really have to worry about him for the most part. But Yums, if he's a little too tanky, then it becomes a bit of an issue. Oh.
Again, it's going to be the initiation on Carl. More of just poke, actually. See, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports have the advantage when it comes to making it to the late game because they have so many more damage dealers. Meanwhile, Team Liquid are really just overly reliant on Oheb for the late game to deal damage, for Sanji to maybe also get executes down if he goes Sky Piercer, but seeing the Granger, don't really think it's going to be a double Sky Piercer angle here. Wait the Dragon over to Carl TZ for the airstrike as well. Everything used with the Guiding Wind gets him to safety. Sanford gets a 3-man immobilization as Skies gets thrown back by the Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare, and Oheb is right there for the taking. It's going to be Sanji with the kill. Cram mounted up. Sanji still with the Lantern Flare again as Sanford jumps in again, but Oheb gets the death Sonata in. Sanford immobilization, and the chain CC keeps on coming. It's Cram dashing back and forth, but in the end, will be lifted out. Carl jumps with the shield unity. JP wants to go for it. It's a 3-man dive, and it's Oheb, the Filipino sniper, with a triple kill.
What am I telling you, man? It's about that conversion, and Oheb finally finds it. He's already got a Malefic Roar in the bag at this point. Sky Piercers going perfectly fine, but the worst part about it all is the fact that Sanford, these initiations, these long fights work out in his favor. You can see that Innocent, he can't just auto-attack him for free, especially when Sanford is on top of a crucial team member. He doesn't want to hurt his own team, but Sanford doesn't mind, and this is costing Innocent free auto-attacks for him to eventually reset his own dashes, which he can't do, which is why Oheb gunned him down.
Look at the gold lead already for the Granger. For Oheb on the Granger. It's building up so much and everywhere. It's a lead for Team Liquid. Even for the lane, maybe you would expect it's also an odd build, but it's a desperate build, and they kind of need it right now. Cram's going full damage. Fury Hammer into the Sea Halberd.
He's going to have to try his best, because at the end of the day, it really boils down to, can you kill Sanji? Can you kill Oheb? Everybody else is, well, basically for free. Oh, no. He's going to try for it at the very least. Oh, going a bit far.
Look at that, Yums. Oh, my lord, not even given the chance to do anything. Carl walks in the jungle. The Stampede is looking good for Liquid, and for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, hope is all on Innocent. Can he save SRG?
The Team Liquid Riders right now are just holding strong. If they keep up this momentum, this 4.4K is eventually going to 2x very quickly after this mid-tier 1, and they know it. Feather Airstrike to clear up that wave, and a Genius one finally purchased, but it's 9 minutes into the game. They're so far behind.
They really are. Sanford again with a jump on Skies, and with it fully stacked, you can't really walk up because that's what's going to happen. Mount down, Sanford flickering in again. Yums cannot go for the way the dragon gets lifted up again by the juice hit of Sanji, and will fall for the 4th time this game. Team Liquid, this could be a free lord again. Sanford just taking every shot, and he gets the guiding wind back to safety. Carl gets the lord. An SOD landing, but there's no way he takes it. Sanji again giving Oheb all the space for now another Cram falling to the bullets of Oheb.
There's just too many of them. They deathballed, and Team Liquid are bringing it back. Triple kill, making this game fall out of control. Yums cannot find an initiation. They're too closely knit together. 2 turrets off of the take, and now even the Holy Shield cracking under the pressure 10 minutes into the game before the Lord even spawns.
We knew coming into this tournament, Team Liquid were the favorites. We knew that the meta really looked to be molded to their strengths, but what are we seeing here? Losing game 1, we thought, hey, there's a chance SRG get it done. Now, the only chance is if TL make a mistake.
We're going to have to see, because now the siege is going to begin, and for Oheb, he's just shooting fish in a barrel, right? They're so close to that checkmate angle. 9,000, they crack 1 inhibitor open, and that second wave might just end it for them. Innocent down to 50%.
Going back to base now. Feathered Airstrike in the mid lane, but look at how Team Liquid are managing the waves. They've dealt with most of the Holy Shields. They'll finally have the Lord charging up top, but they'll go into the bottom lane instead. Sanford looking for the play again. That's going to call TZ walking up. Skies taken very low. That's a base turret. Very low to bottom lane. Final start from Cram. Last ditch effort as Innocent goes in for the damage, but Sanford still surviving, and Oheb gets the kill on Cram.
Cram was willing to sacrifice himself, but that second wave, that was the big problem here. They could look to siege one more time. Oheb, he's got the resources. Sanford, he's pretty tanky, but the Feathered Airstrike looking to clear up these next waves. Alongside with Innocent with a full Trinity build, they might have just bought themselves just a little bit of time. A missing inhibitor, but at least it's on the bottom side. It's not on the far lane. 52 more seconds until it happens, and Oheb is going to look to seal the deal. That Winds of Nature 10, 0, and 2. Max stack 690 for his passive. He is undeniably the Terminator. He is destructive.
Full items at 12. Fully stacked at 12. What do you do? You gotta start questioning yourself right now. How do you deal with him?
They got to catch him off somehow. And even then, the Purify is such good insurance policy. And if not that, they've got JP, right? He's paying premiums on this insurance to make sure that he survives. He's got so much peel on his side. Sanford refusing to make too many mistakes and even initiating for the sake of buying space. Look at that damage dealt. Oheb right at the top. Stormy is trying his best, but that Genius one came up so late.
Lethal Wanderer take 2. They want to get everything on the map, not giving any space for SRG OG. Yums with the Shunfu. Sanford just chasing him now as Carl goes with the wheels. Yums circling Eagle. That's Gajiku no over. Damage from Innocent now as Oheb gets engaged. But he has the win in nature. And Krem will fall to Oheb, who is legendary.
He's having the time of his life. Headshot after headshot after headshot for the Filipino sniper once again. He's going to try and end this game with a perfect score. Unbelievable performance coming in from Team Liquid. And now Selangor Red Giants, they have to deal with the upcoming wave to push into him. Cram.
Oh no.
Again, it may be a last-ditch effort, but he's got to make something happen. These Purifies need to come out. We know that Oheb doesn't have a Winds of Nature. Can Innocent pull it off?
Sanford walking up again. Good feathered airstrike. Team Liquid still have the Lord. That'll be spawning right now. So this is yet another siege for TL where SRG could defy the odds one more time. Feathered airstrike should be back up. They have a Moss stop. They have wave clear. Cram, he's gonna need to do some crazy stuff on that Arlet damage.
The insurmountable wave, the pressure. You can feel Team Liquid building up like a tsunami, and the charge begins. They're going to continue their siege, and they've got the Lord on their side.
Lord of the bottom lane looking for it. Sanji with the Crimson Beacon as Carl jumps into Stormy. That's Sanji with Lancer Flare again. Carl in the midst of it all. Sanford jumps in, and it will be 3 members immobilized. Forcing away to Dragon. Oheb very low, still able to go for it. SOD landing. That's going to be Crow. Oh! Looking for the play. Oheb losing immortality. Has it with a nature, and he turns it around now with a Detonata, but he falls to Cram. Sanford still alive. Cram in the midst of it all there. A base turret falling up top, as Sanford still zones in the back. Innocent fighting for his team's life. The circling eagle takes him down.
And there you have it. Team Liquid taking all 4 members down with Stormy the last to fall. And you can see that they know it. The fans, they see it. Team Liquid crack open the base.
Forged in heartbreak. Fueled by hunger. The cavalry charge shatters the throne of the defending champions.
And now they ride into the glory of completing the crown that have eluded them at the Esports World Cup.
Every step of the way. Domination from the cavalry. They've only dropped 3 games in total this entire tournament.
Dreams fulfilled for SRG, making it to the grand finals against a team like this. They dared to dream again.
A phenomenal performance. The cherry on top to complete the last missing piece in their trophy cabinet. The only one that they had been waiting for the longest time, that they had to go through. MSC 2023 losing to Onyx ID in the semifinals. MSC 2024 as the champions of the Philippines, coming in strong again, but falling short. Now they have done it. Now it all falls into place.
They switch one legend for another, and now it is complete. They have 100%ed this esport.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching from around the world, this is the crowning moment. Team Liquid have done it. They've made it to this moment, and now it just comes down to this final final lift. Team Liquid are finally MSC champions!
Journey to encounter the unknown, Team Liquid has proven that nothing is granted, everything is earned. Once again, congratulations! Team Liquid is your MSC and EWC 2025 Grand Champions! Guys, an amazing journey, and with that, Carl Tizzy, come here, halika dito. How are you feeling right now? Finally, complete trophy cabinet. Kompleto na silang lahat.
Sobrang saya ko lang po talaga ngayon. Talagang hindi ko ma-explain yung feeling, pero kakaiba to sa mga past tournaments.
He said he honestly cannot fathom how he feels right now. He's insanely happy, and the feeling very much different from other tournaments that he has won. Carl, I have a question for you. At the beginning of your journey, you said that winning MSC this year will officially make you the face of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And now that you have won, are you now the face of Mobile Legends Bang Bang?
Yes!
And there you guys have it! The GOAT! It is Carl Tizzy! An amazing best-of-7 Grand Finals, but it will not be complete without another trophy. So let's call on my co-host, Milosh.
Hello, Rose.
Hello.
It's been a while.
It has.
What an incredible matchup we just had, but we have one more trophy to deliver. Our Sony Finals MVP. Do we have an idea of who it will be? Do you guys have any idea? The crowd has chanted. The decision's been made. It's Sanford! Sanford, congratulations! Our Sony Finals MVP. Here you go, you deserve it, my friend. Congratulations. A good flex. A question here, look, you used to be known as Baby 40 back in the day. You're not a baby anymore. It's been a while. What do you owe to that evolution over time?
Well, I owe it to my teammates, and thanks to them, I've grown a strong fighter. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone.
And look, let's count together how many things you've won so far. You've won M Series, right? You've won MSC and MVP. You've won MPLPH. What is there still left for you to win? What's your next challenge?
Just repeat it again.
Repeat it again! One more time, your MVP, your Sony Finals MVP, Sanford. And again, please give it up for your MSC 25 champions. It's Team Liquid!
However, guys, the day is not quite over yet, because as you all know, that once you win over at EWC, you will have the honor of picking 3 keys to be placed in your trophy. So, I'm pretty sure an internal decision has been made amongst these bunch. Who wants to choose your 3 keys? Carl, come on up, come here. All right, so official decision, okay? Which are the 3 keys that you want to be placed in your MSC trophy? Let's go.
SRG, OG, Onyx ID, and Onyx Cage.
And there you guys have it. SRG, OG, Onyx Indonesia, and Onyx Philippines. However, I had a special request from Coach RC just now that he said he wants to give a message to everybody before we wrap this up. Coach?
Sa lahat ng Pilipinong sumusuporta sa amin, salamat po sa lahat ng sumuporta. Ito na, iuwi na namin yung MSC sa Pilipinas. And sa lahat po ng tumulong sa amin, thank you so much din. Special mention kay Coach Daki, kay Coach Joshua Alfaro, sa family ko, sa wife ko, at sa baby ko. Hello sa inyo dyan. Champion na yung anak nyo.
Congratulations once again to Team Liquid. And now let us show it back to the studio.
First time in EWC history, Team Liquid have made it, winning 2 different titles in the same week. Chess and now Mobile Legends Bang Bang. First of all, what an incredible series. Let's talk about Sanford being surprised. Let's be real, he shouldn't be.
He definitely shouldn't have been. The guy was a monster from start to finish. We were watching him as MVP, I think, from that second game forward, and he did not disappoint.
So every game Liquid won was off the back of Sanford's efforts, Sanford's ability to dictate the pace of any fight he's a part of. In a majority of those games, he played glue.
I mean, SRGOG did not let the Arlot through at all, and that happened in as soon as game number 1 began. So from the very beginning, they knew they had to respect Sanford.
But the other thing that we do have to announce, finally, Carl Teasy has admitted with a resounding, confident, yes, I'm the face of MLBB. And I gotta say, he deserves it. After years of discussion, the debate is done. TLPH are your champions.
Take a look at how the knockout stage bracket of MSC 2025 at EWC concluded. Maybe mix up a few results here and there, and this is my forecast. It's the wrong equation midway, but it's the same result. I saw this Liquid Stampede from light years away.
Yeah, I think none of us, I mean, a lot of us didn't doubt them out. They came in swinging strong. They ended strong. I mean, overall, TLPH have earned their win here.
I mean, like when we read the patch notes, this looks like an EXP's dream. And I gotta say, Sanford really fulfilled that dream. And it's not over yet. The fact that they chose both Onyx as well as SRG as part of their trophy. Every single time something happens, like look at this. They're gonna be choosing the keys. This is exclusive for here at the Esports World Cup, first taking SRG OG's key, and of course taking both Onyx Indonesia as well as Onyx Philippines.
You could see how happy Carl is. He said it in the interview. This win feels so different compared to all the other championships he's won in the past. And it hurts to see the key crush every time, but this is different. They're picking keys as champions, as memories, as proof that they've beat these teams who, again, everyone we're also looking forward to see heading into MSC.
And now to solidify history here, we're going to be looking at the club championship presented by STC. With the win here, looks like Team Liquid is up at 3,200 points, followed by Team Falcons 2,700. Team Liquid has a big lead here.
I mean, and we still have multiple weeks to go of EWC. This could honestly just be the start for Team Liquid, for all the Liquid fans at least out there.
I mean, like, their investment worked really hard this time, and I gotta say, this is a big win for Team Liquid's fan. By the way, congratulations to both y'all, to all the PH casters here. Team Liquid made it happen. Unfortunately, SRGOG didn't get the back-to-back, but here's the thing. As a Malaysian, still proud, and I feel like for all the Malaysians watching, you should still be proud because, again, going up against Team Liquid, that's a very hard series, but we know they give it their all.
SRG definitely played well, and that is an understatement. I think there's definitely a nuisance to their run here, and showing up in the grand finals, going 4-1 against Liquid, I'm sure they had more in the tank. It's just, how did Kyrie put it? This competition, this contest, it's mostly mental. So I'm hoping that SRGOG they're able to gather themselves after this match and, you know, recollect and say, you know what, guys, we can do better. We can come back. And again, MPL Malaysia season 16 is just around the corner.
Yeah, who knows? They might be the ones to turn things around in the upcoming M series too, because that's what they failed to do as well in the previous M6. And the way they fought against Team Liquid Philippines, a bit of tweaks here and there. Definitely the draft was a question, but I believe they still have it. SRG still has it.
And now, to make sure all of this is recorded, to let the world know, right now we see Team Liquid Philippines with His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. They're gonna solidify this by putting their key on the totem for the whole world to see that they've made it. The story, it began months ago, heck, years ago. And now Team Liquid, this is their moment. This is their time. This is what they have earned. MSC at Esports World Cup champions. Looks like the GOAT, the face of MLBB rising up and putting that key. Team Liquid, the champions of MSC.
Not more than 24 hours ago, the chess man put his key on that same wall. Now, tonight, the chess man, Carl Teasy, puts one up for Team Liquid for MLBB.
Yep, and now, again, big congratulations to Team Liquid. But that's it, concluding MSC. And for you guys, let's check out the Kadia top plays of the day.
It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, it's come on, new one's better. We ain't in the mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex ain't me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never brave me. He's switching stations to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never brave me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They say a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.